a number of experts have been saying the last couple of days, they've been saying, well, if you look at the scale of this attack and the complexity of this attack, they had to have help. And a lot of experts have been saying they think Iran helped out with this attack. Well, now there's multiple outlets saying Iran was deeply involved in this attack. We'll talk about that after, but let's continue with the statement. But again, 1,000 intruders, Palestinian attackers, came across the border from Gaza. Wow.
About 1,000 bloodthirsty Palestinians who went house to house, building to building, in search for Israeli civilians, massacred. Approximately 700 Israelis have been killed, and that's civilians and military included, and more than 2,100 have been wounded. Unfortunately, there's a high number of critically wounded people who may not make it. So unfortunately, the astronomical figure of 700 dead Israelis will not remain that. It is by far the worst day in Israeli history. Never before have so many Israelis been killed by one single thing, let alone enemy activity, on one day.
He calls it the worst day in Israeli history. I just want to point that out. The Israeli Defense Forces representative calls it the worst day in Israeli history. He says that the toll is 700 and it's going to go higher.
And if you're Americans and want to compare this to something in American history, then this could be a 9/11 and a Pearl Harbor wrapped into one. We're a small country with about 8-9 million Jews living here, and out of that population we've had 700 killed and 2,100 wounded. Unfortunately, and this is probably the most dominant factor that will shape the activities for the future, there is a very large amount of Israeli civilians and soldiers held inside Gaza. And that number, I think in the coming days, will be revealed officially, but at this time I can only say that we are talking about many, many Israelis.
Okay, that's important. He says there are many Israelis held inside Gaza as hostages. Now, if I remember right, earlier today Hamas says they have, I want to say over 100 Israelis, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, another Palestinian group in Gaza, said they had, I want to say 30, if I have this right. So the number that I had heard earlier today was, according to these two Palestinian groups, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, 30. Yeah, Associated Press says Hamas says they're holding 100 people captive, and more than 30 are held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. So Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad say they have over 130 Israeli hostages in Gaza being held hostage. Now, we don't have a number given by Israel, but what we just heard from the spokesperson is that it's a very large number. Do they think it's more than 130, less than 130, 130? I don't know. But they certainly think in Israel it's a large number of Israelis held hostage in Israel.
Israelis who were forcefully taken from Israel, women, children, infants, elderly, and even disabled people. And I've seen stories of a grandma, Holocaust survivor, who was taken across the border from Israel to Gaza by Hamas militants with two toddlers behind her in a special vehicle. That is the extent of the brutality, the cynicism, and the monsters that we are facing. We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel, preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do.
Okay, so look, you'll hear in this statement, it sounds like a big military operation is coming. He says they've amassed 100,000 reservists. Reservists who would be people who are not full-time troops all the time, but who are called up in a certain time of need. 100,000 reservists have been called up. They have amassed 100,000 reservist troops in southern Israel to carry out this operation. So this sounds like a big operation. Remember, the population of Israel is only about 9 million people, and they have 100,000 reservists who are in southern Israel ready to do this operation. Okay. Let's see here. Now, also, all right. So here he's going to talk about this upcoming operation, and it sounds like a really big operation that's going to happen. So let's hear what he has to say. Again, this came out about an hour ago from the Israeli Defense Forces.
Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip.
All right, that is really important. He just said two things that are really important. So Hamas is the Palestinian group, anti-Israel, that governs, that rules over Gaza. What did he just say? He said that what they want to do, Israel, in this upcoming war is to do two things. One, to remove any capabilities, military capabilities, that Hamas has to threaten Israelis. So what kind of military capabilities do they have? I mean, they have rockets, right? So, and rocket launchers, right? They have those. They have lots of weaponry. They have soldiers. So that would seem to be like a pretty big task to remove all the military capability that Hamas has that could threaten Israelis. That sounds like a pretty big, intense operation. And the second thing he said was, we want to make it so that Hamas won't be able to rule, won't be able to keep power in Gaza. Now, how are they going to do that? I mean, this is a very ambitious, large-scale operation we're talking about, to eliminate all of Hamas's military capability that could threaten Israeli citizens. Remember, Gaza's right next to Israel. And also to ensure that Hamas won't be able to rule Gaza. Remember, Hamas was elected to rule Gaza, I think it was back in 2007. Maybe I'm a year or two off or something. But so how do you ensure that? Are they going to, capture or take out all the Hamas leadership? I don't know, but this sounds like a very big operation, right? This isn't some little operation. He says we have 100,000 troops ready to go, and we're gonna. I'll play it again. Listen to what he says. I want to play it, but this sounds like a really big operation.
Amassed around the brutality, the cynicism, and the monsters that we are facing. We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel, preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip.
I mean, this is not. First of all, somebody in the chat said something like it's just talk. Look, I don't know what's going to happen here. It doesn't do Israel any good. I have a hard time thinking Israel's going to come out and make big claims about what they're going to do when they really don't intend to do it. Israel would lose a lot of credibility if they say we're going to do A and B, and then there's like no ground invasion or something like that, right? So this is a statement. This is a public statement by the Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson. Official statement. He's saying we're going to do this. So I have a hard time believing that he's saying we're going to do this when they don't actually plan to do it. That doesn't do them any good. That would hurt Israel, hurt their credibility. But he's not beating around the bush. He's not qualifying his statements. He's not saying, oh, we're going to diminish Hamas military capacity and we're going to make it harder for them to rule in Gaza. No, he says they're not going to have military capability to threaten Israelis. That's what he said. And he also says we're going to ensure that they can't rule in Gaza. So this is very ambitious. These are very categorical. He's not qualifying what these goals are. These tasks are very big tasks, which would require a very, very serious operation, obviously. So he's telling you what they're going to do. I mean, I was just really struck to hear this. They don't have to come out and say this. I mean, they're putting their credibility on the line saying this is what we're going to do in this war. So it's a really big deal. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but nobody's making them come out and say we're going to do this. All right, I'm going to let this continue now. I'm going to go back and play what he said just one more time because I think it's so important. But believe me, he's not misspeaking. He is choosing his words. It's not like he actually meant to say, well, we're going to reduce their capability or something. No, he is choosing his words.
Cynicism and the 1,000 reserve troop, the 100,000 and the monsters that we are facing. We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip. Because you see, the situation today is fundamentally different than what it was 2 days ago. And at the end of this war, we will change the situation for the better around our border in Gaza, and it will be much better for Israeli civilians, and it will be better for the Palestinians as well.
Guys, I don't know how clearly they can signal this for everybody. He's saying the situation has fundamentally changed from 2 days ago. And it sounds to me like, I think there's an awareness when you say, well, we're going to make it so that Hamas can't rule in Gaza. Well, Gaza isn't part of Israel. Gaza's not part of Israel. So that's a pretty big deal for Israel to come out. And Gaza, remember, Hamas was elected years ago. They were elected by the people of Gaza to be the ruling group in Gaza. So for Israel to come out and say, well, we're going to make it so that Hamas cannot rule Gaza, that's a huge deal, right? And I think he gets that, and Israel gets that, and that's why he's saying, well, things have fundamentally changed since 2 days ago. Because that would be a very incendiary thing to say. It could be incendiary now, but certainly before 2 days ago, if Israel came out and said, we're going to make it so that that Hamas can't rule Gaza. And people would say, but Gaza isn't part of Israel. What do you have to do with that? But you hear him saying it, and you hear him saying things have changed. Things changed 2 days ago, fundamentally. So they can't be any more clear about what they're going to do in this statement. Let me continue, but I'll rewind a second.
Gaza Strip. Because you see, in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip. Because you see, the situation today is fundamentally different than what it was 2 days ago. And at the end of this war, we will change the situation for the better around our border in Gaza, and it will be much better for Israeli civilians, and it will be better for the Palestinians as well. But that is yet to come, that is in the future, and as of now, we are focusing on burying the dead, grieving with the families, rallying our troops, preparing ourselves for the military tasks to come, and focusing on what needs to be done with Hamas after their unprovoked barbaric attack against Israel. I hope that you find this information useful. If you do, follow us and make sure that you get our notifications and information. And if you like it, share it with others and retweet it. Make sure that if you agree with the information, the truth that we are spreading, and if you see information that contradicts that tries to undermine Israeli legitimacy in fighting, or information that suggests that Israel is wrong and the poor Palestinians are right, then I hope that you will know and you will have the intellectual and moral strength to stand up for what's right and stand up for Israel. We're in for a long, difficult and gruesome task, at the end of which I'm sure that we will prevail.
He just said we're in for a long, difficult, and gruesome task. Again, he said we're in for a long, difficult, and gruesome task. He used the word gruesome. What is the dictionary definition of gruesome? Like, bloody, that kind of thing? I'm going to look it up right now. Gruesome, according to Oxford Languages Dictionary, causing repulsion or horror, grisly, extremely unpleasant. He used it. Long, difficult, and gruesome. Long, he said. Long as well. So, again, they're saying what they're going to do.
I'm sure at the end of which we're in for a long, difficult and gruesome task, at the end of which I'm sure that we will prevail. Despite how difficult these first days have been and how horrible we start this war, Israel has proven time and again to all of our enemies, whether it was in the past armed gangs of Arabs, and then nation states, and now non-state actors, terrorist organizations, to all of them, they have tried to annihilate us, and all of them have failed. So shall Hamas, and so shall anyone else attempting to do that to us. We shall prevail, and we trust that the good people in the world will support us. Thank you for watching. I wish you all the best, and I hope that you will continue to support Israel. Thank you.
Usually, like when you see a statement like this, like it's, country X's defense forces or whatever, and they post a statement on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, it's not going to be particularly interesting usually. I happened to be at my computer when this popped up, and I was like, oh, it's not going to be that interesting. I probably should just check it out. And I started watching it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like a huge deal. This is a huge deal. So he just told you what they're going to do in no uncertain terms. He said it's going to be, it's going to be a long, difficult, and gruesome military operation. They have 100,000 troops ready to go in southern Israel. They're going to eliminate, take away all of Hamas's military capability to threaten Israelis. And this is Gaza. Gaza's right next to Israel. It's right next door. So if you're going to take away Hamas's ability to threaten Israel militarily, it's right next door to Israel. That's going to be a lot. And also, they're going to ensure that Hamas can no longer rule over Gaza. How does that happen? So this is a huge deal, and he's telling you they're going to do it. And they have no reason to say this if that's not what their intention is. They have every reason, if they're not going to try to do that, they have every reason not to say it. So, he says, and it's not going to start today, it sounds like, because they're still prepping, and he said they're burying their dead, and I think he said they were still making preparations, but it's coming. It's coming. So this is it's a very, and he said the situation has fundamentally changed from 2 days ago. So wow, it's I think it's a really huge deal. It sounds like a really big thing they are planning, and honestly, I'm not particularly surprised given the nature of this attack. I think you would expect a strong response, but this seems like they're basically saying they're going to wipe out Hamas as a military and political major force in Gaza. So I can't tell you how they're going to do these things. Are they going to target Hamas leadership? But couldn't Hamas just get new leaders? Are they going to establish some sort of permanent presence in Gaza? How is Israel going to do this? Because if they just go in there and kill and capture a bunch of people from Hamas and then they leave, well, won't there just be new people who take over as like the new Hamas leaders? So how is Israel planning on doing this? I don't know, but they're planning something big. I'll take some comments from you guys, but a lot of these statements you see, not that important, but this seems to me really important, and not full of carefully chosen language, implying lots of different things or directly saying lots of different things. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Hey, I want to say a couple thank yous, and then I'm going to take some of your comments on the air. I want to read some comments from you. But I think this is really important. A quick thanks to True Trading Group for gifting the memberships. I greatly appreciate that. Thanks also Jeff Margolis and Angry Tacos for your support. Jesse F. Thanks for your support. Grease. Alan Will 2. Thanks for your support. Zane. Just Cause, Callie Voltaire, thanks so much, Callie Voltaire, Franco Caballero, Vinyl Gorilla Records, Carolyn Kramer, Saranya, Jeff Manji, Beth, All That's Random, Jonathan Morrow, Jim Schneeberger, Timothy Dimasi, Lady Steel, and Explorer. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys. You can write to me on Twitter/X @Lookner, but this sounds like a really big thing that's coming. And it's going to be a long-term thing, not a one-day thing. Sinan says the statement implies this is between Israel and Hamas and not necessarily the Palestinians. Yeah, he doesn't even talk about other Palestinian groups. Like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, from what I understand, took part in this. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is a group Palestinian anti-Israel group in Gaza. They said that they took over 30 hostages. He didn't even mention them by name. They're really focusing on the group Hamas. So I think that's a good point. Let's see here. One Way says that speech was breast snatching. It's a lot. It's a lot. I was surprised to hear all this. SL says, all of this is like some crazy movie. What will the end look like? Very scary stuff. SKA says ground invasion. Oh, I don't know how. I don't know how what he just said their goal their job is going to be accomplished without a ground invasion. Some of our viewers have asked about nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons. Guys, Israel is not going to use any kind of nuclear weapon, I would think, unless they thought their existence was threatened. While I am not an expert on this, I am confident in saying that right now there is no nuclear weapons use on the table. Nuclear, who are they going to fire it at? Gaza, which is right next to them? It doesn't make any sense. No, so you know, that's not, I think, anything we have to be concerned about at this point. I'm not an expert on nuclear weapons, but I'm pretty darn confident in saying that. That doesn't make any sense. Now, look, something to keep in mind. If Israel tries to, he just said it in the statement. If they move to dismantle Hamas, again, he said the two jobs they have is to take away any Hamas military capacity to threaten Israelis. What are they going to do? Hamas has lots of soldiers with guns who can come across the border. They have rocket launchers, they have rockets, they have RPGs. So how are you going to do that? And then also to ensure that Hamas can't rule over Gaza? How does that happen? So if they do something which, again, I don't know exactly what that would involve, but, that's something that Iran, who supports Hamas and opposes Israel, Iran might hear that and say, no, we don't like the idea of Hamas not running Gaza. So there's this discussion as to whether Hezbollah, which is a powerful armed group, which is in Lebanon, which is backed by Iran. I think some call it like a Iranian proxy group. But would Hezbollah start attacking Israel from the north? Could they get involved as like a proxy for Iran? And that would be a huge deal. Lebanon is up here in the north. Gaza's down here. So something I think about when I hear that statement from the Israeli Defense Forces is, if this operation is as big a thing as they're making it, doesn't that make it more likely that this could escalate and some other party like Iran/Hezbollah could jump in on the side of Hamas? Especially if the existence of Hamas is threatened. They said they're going to do it, Israel. We'll have to see. Let's see here. NoFX Live says, Iran, you say, where are they in all this? I think we know. Yeah, I'm going to show you a couple reports next that have come out today that say Iran did have a major role in this attack. Okay, so I'm going to show you, there's some new reporting today on that. So we'll talk about that next. Gaza has 2 million people in it, by the way. I would think a lot of people in Gaza would hear the Israeli statement saying, we're going to make it so that Hamas can't rule Gaza. And I think a natural reaction for people who live in Gaza is, why are you going to make it so that, why are you deciding who can rule Gaza? Right? If you're in Gaza, you probably don't like hearing the Israeli military saying, we're going to make it so that Hamas can no longer rule over Gaza. You'd be like, who are you to decide who we have rule over us? So it's a pretty bold statement. And that, look, I hadn't heard that before today. Before 2 hours ago. I hadn't heard that was the goal. It's the first I've heard of it. Amanda says, I think Israel is going to recover the Gaza Strip. That's the only way. I mean, of course, that just sounds crazy, right? Because 2 million people live there. And you could imagine what the opposition would be to that in various parts of the world. But they're going to have to do something big if they're going to make it so that Hamas can't rule over Gaza. All right, I want to let me thank our mods too, because our mods are awesome. Also, I owe a thank you to BBW Goddess Renee, W Decker, Awakening Wonderland, Jamie Has a Smile, Sunny's Wheelhouse, Red Squirrel 82, Jim Schneeberger, Jeff Margolis. Jeff says, I don't know how, after hearing the statement by the IDF and reading a damning article by Wall Street Journal tying Iran to planning that Iran and Israel are going to war. Well, remember, as Iran backs Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is a very powerful militant group in Lebanon, which is on the Israeli border. All right. I want to get into the Iran stuff. Let me say a quick thanks to our moderators. Also, I got to check for new updates too. As Matt points out, Iran supports Hamas. Hamas is not seen as closely tied to Iran as Hezbollah is. So we have our moderators here. The reason that we can have chat rooms is because we have moderators and they're amazing. So I want to say a huge thanks to them. They're the ones who are keeping it respectful and under control there in the chat. Over there on YouTube, we have Cynthia Moon. We have BZ. We have Emily is there. Thank you, Emily. Lexa Fulmer is moderating. Thank you, Lexa. Patty Wack. Thanks so much to you. I want to thank our Facebook and our Twitch mods as well. Give me just one moment here. And again, I want to keep checking for more updates. Hang on one sec here. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating right now Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Daily Disclosure, David Green, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, McBridges, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, Sarah, and Sully. Huge thanks for modding over there. And also on Facebook, we have modding right now. Or Sarah and Sully. Sorry, you're going to hear two of me for a second. Okay, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Valerie Gale Griffin, Bud Green. Big thanks to our mods. And a quick shout out to Mediocritish for your support on Twitch, Skipfu, Misa Toyrol, Ghetto Force, Softball, Paul, Crowman. Thanks for your support over there on Twitch. Give me a moment to just check for updates, and I'm sorry, I'm going to check some more of your messages. We do need to get into this whole reporting about Iran being involved in this attack. It is 4:13 a.m. Gaza time and Israel time, 4:13 a.m. I'm keeping an eye. I know a bunch of you are watching this, like Reuters on YouTube is showing a shot of the Gaza skyline. A lot of times when there's some big explosion there, like an Israeli airstrike, people will talk about it in the chat. I will keep my eye on it. You can let me know if you see anything during the broadcast. This is a comment. This is from about 45 minutes ago. This is from Khan News. Khan News reports about 45 minutes ago, the Israeli Air Force is attacking extensively in the Gaza Strip. Israeli Defense Forces say we are continuing to seriously damage the capabilities of Hamas. According to the announcement, the IDF attacked a building where operatives of the terrorist organization Hamas were staying. Several operational headquarters of the terrorist organization and operational and intelligence assets were destroyed. So look, one thing to keep in mind is if Israel is really going to make a ground incursion into Gaza, which it certainly sounds like they are, Israel is going to want to take all actions they can in advance to make the incursion easier. So, for example, now I don't know, what this would involve, but if they think there are any assets that that Hamas has in Gaza that's going to be used against invading Israeli forces, they're going to want to take out those assets in advance. Now, I don't know how easy it is. Gaza does not have like advanced surface to air defense capability. Also, Gaza is a very densely settled area. So I don't know to what degree. It's not like Gaza has lots of surface-to-air missile systems just sitting out there in the open, right? If they did, Israel would target it before invading, but that's not something they have. So I don't know to what degree they can do prep of the battlefield before they go in there. It's not, again, it's a very densely populated area, Gaza. 2 million people, over 2 million people in a roughly 25 by 7 mile area. So I don't know to what degree they can prep the battlefield, but they're going to want to prep in any way they can. Something to keep in mind. Let's see here. At the moment, I'm not seeing huge new updates from Israel. Let me just check a couple things. Something else I want to show you here. N12 News Israel says, report of the Israeli Defense Forces' first targeted counterattack since the beginning of the war. The commander of the resistance committees in the Rafah area, that would be southern Gaza, has been eliminated. So basically, a Palestinian commander in Gaza has reportedly been eliminated in a targeted Israeli attack. I don't know the details on that, but that is from N12 News Israel. Okay. All right, so I'll keep an eye on more updates here. We should get into the Iran stuff, though. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick check because I don't want to miss updates. So give me one moment. Here's I want to show you this. This is from Tyler Rogaway. He is a military expert who oversees the site, the war zone, I believe. He says, remember now Hezbollah. Remember, so we're talking about the Gaza Strip. Hamas rules the Gaza Strip. Up here in Lebanon, there's this very powerful militant group, Hezbollah, which has been heavily armed by Iran. And so when he talks about Hezbollah, he's talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon. So let's see what he says. He says, remember, Hezbollah, I know I'm pronouncing it different ways. I'm going to go with Hezbollah for now. Hezbollah is sitting on a stock of anti-ship missiles. They scored a hit on a Sa'ar class 5-class corvette off Lebanon 17 years ago. Their capabilities have evolved significantly since then thanks to Iran. They also have many types of loitering munitions that have been used against ships. The U.S. Navy will not be operating in an uncontested environment if Hezbollah joins the conflict. A carrier strike group is the most defended piece of territory on the planet, but non-state actors with these weapons have been proven to be a threat. See the Houthis and activities around the southern end of the Red Sea. What he's referring to is that I believe a carrier strike group has been sent to the region from the U.S. Right here. U.S. moves carrier strike group to Eastern Mediterranean from U.S. Central Command. The U.S. has begun moving USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group to the Eastern Mediterranean. So what he's saying, Tyler Rogaway, is if Hezbollah gets involved in this conflict, maybe U.S. ships could be a targeted. Wikipedia pronounces it Hezbollah. That's the Wikipedia pronouncement of Hezbollah. I've heard it Hezbollah, I've heard it Hezbollah. The Wikipedia pronunciation is Hezbollah. He also says, even targeting of U.S. Navy vessels may not be intended if they look to disrupt naval activities in the Eastern Mediterranean. Anti-ship missiles in many cases do not work on assured targeting, especially the stuff they have. I'm a little confused by that. Rest assured, our crypto and air defense focused sailors are brushing up on the latest threat intel on what they have at this time. So the general point he's making is that there will be U.S. ships in the area. And who knows, if Iranian-backed Hezbollah gets involved in this conflict, maybe those U.S. ships could become a target. Actually, let me make sure on the accent on Wikipedia, pronunciation. I've heard it both ways. I want to, because I'm going to be saying it, so I want to just kind of see if there's like one. Oh, I guess, so I'm seeing Hezbollah. I'll go Hezbollah. I'm seeing more of Hezbollah pronunciations. We're going to do that. Anyways, I'll go with that, Hezbollah, and then if you have a complaint about it, you can message me about it. But we'll keep it out of the chat. Sometimes these things come up during the streams, and I'm like, oh, I'm not even sure how everybody pronounces that. We'll go with Hezbollah. All right, enough of that, enough of pronunciation talk. Let's talk about this, something more important than that. Regarding Wikipedia, I might have the accent wrong on the Wikipedia. So don't hold me to that Wikipedia says pronounce it that way, because I might have misread their pronunciation key, but I don't want to worry about it right now. All right, so we have this. Let's talk about this. Look at the headline on Wall Street Journal right now. Iran helped plot attack on Israel over several weeks. Big headline, Wall Street Journal. I think NBC News is reporting this as well. This is a big deal. So let's talk about this. A quick thank you to Notch2821, Reese Serrana, John Sprott, Linda Cosma, Jeff Manji, Atanol. Thank you. Starscream, Pink, Jamie has a smile. Iran helped plot attack on Israel over several weeks. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps gave the final go-ahead last Monday in Beirut. Wow, what a report from Wall Street Journal. Now, before getting into this, very interesting article. Before getting into this, I just want to emphasize, we've been talking about this for a couple days. I have seen numerous experts. I've read you quotes from numerous experts who said, when you look at the complexity of this attack, they had to have help. I think Iran helped them. I've seen a number of experts say something like that. A number of them. So this is not surprising to me. But it's interesting to see it being reported this openly. Let me see if I can get to the NBC one, because I saw there was an NBC report about it. I thought it was NBC. I thought they posted about it. Let me just see here before I get into the Wall Street Journal one. Here, look. NBC News. Iran likely played a significant role in planning the multi-pronged assault by Hamas, former U.S. intelligence and military officers say. All right, that's a different report, but I want to mention that as well. Let's talk about this. Iran helped plot attack on Israel over several weeks. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps gave the final go-ahead last Monday in Beirut. So this is from Wall Street Journal. Iranian security officials helped plan Hamas's Saturday surprise attack on Israel and gave the green light for the assault at a meeting in Beirut last Monday, according to senior members of Hamas and Hezbollah, another Iran-backed militant group. So the Wall Street Journal talked to senior members of Hamas and Hezbollah, and this is what they were told. Officers of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had worked with Hamas since August to devise the air, land, and sea incursions, the most significant breach of Israel's borders since the 1973 Yom Kippur War, these people said. Details of the operation were refined during several meetings in Beirut attended by IRGC officers and representatives of 4 Iran-backed militant groups, including Hamas, which holds power in Gaza, and Hezbollah, a Shiite militant group and political faction in Lebanon, they said. U.S. officials tell the Wall Street Journal they haven't seen evidence of Tehran's involvement. In an interview, I don't know if they told the Wall Street Journal this. Anthony Blinken said, it sounds like they told the Wall Street Journal that. In an interview with CNN yesterday, or that aired today, Secretary of State Blinken said, we have not yet seen evidence that Iran directed or was behind this particular attack, but there is certainly a long relationship. We don't have any information, and another official told Wall Street Journal, we don't have any information at this time to corroborate this account. So there's that. A European official and an advisor to the Syrian government, however, gave the same account of Iran's involvement in the lead up to the attack as the senior Hamas and Hezbollah members did. Asked about the meetings, Mahmoud Mirdawi, a senior Hamas official, said the group planned the attack on its own. This is a Palestinian Hamas decision, he said. A spokesman for Iran's mission to the United Nations said the Islamic Republic stood in support of Gaza's actions but didn't direct them. This Iranian spokesperson said, the decisions made by the Palestinian resistance are fiercely autonomous and unwaveringly aligned with the legitimate interests of the Palestinian people. We are not involved in Palestine's response as it is taken solely by Palestine itself. Now, so look, we don't have the U.S. government coming out yet and saying Iran was directly involved. To me, given the number of experts I have seen who say again and again, look, when you look at this complexity of this thing, this seems way beyond the capability of just Hamas. They had to have help. We think Iran helped them. I mean, honestly, to me, Iran helping them with this seems like the most likely story, given what happened. So I'm not surprised to see this reporting. But just to be clear, the U.S. government hasn't come out yet and said, oh, we think Iran was involved. Okay. Let me keep going here. Then we'll take some comments from you guys. A direct Iranian role would take Tehran's long-running conflict with Israel out of the shadows, raising the risk of broader conflict in the Middle East. Senior Israeli security officials have pledged to strike at Iran's leadership if Tehran is found responsible for killing Israelis. The IRGC's broader plan, says the Wall Street Journal, is to create a multi-front threat that can strangle Israel from all sides. Hezbollah and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine in the north, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas in Gaza and the West Bank, according to the senior Hamas and Hezbollah members and an Iranian official who Wall Street Journal talked to. Okay, let's just skip down here. Israel has blamed Iran, saying it is behind the attacks, if indirectly. Israel's ambassador to the United States said today, "We know there were meetings in Syria and in Lebanon with other leaders of the terror armies that surround Israel, so obviously it's easy to understand they tried to coordinate. The proxies of Iran in our region, they tried to be coordinated as much as possible with Iran." Hamas has publicly acknowledged receiving support from Iran. Iran has been setting aside other regional conflicts, such as its open feud with Saudi Arabia and Yemen, to devote the IRGC's foreign resources toward coordinating, financing, and arming militias antagonistic to Israel, including Hamas and Hezbollah. The senior Hamas and Hezbollah members said. Okay. Now this is interesting here. Look at this quote here, or this claim from the senior Hamas and Hezbollah members, who Wall Street Journal talked to. The strike was intended to hit Israel while Israel appeared distracted by internal political divisions over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government. It was also aimed at disrupting accelerating U.S. brokered talks to normalize relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel that Iran saw threatening. I've heard a number of experts say that Iran would not want Israel to have closer relations with Saudi Arabia. Building on peace deals with Egypt and Jordan, expanding Israeli ties with Gulf Arab states could create a chain of American allies linking three key choke points of global trade: the Suez Canal, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Bab al-Mandeb, connecting the Red Sea to the Arabian Sea, said Hussein Ibish, senior resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington. "That's very bad news for Iran," Ibish said. "If they could do this, the strategic map changes dramatically to Iran's detriment." So again, the basic idea would be that Iran, a big reason Iran would want this attack to happen is to prevent agreements between Arab states and Israel. Agreements which Iran would think would make things worse for Iran. Okay, let me keep going over here. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Iran has long backed Hamas in Gaza, but since Hamas is a Sunni Muslim group and Iran is run by Shia Muslims, it had been an outsider among Tehran's Shia proxies until recent months, when cooperation among the groups accelerated, reports the Wall Street Journal. Okay? Here, look at this. Here's another expert who says, no way Hamas could have done this by themselves. Lena Khatib, director of SOAS Middle East Institute at the University of London, said, "An attack of such scope could only have happened after months of planning and would not have happened without coordination with Iran," she said. "Hamas, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, does not single-handedly make decisions to engage in war without prior explicit agreement from Iran." Okay. By the way, an Iranian official told the Wall Street Journal that if Iran were attacked, it would respond with missile strikes on Israel from Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran, and send Iranian fighters into Israel from Syria to attack cities in the north and east of Israel. Iran's backing of a coordinated group of Arab militias is ominous for Israel. In previous conflicts, the Soviet Union was the ultimate patron of Israel's Arab enemies and was always able to pressure them to reach some type of accommodation or recognize a red line, said Bernard Hudson, a former counterterrorism chief for the CIA. "The Soviets never considered Israel a permanent foe," he said. "Iran's leadership clearly does." Okay, so if you want to read this article, go to the Wall Street Journal. You can read the rest of it. Again, the Wall Street Journal says they talked to senior members of Hamas and Hezbollah, and they were told that Iran helped plot the attack on Israel and gave the final go-ahead for it. And honestly, I think that makes sense that happened, given what I'm hearing experts say. A lot of experts saying, no way Hamas could have done this by themselves. Again, just to point out, the U.S. government has not confirmed this yet. We'll see what U.S. government has to say about this. But just letting you know that report is out there. And I'm going to take some more of your comments in a second, but I want to go to that NBC News report. Let me show you that real quick. If I can find it here. Where is it? They posted about it. Now I'm going to try to find it. I can't find the actual article. Here, Iran appears to have played a role in planning the attack, former officials say. NBC News. The unprecedented scale and the guerrilla tactics Hamas used in its attack indicate Iran most likely played a significant role in planning the multi-pronged assault, former U.S. intelligence and military officers say. From the use of fast boats to hostage-taking to swarming its adversary, the Hamas operation displayed an approach often used by Iran and its proxies against opponents with superior conventional forces, 3 former senior intelligence officials and a former senior military officer say. The sophistication and the complexity of the attack seems beyond what Hamas could do on its own, said a former U.S. intelligence official. A Hamas spokesperson told BBC that Hamas had direct operation backing for the operation from Iran. Others helped as well, Hamas said, without identifying them. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I'll have to look at that. The Wall Street Journal reported today that Iranian security officials helped Hamas plan the attack and approved it at a meeting in Beirut last Monday. The Journal reported that officers in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had worked with Hamas since August to devise a sophisticated air, land, and sea assault. 2 U.S. officials told NBC News they do not have information to corroborate the Journal account. A senior Israeli diplomatic source says they aren't concerned about a direct war with Iran. The source said Iran's strategy is that of proxy war, having somebody else carry out the war for them, and to deny a direct connection to Hamas's efforts. They work through proxies, through representative groups, other groups, and that's why they are the number 1 state sponsor of terror. So for now, we are not concerned about a direct conflict with Iran. That's what an Israeli official said. Okay, so again, just showed you a couple reports. A lot of people are talking about this one from Wall Street Journal. Iran held plot attack on Israel over several weeks. Let me know your thoughts on this. But obviously, a big deal if Iran did have a huge role in this attack. Oh, one of our viewers said there were some fighter jets and explosions in Reuters Gaza Strip. Yeah, I guess I missed that. That has been periodically going on. Our viewer, Leslie Profiter, thinks this was deeper than Hamas and Hezbollah. Tom VTV thinks Hamas wants to draw Iran into the conflict. Take these claims with a grain of salt. There is a good question as to why would Hamas and Hezbollah officials go to the Wall Street Journal and say Iran was helping us with this. Well, I mean, I can think of different reasons. One of our viewers thinks they'd want to draw Iran into the conflict. Another thing might be, though, maybe this is a way for them to try to deter Israel. Maybe this is a way for Hamas to say, look, if we got Iran behind us, so if you attack us, it's going to bring Hezbollah into the conflict, and maybe Iran. I don't know. It is a good question why these, what's in it for Hamas and Hezbollah? The Reuters stream is on YouTube. Look up Reuters Live News on YouTube. Amy Cluck says, I'm as concerned as I was immediately after the 9/11 attacks. Draco, our viewer, says Iran is pulling a Russia in early Ukraine fights when it was mercenaries fighting, in quotes. But I want to emphasize, guys, something to keep in mind here. This attack, it's not like, oh, they launched a bunch of rockets and 5 people died. That would be bad enough. This is an attack in Israel where over 700 people are dead. And Israel's a small country, so a lot of people in Israel are probably going to know somebody who died. Because Israel's 9 million people. So if you just do the math, roughly speaking, if you do the math, this would be if like 24,000 people got killed in the U.S. The point of doing that math is just to tell you what a big deal this will be for the Israeli people. And also, it's so shocking for the Israelis to have these armed fighters come across the border and terrorize Israeli civilians. At least 260 people at this dance party, this outdoor dance party, have been killed. At least 260, a lot of them young people. So it's not just, it's for the people of Israel. It's whatever you think about this. For Israel, you heard the Israeli Defense Forces representative say this is the worst day in Israel's history. If you live in the U.S. and you remember what it was like with 9/11 and what it felt like for people in this country, I can't make exact comparisons, but I'm sure there's something very similar going on in Israel. So this attack is the most enormous deal in Israel, and they're going to want to take action to prevent it from happening again. And in case you missed the start of the stream, I showed you the Israeli Defense Forces statement from tonight, where they said they were going to conduct a war, and that the war was going to eliminate any military capacity Hamas has to threaten Israelis. And they said they're going to ensure that Hamas can no longer keep ruling in Gaza. That's huge. How are they going to do that? How are they going to take away all of Hamas's military capacity to threaten Israelis when Israel is right next to Gaza? And how are they going to ensure that Hamas can never rule over Gaza? So it sounds like an enormous thing is going to happen, an enormously ambitious operation from Israel is coming, and the spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces said it's going to be long, difficult, and gruesome. That's the words he used. We showed that stream, came out like 3 hours ago. We showed that statement, came out like 3 hours ago. You can go to you can rewind, you can go to my Twitter, @Lookner, my Twitter X, to see the statement. But it couldn't be a bigger deal for Israel that this happened. So I just can't imagine there's going to be some small Israeli response. Also, there's the whole political aspect. The government's going to want to take. The government's going to feel pressure to make some. You have to take some really huge action. I see some people talking about Israel like wiping out Gaza or whatever. That's not going to happen, guys. Look, if Israel, it doesn't even really make sense, but like, look, Gaza has 2 million people there. And most people in Gaza will not have participated in this attack. So if you have hostilities where Israel is, look, this is going to be difficult for Israel in carrying this out. If surely in a ground invasion into Gaza with this ambitious of goals for Israel, there's going to be collateral damage. There's going to be innocent people who get killed. That is going to, result in anger around the world, especially in countries that might be pre-sympathetic towards Gaza, Arab countries. Will Hezbollah jump in from Lebanon? So, but it doesn't do Israel any good. If Israel is undertaking this war to protect themselves, it doesn't do them any good to undertake a war that makes them less safe than they were before. So if they conduct a war which turns a bunch of the world much more against them, including countries that are in a position to attack Israel, that doesn't really make any sense for them. So what they're doing for their defense. So you have to keep that in mind. Now, can they pull off that balance? Can they achieve the goals they've stated for Gaza without making themselves less safe with respect to other countries? I don't know. And also less safe with respect to Gaza. Gaza's still going to be next to them with millions of people there. So if they conduct a war that just incites enormous anger in Gaza beyond how much people there don't like Israel already, that's not great for their long-term security either. So, we'll see what they do. All right. Quick thanks to Sasha Stone and Duke. Duke 1962. S. Nappy. S says, do we know if it was a human or signals intelligence failure? A massive intelligence failure may mean someone from the inside job. The failure is a huge flag and question mark. Yeah, so we don't know. This is going to be investigated. We don't know. Why did Israel not see this coming? That's a huge question. I heard one expert say that they thought whatever else happened, that I think it was maybe Mark Hertling said this on TV. General Mark Hertling said that I think he might have said that one of the things that must have happened is that there must have been help from inside, is that somebody inside Israel must have helped. I don't know if that, who that would have been, but there was a lot of advanced knowledge that had to go into this attack. But, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know that there's an answer right now. I'm guessing that that's something that's going to be the subject of a long investigation, from what I understand, as to how did the forces from Gaza, how were they able to pull this off without being detected or stopped when it actually came time to do it? It's a good question. So that I don't have an insight on for you. If you remember 9/11 here, right? When 9/11 happened, there was a whole big long-term commission that studied it and said, how did this happen? And wrote a big long report and made recommendations. I think the Department of Homeland Security was created in the aftermath of 9/11, if I remember right. So, this is going to have to be something that gets investigated, and I'm sure Israel's going to want to have an answer as to why this happened. Thanks to our new member Chris Vild, Rhea Sarana, thank you. And hang on a moment here. Thanks so much to Amy Cluck for the Facebook stars. Thanks also to Duke1962 for your support. And thanks to Game Kid for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks Desi and Haas McKayfabe for your support. Thanks Gonzalez and for your support on Twitch. And thanks to General Mart OK for subscribing. Thanks Tootsie Poo and Maringo Bra and Total Blank Show and Mediocritish and Flaps 15 and Idaho Star and Skip Fu and Misa Toy Rule for your support over there on Twitch. It is 4:50. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. It's 4:50 a.m., guys. In Israel and Gaza. Hang on one moment. Guys, breaking news update. Breaking news update. I just saw this. CNN's Alex Marquardt reports 4 American citizens were killed in the attacks in Israel, and the toll is expected to rise. That is what, according to the State Department, what Department of State DoD officials have told House leaders in tonight's briefing. A person familiar with the call tells me. No, I have not heard the number 4. I had heard the number 3 earlier. This is the first I've heard of the number 4. That is the first I've heard of the number 4. CNN itself, where he works, had been reporting at least 3 Americans killed all day. All right, let me just check for more updates here. AFP says oil prices soar on Middle East tensions after Hamas attack on Israel. What are the oil prices? I haven't even checked. Okay, oilprice.com says WTI crude is up 4.5%. Brent crude is up 4.5%. Where is the chart? Why can't I see that? The chart is all the way down at the bottom. WTI crude, let me take myself off. WTI crude up 4.5%. Oh, so I guess yes. So maybe the market was closed until recently. It looks like maybe the market is closed over the weekend or something, because there's a straight line from Friday, October 6th to Sunday, October 8th. Or maybe it's like, maybe it's Monday because wherever the trading is based at. I don't know. But all I can tell you is on this graph, it's a straight line, which means I'm thinking maybe, it's clearly being traded now because there you can see here. But So I don't know what the deal with the trading was, but as of a couple days ago, before the attack, it was 82.79. Now it's 86.54. You know, some people are like Sean C. Sean C. says $10 gas, here we come. You know, there were articles a few days ago I remember reading. Saying, oh, gas is going to go down in the U.S. It'll be $3.25 by Halloween. Look at these articles here. Gas prices could fall in the U.S. to $3.25 by Halloween. 2 days ago. That's before the attack. See that? I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. Leica says futures trading starts Sunday evening. Yeah, I don't know exactly how this all works. Again, if you look at the this is futures and indexes. Anyways, whatever index this is, maybe this is a futures contract or something, but you can see it was not trading for 2 days, it looks like. So my guess is it started trading again. Actually, I'm sure I can show you right now. CNBC, oil prices jumped 4% in wake of Hamas attack on Israel. Oil prices popped on Monday as the Israel-Hamas conflict extends into a third day following a surprise attack on Israel. Interesting. This expert says for this conflict to have a lasting and meaningful impact on oil markets, there must be a sustained reduction in oil supply or transport. Otherwise, as history has shown, says this expert, the positive oil price reaction tends to be temporary and easily trumped by other market forces. The conflict, he said, does not directly put any major source of oil supplies in danger, he added. Well, we'll have to see that. Neither side is a major oil player. However, the conflict sits at the doorstep of a key oil-producing and export region for global consumers. That's the important thing. As large as the market's immediate concern. The expert said if Western countries officially link Iranian intelligence to the Hamas attack, Iran's oil supply and exports face imminent downside risks. Oil exports coming out of Iran have been limited since 2018. However, under encouragement from U.S. and secret nuclear talks, Iran saw its oil exports and production grow in 2022 and 2023. There are concerns the conflict could spill into the region. There's also a risk of the conflict escalating regionally. If Iran is sucked into it, there could be some energy supply issues, although we're not at the stage yet, said this expert. Anyways, you get the idea. So, for the moment, nothing has greatly changed in terms of supply for the world, but there's a risk of this thing, escalating and involving more countries. So something to keep in mind. Our viewer 222 Abel Velo says, I think it will only affect oil markets temporarily. Thank you to D. Stamand for your support. Thank you, D. Stamand. And also Jeff Manji. Thanks so much, Jeff, for your support. And also thank you very much to Janice McConnell. Thanks so much, Janice, for your support. Sorry, I'm trying to bring you the latest updates here. Let me just check some different outlets, both Israeli and Arabic news outlets, and see Palestinian news outlets and see what they're reporting. If we have any new updates for you. This is new, guys. This is new. This is from Khan News Israel. So they're saying that there has been an exchange of fire near Sderot, Israel, which is near Gaza. And they're saying, so remember, Israeli Defense Forces said a few hours ago, fighting is still ongoing in Israel. Israel is still tracking down these intruders who came from Gaza and have been terrorizing Israeli civilians. They're still tracking these people down, and there's still fighting going on between Israeli security forces and the intruders. So there was an exchange of fire near Sderot. That's being reported in the last hour. And just a few minutes ago, Khan News says large numbers of Israeli forces are pouring into the area. So looks like some sort of battle between Israeli forces and Palestinian militants in Sderot. And Sderot is here. There's Sderot right here. Sderot has about 30,000 people who live there, I believe. 30,000 people live in Sderot. So it's right near Gaza. So something is going on there. Oh, I just saw an explosion somewhere, I think, on one of the live cams I'm watching. One of our viewers saw it too. Hang on. Yeah, there was a couple of large explosions on one of the live cams I'm watching. Was it on Reuters too? I didn't see it. I was looking at a different camera. Oh yeah, there was, Reuters showed it. Reuters showed one. I just saw it on Reuters. So you go to Reuters. Reuters is showing a live camera. Reuters live news on YouTube. All right, so let me get you some updates. But there's a situation going on in Sderot right now, it sounds like. Let me try to get you some more updates. Hang on, guys. I'm checking a couple different sources here. What is that? You can write to me. Let me know what you're hearing on Twitter/X @Lookner. Oh, guys, look at this right here. Right here. Khan News. An exchange of fire is heard near the boulevard. Great forces are being poured into the area. That's from Khan News. I think that's the same report we heard a few minutes ago. I don't know where the boulevard is, but I'm assuming that's about Sderot. Let me just check a couple other things here. Right here, look at this, guys. This is from an Arabic language news outlet. Right here. Right here. This is Al Kostalps posted. an armed clash between Israeli soldiers and Palestinian fighters in Beirut at these moments. That just got posted by them. That's this Arabic language news outlet. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to get some of your guys' messages too. Tomer says that Khan News was showing live shots of an engagement with terrorists on Khan News. Shots being heard. Let me see what's going on with that. Thanks, Tomer. Hang on a moment here. Okay, so Tomer said, what is that headline on Khan News? I'm looking at the Khan News live stream right now. Let me translate the headline for myself because I can't translate Hebrew myself. It says, oh no, it just says 7 murdered and 2,300 wounded. So I guess maybe, again, one of our viewers said, our viewer Tomer said, live shots of engagement with terrorists on Khan Live, Channel 1. Shots being heard. Oops. So I'll keep an eye on that. Lowell says, are there any good sources of live stream webcams from Gaza? Yeah, Reuters Live News on YouTube has one going on you can watch. Mark Allen says, is Hamas limited to Gaza? Hamas rules, Gaza and the West Bank are both places that are largely populated by Palestinians, who I think are technically refugees. Because they would be people who originally went to these places who weren't living there originally. A lot of those people. Sometimes, decades and decades ago. But they are ruled by different groups. So Hamas is the Palestinian ruling group that rules in Gaza, and they are seen as more anti-Israel and militaristic than the Palestinian Authority, I believe, is the group, the PA, that is the lead Palestinian group in the West Bank, if I have that right. I am not an expert on the region. So, I mean, Gaza, I can show you, a couple people have asked about the history of Gaza. So just to give you a really quick summary, I was just looking at one today. So Gaza was ruled by the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire rule ended in World War I. Then the Gaza area, this is from Encyclopedia Britannica, then the Gaza area became part of the League of Nations mandate of Palestine under British rule. And the General Assembly of the UN in 1947 accepted a plan for the Arab-Jewish partition of Palestine, under which the town of Gaza and an area of surrounding territory were to be allotted to the Arabs. So there was a UN plan in which Gaza and surrounding area was going to be allotted to Arabs. But then what happened is the first Arab-Israeli war began, and Egyptian forces entered the town of Gaza. So Egypt controlled Gaza, and then there was fighting, and eventually the territory that Egypt controlled was the Gaza Strip, around 25 miles by 4 to 5 miles. The Gaza Strip was under Egyptian military rule from 1949 to 1956, and again from 1957 to 1967. From the beginning, Gaza's chief economic and social problem was the presence of large numbers of Palestinian Arab refugees living in extreme poverty in squalid camps. These would be people who lived originally in other parts of the Middle East, but they had been, other parts of Palestine, I guess you could say, or what was originally Palestine, other parts of the area under dispute between Israel and Palestinians. And in the conflict between Israel and Palestinians, as Israel was creating its new state, there were a lot of refugees from that conflict. So a number of them went to Gaza. So from the beginning, Gaza's chief economic and social problem was the presence of large numbers of Palestinian Arab refugees living in extreme poverty in squalid camps. The Egyptian government did not consider the area part of Egypt and did not allow the refugees to become Egyptian citizens or to migrate to Egypt or to other Arab countries where they might be integrated into the population. Okay? Israel did not allow the people in Gaza, the refugees, to return to their former homes or to receive compensation for their loss of property. So again, a lot of these people are people who lived in what is now Israel, from what I understand, or areas surrounding there, and they had lost their land or been forced to leave during the fighting and during the establishment of the new Israeli state. The refugees were largely maintained through the UN, WRA, and then in the Six-Day War of 1967, the Gaza Strip was again taken over by Israel. Israel occupied Gaza Strip from 1967 until for the next quarter century. Okay, and then in 1994, Israel began a phased transfer of the governmental authority in Gaza to the Palestinian Authority under the terms of the Oslo Accords, blah, 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 blah. And so Israel eventually pulled out, withdrew their soldiers from Gaza in September 2005. Israel completed its pullout from Gaza. And control of the Gaza Strip was transferred to the Palestinian Authority, but eventually, in the next few years, people in Gaza, the PA, the Palestinian Authority, namely Fatah, which is Fatah is seen as a less anti-Israel, less militaristic ruling group. They were voted out in Gaza, and Hamas was decisively voted in, and Hamas is very anti-Israel, and they were voted in to rule Gaza in 2006. Hamas's victory prompted sanctions by Israel, the U.S., and the European Union, each of which had placed the organization on its official list of terrorist groups. And then there's basically, roughly speaking, Hamas has been in control of Gaza ever since. There was an attempt to have a shared government. In 2014, Hamas agreed to hand over administration of the Gaza Strip to the PA, but that didn't end up working out, and the Palestinian Authority ceased operating. Anyways, Hamas had reached some kind of agreement with the Palestinian Authority. That fell apart, and Hamas still rules over Gaza. And another big thing that goes on in Gaza is the blockade of the Gaza Strip. In autumn 2007, after Hamas was elected, very anti-Israel, Hamas was elected to rule Gaza. Israel declared the Gaza Strip under Hamas a hostile entity and approved a series of sanctions that included power cuts, heavily restricted imports, and border closures. Okay, so the economy in Gaza is very, very bad. They can't support themselves with an economy right now. They can't. Their natural resources there and their industries there can't support themselves, and they're not allowed to leave and go work outside. At least most people aren't. And there's a lot of economic restrictions on Gaza. I'll show you something really quick about that too. But that's like a very, very brief cursory, I'm not an expert, overview of the last, 100 years in Gaza. But let me show you something else about it really quick. But it's a very bad economy and humanitarian situation there in Gaza. I was just reading something I can show you as a summary. That's not what I wanted to show you. That's not what I wanted to show you. Is this what I wanted to show you right here? Let's see. This is from a U.S. Congressional Research Service report called "The Palestinians' Background in U.S. Relations" from last year. U.S. Congressional Research Service, and you'll see they talk about Gaza, Gaza's challenges, Hamas conflict, and humanitarian concerns. The precarious security situation in Gaza is linked to humanitarian conditions, and because Gaza does not have a self-sufficient economy, external assistance largely drives humanitarian welfare. Gazans face chronic economic difficulties. I believe unemployment there is 50%, and shortages of electricity and safe drinking water. No significant breakthrough has occurred to reconcile civilian infrastructure needs with security considerations. Major progress in reconstruction might require one or more of the following. 1. A political reunification of Gaza with the West Bank. 2. Reduced Israeli and Egyptian restrictions on access and commerce. And or 3. A long-term Hamas-Israel ceasefire. And then I was just trying to show you something about their economy there. Oops. This is from the World Bank blogs. And they talk about the unemployment rate. At the end of 2022, unemployment was 45% in Gaza. Young people in Gaza face extremely high levels of economic exclusion, with a youth unemployment rate in Gaza Strip of nearly 70%. So, I'm not telling you what to think about the conflict. I'm just letting you know it's a fact. The economy is really bad in Gaza. Anyways. So I just, it's a very complex issue. I'm not an expert on the region, but just to give you a little bit of kind of oversight about the whole thing. But again, it's not even a country, it's a territory, it's very densely settled, it's a very bad economy. People are generally not allowed to leave, not allowed to go out to work somewhere. Trade is severely restricted. Since Hamas got elected in Gaza to rule over Gaza in the mid-2000s, there's been an extensive economic blockade by Egypt and Israel on Gaza, which reduces the amount of goods coming in and out. They have big electrical difficulties there. One other thing I'll quickly show you, and then we'll get back to our updates, but I did want to mention this. Some people had asked about this stuff. This is something I saw from the United Nations, Gaza Strip, critical humanitarian. The United Nations says Gaza Strip faces a chronic humanitarian crisis impacting the livelihoods and access to essential services by its 2 million residents. The crisis has been driven by a long-standing Israeli blockade and an internal Palestinian political divide, and worsened by recurrent escalations between Israel and Palestinian armed groups. So they just talk about some indicators of things being bad in Gaza. For example, electricity. Average daily electricity supply in the past year. Usually there's electricity for about half the day in Gaza. That's what it says there. And water, sanitation, and hygiene. Piped water in liters per capita per day. WHO's minimum recommendation 100, they're at 80. So again, it's just things are bad there economy-wise, really bad. The general picture I want to give to you. I mean, whatever you think about the situation. That's not saying anyone's right or wrong. I'm just pointing out what the situation is there. Okay. All right, let's get back to the updates. I'm sorry I'm not more of an expert on the region, but maybe we can talk more about those things later. A quick thanks to Denise Horton and Jamie Has a Smile and Blue Rooster and Duke 1962 for your support. Let me get you some more updates here. Alexander Marquardt reports, so as I mentioned, we talked about it, Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran helped plot attack on Israel over several weeks. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps gave the final go-ahead last Monday in Beirut. That is not something that the American government has said that they agree with yet. Alexander Marquardt reports, he's with CNN, on Iran's responsibility, the Undersecretary of State told House leaders, "We have not found that connection, but that doesn't mean we won't." A person familiar with the call with House leaders said Newland noted Iran has historically provided weapons to Hamas. They're looking for a more specific connection. It is 5:24 a.m. 5:24 a.m. in Israel and Gaza. What are they showing on Con News right now? Hang on a second. An encounter with terrorists in the Sderot area. So Con News Israel is reporting that they're actually showing this on Con News right now. They're showing Israeli forces in Sderot. They've been reporting that there has been a clash ongoing tonight. I guess now, from what I can see, although I'm not listening to them, but they're showing Israeli forces. They have recently reported exchange of gunfire between Israeli forces and they say terrorists in the area of Sderot, which is right near Gaza. And they're showing on. Let me just show you real quick. Give you a screenshot. They've been showing like Israeli forces. That's on Con News, which is an Israeli outlet. K-A-N-N, I think it's spelled. So I'll let you know if I hear anything more about that. And I'll check some different sources. Yeah, about half an hour ago, Con News said exchange of fire near Sderot, Israel. Large amounts of Israeli forces are being poured into the area. Okay, here's an update from N12 News Israel. A report of terrorists at the Gavim intersection near Sderot. Large amount of military forces are making their way to the scene. Residents are asked to shut themselves in their homes and lock doors. That was 20 minutes ago from N12 News Israel. A report of terrorists at the Gavim intersection near Sderot. Large amount of military forces are making their way to the scene. Residents are asked to shut themselves in their homes and lock their doors. Thanks to Moonpig and Wheelie HD for your support on Twitch, for subscribing. Thanks also Sandman and Void Cook and Desi and Game Kid 100 for your support on Twitch. And I know people have been sending me stuff. I'm going to check it in a moment. Al Jazeera is reporting the same thing I just talked about. 5 minutes ago, they say, the Israeli Broadcasting Authority says an armed clash has taken place or is taking place between Israeli soldiers and Palestinian intruders in the town of Sderot in the near the Gaza Strip. So again, I'm just checking some of the messages, things people have sent me. Our viewer Froggy writes in, Froggy Possum says, how are they going to carry out Israel? How is Israel going to carry out such a large mission without killing any of the hostages in Gaza? I'm assuming there are hundreds. So Hamas said today that they have over 100 hostages, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad said they have over 30 hostages. So according to these groups, according to these armed groups, these militant groups in Gaza, they have over 130 hostages. We don't have an exact number yet from Israel's side about that number, but the Israeli Defense Force says it's a large number of hostages. It's a really good question because, presumably those hostages were taken as human shields. So, as I mentioned, we'll show it again a little later, but at the start of the broadcast, we talked about how the Israeli Defense Forces came out tonight and they said that in the upcoming war, they are going to they're going to make it so that Hamas does not have any more military capacity to threaten Israelis. I don't know how they do that. And also, they said they're going to make it so that Hamas is no longer able to rule over Gaza. I don't know how they're going to do that. That seems like a pretty big deal. And they said it's going to be a long, difficult, and gruesome military operation. So what is that going to mean for the Israeli hostages there? I don't know. I think, they have to balance wanting to save the hostages and also wanting to take long-term actions to protect Israel. So I don't know what's going to happen. Old Mordim, our viewer, says nothing good will happen for the next few weeks. Denise Horton says they'll be held for a long time. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Walter Beasley. I appreciate that, Walter. Thanks also to Alex Brandt Zawadsky. Also, our new member, James Acosta. So I'm checking some more of your guys' messages. Yeah, I got a lot of messages here. I've just been going through some of them, so hang on one sec. JC, our viewer, thinks Israel took out the tallest buildings first because previously Hamas used them to target artillery, so that is why they destroyed them first. That I don't know. I don't know why Israel is destroying the buildings. They do traditionally what they will do in Gaza is they'll attack buildings that they say have connection to militant groups. Given that it looks like Israel is going to conduct some sort of ground operation, as I said before, I would think they will do what they can to minimize, to help, take away any kind of resources that the militant groups might use to resist the incursion, but I don't know what that'll involve. Anon Doge says they use them as sniper posts. I don't know. Again, I can't confirm that, but I do think, given that they're planning this big operation, they will do what they need. I can't imagine they wouldn't do what they think they need to do to make things easiest for them in what's sure to be a difficult operation. Times of Israel says Israel evacuates civilians from Gaza area towns as forces scour for remaining gunmen. Yesterday, Israel said that in the next 24 hours, they wanted to get the Israelis who live near Gaza out of the area. I assume before like a ground operation. Not permanently, but for the time being. But it could be a long time. Times of Israel says few gun battles reported Sunday, but IDF spokesman says Hamas terrorists are still in the country, with 13 communities not declared clear. Sderot residents told not to leave homes. Israeli authorities evacuated residents of hard-hit Gaza area towns devastated by Hamas gunmen Sunday as security forces continued to battle pockets of terrorists inside Israel while searching for remaining suspects in over a dozen Israeli communities. Sporadic bursts of gunfire could be heard near Sderot and other towns throughout the day as forces sought to eliminate Hamas gunmen who had breached Israel's border fence some a day earlier, killing at least 700 people and taking another estimated 100 hostages back into Gaza during the unprecedented rampage. In a statement released after 10 p.m., the Israeli Defense Forces said fighting in the south was ongoing while giving few details. Information was murky regarding how many terrorists remained in the country and how many civilians remained under threat. Residents of some 13 communities were ordered to stay in their homes, as the military was yet to declare them free of Hamas gunmen. Although by Sunday evening there were no remaining active standoffs, although it sounds like there might be a standoff going on in or near Sderot. In Sderot, residents were ordered to remain at home after two separate security incidents, including a suspected infiltration. The Israeli Defense Forces say only civilians from towns adjacent to the border with the Gaza Strip are being evacuated for now. Further evacuations will be carried out according to the assessment of the situation, they said. Earlier in the day, the military spokesperson said the Army's main mission for the upcoming 24 hours is to evacuate all residents of Israel living around Gaza. Didn't see this. The Times of Israel also says 4 soldiers lightly to moderately hurt in friendly fire incident in north. 4 Israeli soldiers have been lightly to moderately wounded in northern Israel in a friendly fire incident. Forces near the Lebanon border encountered a vehicle that arrived at high speed and attempted to bypass their checkpoint. The forces opened fire. Wow, it later became clear the car was a military vehicle. 4 soldiers inside were hurt. Not good. That is from Times of Israel. Carlos Williams sent me this. Joe Truzman said Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine Field Commander Raid al-Zaza has been killed by Israeli security forces. There's been reporting of a couple of military leaders, I would say, in Gaza killed by Israeli forces that I've seen in the last day or two. Supreme Commander Papa Bear says this might be the reason for Israel to attack Iran. I would think that Israel would want to avoid direct conflict with Iran if they can. I had read you a quote from an Israeli official, basically like playing down Iran involvement in this. Let's see if I can find that again. But that would certainly make things a lot more complex for Israel. Let's see if I can find that quote. Right here. So NBC News had an article. Iran appears to have played a role in planning the attack, former officials say. Down at the bottom it says, a senior Israeli diplomatic source said they aren't concerned about a direct war with Iran. Iran's strategy is that of proxy war and to deny a direct connection to Hamas's efforts. Proxy is when you use somebody else to do something, the source said. They work through proxies, and that's why they are the #1 state sponsor of terrorists, so for now we are not concerned about a direct conflict with Iran. I don't see Israel, when the Israeli Defense Force statement tonight was all about taking action against Hamas. It did not mention Iran. So that seems to be the Israeli focus right now. By the way, Rita mentioned that Mark Hertling has been posting some stuff on this. General Mark Hertling, who's a former U.S. general. One thing that was interesting I saw him post here is somebody said to him, where were the border controls? What happened to security at the fence line? Where was the reconnaissance? Where was the backup? He said, that's for an investigation to figure out. I learned as a commander to allow folks to collect facts before coming to conclusions, even if you already have a bias as to what you believe. Just checking for updates here. It's 5:43 a.m. 5:43 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. Oh, we should talk about that the dance party that was attacked. Bookham says Mossad looking really bad right now. At least 260 bodies found after attack on Israeli music festival, rescuers say. So right now, the death toll in Israel is, they say more than 700 died. But 700 is kind of the number we have. At least 260 of those apparently are people who were killed at this music festival. $260 people killed. At least 260, this is from Sky News, at least 260 bodies have been removed from the site of a music festival in Israel that was attacked by Hamas during its incursion, rescuers have said. Those killed at the Supernova Festival near Reim in the south of the country are among the hundreds killed so far. Social media footage shows people dancing late into Friday before the attack in the early hours of Saturday. People are then seen running through an open field with gunshots firing in the background in a separate clip. Another video shows this woman, I'm sure a bunch of you have seen this, being forced onto a motorbike as she pleads with the two men taking her, "Please don't kill me." She is also seen in separate footage at an unknown location sitting down and drinking water. Yeah, there is actually, I saw first some account. There's some detailed accounts of this which are just horrific. Let me show you something about that I saw. This is from Tablet. It says, Tablet Mag, eyewitness account of the rave massacre. Scenes of young women raped. I'm sorry to use that term, but it is, I've heard reports of this, and you're seeing a report here. Scenes of young women raped next to the dead bodies of their friends. So it's pretty, it's no photos in here, but there's some graphic details like that. The article says, I've spent the last 12 hours speaking to Israelis who were at the Supernova Music Festival. At least one broke down mid-conversation and wasn't able to continue his recollection. This was written by Leo Leibovitz. The attack began around 7 a.m. The party was at its peak by then, which meant that most people were drunk by then. At first, partygoers heard a loud explosion, which they took to be another sporadic rocket attack on southern Israel. But then the explosions grew louder and constant and kept going for about 5 minutes. The music stopped, and the police protecting the 4,000 or 5,000 ravers, this was a big event, began pushing everyone to leave. By then, the terrorists were approaching in pickup trucks bearing Hamas military markings. Shooting began. Many were executed on the spot. 260 bodies have been found so far. Many of the young men and women started running in the flat expanse of the western Negev desert. Faced with the spectacle of kids fleeing for their lives on a largely flat surface, the terrorists began rounding up the rest of their victims. Others were captured, bound, and kidnapped. One witness said, one survivor recalled, women have been raped at the area of the rave next to their friends' bodies, dead bodies. Several of these rape victims appear to have been later executed. Others were taken to Gaza. In photographs released online, you can see several paraded through the city streets, blood gushing from between their legs. And again, I'm sorry about the detail, but this is a news report about what happened. One survivor who'd returned to the scene later in the day to look for his friends spoke in a breaking voice of what he'd seen. Of the bodies, mainly of young women lying cold and mutilated, of scantily clad corpses, many of whom appeared to have been shot at point blank, of cars perforated by bullets and blown up by grenades. Okay, so if you want to read the rest of that, you can go to tabletmag.com. It's really horrific. Really, really horrific. You know, David Stryker says multiple horrific videos. I had read that some videos were released, but I have not seen all the ones that came out today. BNO News posted one which is not graphic, but it shows you like an overhead shot of like the cars that were the scene. So you can see BNO News, originally posted by News Now 24, new video aftermath of the Supernova Music Festival in Israel where Hamas gunmen killed at least 260 people. And I have watched this, and there's nothing graphic in it, right? So I can show it. But it just, there's supposedly more graphic video that came out today, although I haven't seen it. So what you can see here is, look at all the cars. It looks like there's all these cars that are just on the side of the road and like shot through or destroyed. Maybe those people were trying to leave. there looks like maybe people were just killed as they were trying to leave in their cars. But it's really bad. So if that alone had happened, that alone would have been such an enormous attack. That alone. But that's just one aspect of this. But look, I mean, I read you some of that article, but I don't think what's in that article should be particularly surprising. I mean, we know, it's been confirmed that at least 260 people were killed there. So, you can imagine the scene just knowing that. Ben says it looks like the highway of death. Yeah, I mean, we saw a video from here yesterday of somebody driving down the street and all the cars on either side. And that was before I knew it was from this scene. And I was like, what is going on? Where is this place? Well, it turned out to be there. One of our viewers mentioned they saw some explosions on the Gaza live stream, or one of the Gaza live streams. I did not see it. "5:52 a.m. Israel Gaza time." There have been airstrikes going on all night in Gaza. Our viewer Tomer said on Channel 1 Khan there was a lot of gunfire being heard about 20 minutes ago. They were reporting on this firefight, I guess, in Sderot, Israel. Hang on a moment. They're not showing it right now. Captain Conan Coates says, when does the Israeli operation begin? That we don't know. I can't tell you that. They say there's going to be one, but I can't tell you when it's going to start. They said that they've spent the last day. Israel has said yesterday they want to take 24 hours and get everybody in Israel who lives around Gaza Strip to evacuate. So my guess is that that's got to happen first, and also they have to probably focus for now on making sure that none of the intruders are still in the country. So they're going to have to do those two things before they start, I would presume. I'm not going to show this picture, but I do want to. I'm going to read you something from Michael Horowitz. He posted. I just retweeted it. Michael Horowitz is a security analyst, and he posted. There's a picture floating around of dead bodies and body bags from the music festival. And Michael says, I am not going to post them, but I have been shared in a group of first responders who are at the music festival that was targeted by Hamas and are finding awful videos of Hamas members executing wounded civilians. The scope of this attack, which is said as of now to have killed more than, well, it's actually 260 now, is difficult to understand. So as I mentioned, the picture he posted is just of the body bags, but again, I have heard from a couple places that there are very graphic videos floating around that have come out from that dance party massacre. Again, I have not seen them, but this is another report I've seen that these things are coming out. This is Michael, by the way, here, Michael Horowitz, who I follow. I'm sure they'll get passed around more and more. It always happens. Sorry. A couple of viewers sent me this, Billy Joe Drage and some other viewers. They mentioned that China's Hainan Airlines has canceled flights between Shanghai and Tel Aviv due to the ongoing high tensions in Israel. Yeah, I'm not surprised that certain airlines would be canceling flights given the hostilities there. I'm not up on who's canceling what and who's not. But I'm just passing that along. That's from Global Times. We're bringing you live updates here. Chris Scheit says power went out and back on Reuters stream. Hey, let me say a quick thank you to our moderators again, because they're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We could not have chat rooms without our moderators. So let me say a thank you to them. We have moderating right now BZ, really appreciate them. They've been here doing all of our coverage. BZ is moderating. Lexa Fulmer is moderating. They are over there on YouTube. Misty is moderating. Also our Facebook mods, Christina Neal, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks, by the way, Lynette Quoha for the Facebook stars. Valerie Gail Griffin is moderating. I know Bud Green was over there moderating. Thank you. Also, we have over there on Twitch moderating, we have Bash and Girl, David Green, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Sarah. Thanks also Consistent Mike and for your support on Twitch, and also My Merrier Raider 18 and Dark Umbre for subscribing on Twitch. And thank you to Jeff Manji and Juho Kiander and Flezik and Pink for your support. And also real quick, Bev Coffin, thanks for your support, Bev, as well. As the sun comes up, planning on continuing our coverage. It's 6:01 a.m. I don't see it getting light yet. Oh, what is this here? Hold on. I don't see it getting light yet on the Reuters stream. I assume it will soon. Thanks also to Chris F., who says, what happened at the concert was a crime against humanity, sickening. I agree. Thanks, Chris. And David Ferriello. Thank you to David Ferriello. I appreciate it, David. Oh, update. We have a news update for you. Breaking news update. From Con News. Con News. At this time, there is an encounter with 3 terrorists at the Gavim intersection near Sderot. In addition, other events are currently underway in Kfar, Gaza, Benir, and Alumim. Earlier, there was an encounter with a terrorist squad in Kibbutz Bari, and most of the squad was eliminated. So that is an update from Con News. Right there, from a few minutes ago. That's from Con News. 3 terrorists encounter at the Gavim intersection near Sderot, Israel. That's near Gaza. Other events are currently underway in these other areas, which I think are all near Gaza. Kind of want to post that. Give me one moment here. I want to post that update. Oh. What is this? I just saw something else. Okay, so Con News posted, it's K-A-N-N. Yes. Let me just post that update from Con News. I just saw an unconfirmed report about the number of Americans missing. I don't know where that's coming from. NBC is reporting this? Is that what's happening? Someone says? I think NBC might have reported that 7 Americans were missing. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on a second. Where is this? Oh, is it Associated Press? Associated Press. Americans among those killed in attacks against Israel. Preliminary reports indicate at least 4 Americans were killed in the attacks, and an additional 7 were missing and unaccounted for. This is from Associated Press, breaking news. I had not seen that 7 unaccounted for yet. Most, if not all, of those reported dead or missing are dual U.S. Israeli citizens, the official said. Okay, so the Associated Press reports, preliminary reports indicate at least 4 American citizens were killed in the attacks against Israel, and an additional 7 were missing and unaccounted for. Most, if not all, of those reported dead or missing are dual U.S. Israeli citizens. Okay, so I had not seen that report before. That is from, it's posted on the KTLA website, but it's from Associated Press. I had not seen a number missing. Hang on a second here. Give me 1 second. Just need to put in a couple eye drops. Okay. It is 6:08 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. 6:08 Israel and Gaza time. Hang on a second here. Thanks, Chad Stew. Chad says videos circulating of phosphorus bombs being used on X. I haven't seen any reliable reporting of that, Chad. I haven't seen any videos, and I haven't seen any kind of report I would consider reliable. If I do, Chad, I will certainly pass it along. But I have not heard anything about that. You mean I mean by either side, but you mean on the attack in the airstrikes on Gaza? I haven't heard any kind of reliable report of that. Again, I will certainly let you know if I do. Thanks, Chad Stew. Hang on one sec, guys. Osman, our viewer, says you need to show the graphic pictures. The world needs to know who these animals are. I have to obey the rules of the platforms that I use to stream on. I do not make those rules, and I just have to follow the rules that they have. So I respect their rules and I follow their rules. So if I start showing you lots of graphic pictures, I will no longer be live streaming anymore or making videos. Hang on a second here. Fluffy Muffin says we do not need to see the graphic photos. Somebody said in the chat, when is the Israeli ground attack going to be? So Washington Post says Israeli ground incursion into Gaza Strip expected soon. Israel formally declares war, opening the way for a major escalation, they say. Israel formally declared war against the Palestinian militant group Hamas on Sunday, opening the way for a major escalation in fighting. Gaza claims that the Israeli counterattacks on Gaza have killed more than 400 people, including 78 children, as residents braced for a more punishing campaign that some feared would include an Israeli ground invasion. The vote for war by Israel's cabinet could signal a wider operation. It allows the government to expand military mobilization and deploy a more lethal range of military options. U.S. officials said Sunday they expect Israel to launch a ground incursion into Gaza in the next 24 to 48 hours, according to people familiar with the matter. Again, U.S. officials said today they expected Israel to launch a ground incursion into Gaza in the next 24 to 48 hours. Israel also requested heightened cooperation with the U.S. on intelligence sharing related to southern Lebanon, which is on the northern border of Israel, according to people who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive military matters. Earlier Sunday, Israeli forces and Lebanese militants traded fire across the border, with the powerful armed group Hezbollah claiming responsibility for the artillery and missile attacks. Hezbollah's entrance injected a combustible new element into the fighting, raising the specter of a conflagration that Israel has feared for decades, a multi-front attack by Arab enemies bent on wiping out the Jewish state. Hamas has not yet made any demands for the hostages' release. They have over 100 hostages reportedly. But militants, they said, militants could spread them out at sites to dissuade Israel from retaliating with strikes, said this expert. One couple kidnapped from an all-night trance party near Gaza on Saturday spent hours hiding from armed gunmen in bushes before being captured. Wow. The deputy head of the Israeli Defense Forces International Press Department said hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers had been deployed to southern and northern Israel over the past day. The army is still working to clean the area, going from home to home and from trash can to trash can, all of which takes an enormous amount of time, he said. Prime Minister Netanyahu had said, I say the residents of Gaza leave now because we will operate forcefully everywhere, he said. Now, he might have meant like leave sites that are seen as Hamas sites, because they can't really leave Gaza. In the densely populated enclave of 2 million people that has been subjected since 2007 to an Israeli blockade, there are few places to turn. About 500,000 people live in areas that border along the border that Israeli forces warned would be theaters for fighting, according to this expert. That's too many to take refuge with family or friends elsewhere in Gaza, he said, and no part of Gaza is really safe. Conditions in Gaza, already difficult, are becoming dire, says the Washington Post. After the Israeli government cut electricity to the area on Saturday night in retaliation for the Hamas attack, Gazans have been relying on the local power station, which produces only enough for a few hours of electricity per day. So I believe Israel supplies like half of Gaza's electricity, and under normal circumstances, Gazans only get about a half day of electricity normally. So now they're only getting a few hours a day. This professor in Gaza says, we are preparing for the worst. We know there will be very tough days ahead of us, but we have been in those circumstances many times in the past 16 years since Hamas has taken over the Gaza Strip. And in the end, it hasn't deterred Hamas. It hasn't stopped Hamas or the Palestinian resistance from fighting Israel. The events of the weekend come in the context of 75 years of Israeli occupation of the Palestinians, says the Washington Post. For Palestinians and supporters who have celebrated the Hamas attack, the violence was a response to decades of Israeli restrictions, harassment, and violence against Palestinians living under Israeli control. That sentiment raises pressure on groups such as Hezbollah that have largely stayed out of the fray of recent attacks from Lebanon into Israel by Palestinian militants. But the volley of rockets fired by Hezbollah this morning, along with fiery comments from their leaders, indicated they do not intend to remain on the sidelines. This Middle East expert said it would be difficult for Hezbollah to appear disengaged from the current conflict in Gaza, especially after Lebanon's capital Beirut has taken in members of Hamas's key leadership lately. So it would be a huge deal if the strongly Iran-supported, powerful militant group Hezbollah gets involved in this conflict, they're located to the north of Israel and Lebanon. Gaza is down here. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. Here's what's going to happen. One of our viewers just said about 20 minutes till sunrise. I'm starting to see on one of the Gaza streams, actually on the Reuters stream, I'm seeing a little bit of sunlight come up on the Reuters stream in Gaza. Root Seller says, I expect a huge barrage of artillery and airstrikes ahead of the ground invasion. Well, the airstrikes are going on now, but in terms of artillery, guys, remember, Gaza is very densely packed. Look, here's Gaza. Look at it. Look at it on the satellite. Look at how packed it is. It's just very densely populated. So, if Israel doesn't want to cause a lot of collateral damage, they're going to be limited in what they're doing. Also, I don't know. It's not like Gaza has this big traditional military with tanks, right, and stuff like that. They're not a. It's the forces that cross the border into Israel is not a regular army. They weren't even wearing uniforms. So if you're Israel and you're going into Gaza, you know, a lot of what you're going after is people and maybe, you know, the rockets, but it's not like there are these big military targets out there set off from the rest of the people there. You're probably looking for smaller scale weaponry and people in the middle of this giant urban area. When you don't even know where a lot of it is. I mean, maybe they have an idea where some of it is. Alan Sturbus says, what is the densely populated comment? This attack has changed the rules of engagement. I'll say what I said before. It doesn't make sense for Israel to take action in Gaza to protect Israel if the action makes Israel unsafer in the long term by, say, angering everybody in Gaza and other countries hostile to Israel. That just wouldn't make sense. Israel would not be going into Gaza just for the fun of it. They're going into Gaza to protect themselves. So if Israel goes into Gaza in a way which just makes the millions of people living in Gaza even more angry in Israel and opposed to them, and makes people around the Arab world more hostile to Israel, that could make Israel even less safe. So they have to balance their need to take action in Gaza with not making themselves less safe in other ways. That's the argument. Quick thanks to SB for your support. Thanks also to Luke Smith, our new member. Thanks to Pink for your support. It's a difficult task Israel has ahead of it if it wants to make fundamental change in Gaza as it says it wants to. Thanks Gulf State Heating and Air, who says, are you watching the flights in and out of Israel? I'm not like really, I don't know enough about the normal flight patterns in Israel to be able to look at Flight Radar 24, say, and say, oh, this is interesting what's going on. I've been mentioning that certain airlines are canceling flights to Israel. We talked about Hainan Airlines of China a little while ago. With the flight stuff, what I tend to do is I will wait. If there's something really notable going on with the airport stuff and the flight stuff, there's people out there who really know what they're talking about with this stuff, and they'll mention it, and I follow some of these people. So again, if that's a current Flight Radar picture of flight activity, but I don't know enough to look at this and say, oh, that's different, whatever. So I'll certainly keep an eye on it. If I hear of stuff going on flight radar that's really important, I will certainly show it. But again, I'm not aware of any kind of big development going on right now, as opposed to just, I am aware that some airlines are canceling flights or restricting the number of flights. So certainly something I will keep an eye on. No question. Thank you, Gulf State Heating and Air. All right, here's what I need to do. Hang on one moment. The sun is coming up, guys. I'm looking at some of the live streams from Gaza, and I'm seeing it's starting to get light out. What will today bring? What will Monday bring? Thanks also to Spicy Pineapples. And John Lecognato. John says Russia okayed Iran to let Hamas off the leash. Oh, is there a Russia connection to all this? That I don't know. I heard one analyst was talking today on TV and said something to the extent of, well, Russia's a big supporter of Iran. And, a lot of experts say that Iran is somehow involved in this attack. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran really helped set this whole thing up. Certainly, Iran's a big supporter of Palestinian militias. They do provide some support to Hamas. So, what role Russia might have had in all this, I don't know if they had a big role or not. I can't say. It's an interesting question. I don't really have any strong thoughts on that. Hey, real quick, I need to take a 1-minute break. It's going to take a 1-minute break. Going to be back in 1 minute, and we will continue our live coverage in just 1 minute. Okay, we are back live. Thanks for your patience. Let me just check for some updates here. Let's see here. It is 6:30 a.m. Monday, Gaza and Israel time. Hey, thanks to Walter Beasley. Really appreciate your support, Walter Beasley. Thank you, Walter. Okay, let me just check some updates for a second. Make sure I'm not missing any kind of big new updates here. I feel like there's been less, at least since being on the air, maybe a little less of the airstrike stuff on the live stream tonight than last night, although maybe it's taking place elsewhere. There certainly are airstrikes going on. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's the same amount. There certainly have been airstrikes going on in Gaza. I mean, in the live stream, you see a limited amount of what's going on. Some people are saying yes. In terms of the live streams, they think that maybe there's less, at least on the live streams, less explosions than last night. Hey, I just saw a rocket alert. Rocket alert for Near Oz. Just got this on my phone. Doesn't look like a big one. Well, not multiple places. Near Oz, Israel. So rocket alert going off in Near Oz, Israel, near Gaza. I just got it on my phone from the app. Oh no, is there one more? There's Near Oz and there's Nearim. Near Oz and Nearim. So there's Nearim, near Oz. Rocket alerts going off in this area right now. Oh no. Are they both right now? No, the Nearim one was 13 minutes ago. That's bad information. Near Oz is now. Nearim was 13 minutes ago. Near Oz is now. Sorry. Thanks, by the way, to Athena Gunlock for the Facebook stars, and Lynette Quoha and Amy Cluck. Thank you. Thanks also so much, John Barnard. Thank you, John. And also our new member, Susan Simmons. Also, John La Cognata. He says an article from January in Washington Post, I think, regarding artillery shells. U.S. had Israel ship shells to Ukraine causing shortage, and Hamas knew this. Interesting. I know nothing about that. Somebody saw some big boom on the stream. I'll mention that in a second. Regarding the artillery shells, I don't know. Let me say this, John. I don't think that our lack of artillery was the reason was a big factor in the border on the soldiers coming across, on the intruders coming across the border. I don't know that they would have been firing artillery at these intruders. I might be wrong, but I would think that that is not something I've heard. So clearly there was some sort of major intelligence failure. Oh, I just saw a big explosion on the Reuters stream. All right. So John, anyways, guys, multiple explosions on the Reuters feed. So excuse me, John, I'm going to get to the Reuters feed. Thank you, John. I just saw multiple explosions on the Reuters live stream from Gaza. They just showed it. I'll give you a screenshot. But just saw multiple explosions as I peeked over there during the daylight. So let me real quick. There were several of them. Hang on. So this was just moments ago in Gaza. Just moments ago. That's a screen grab of Gaza. By the way, John La Cognata, I will look out for anything about artillery stuff that I might see. Oh yeah, as one of our viewers points out, Sinan, that is right near the water. So that's going to be the western end of Gaza, near the water there. Now there's a big smoky fire from the area. Now it looks like that. It was like that, now it looks like that. Also, maybe what John La Cognata is talking about is the idea that Israel might have been less prepared for a conflict overall. That I don't know. I'll keep an eye out to hear anything more on that. Yeah, I saw that on the Reuters stream. There might have been other booms I didn't hear, but that I certainly saw. I am not seeing the smoke at the moment, though. Yeah, the smoke kind of died down. The smoke has died down the last couple minutes. Sorry, I was trying to check. Crypto Dave, our viewer, says secondary explosions, likely a munitions hit. Are there two Reuters streams? Really? I didn't know that. I thought there was just one. Hang on one second here. I gotta pull up the other one. Oh. There are two Reuters streams. What? Why is one much... No, I know, hold on, I'm watching the same one. Okay, I see two. Why is one dark? So there are two Reuters streams and one of them is dark. From the smoke? What's going on with that? Exposure settings on camera? Okay. Yeah, so if you go to Reuters Live News on YouTube, you can actually find two different streams. Two different shots of Gaza. They both say they're live. They both say they're live. Gary Eckert says the dark one is where the explosion was, but now it's dark. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Let me just check some different sources here and see if we have any updates for you. Two companies have canceled flights from the Far East to Israel, says Walla News. Yeah, I think Cathay Pacific is the other one. Jerusalem Post, Cathay Pacific cancels Tel Aviv flights on Tuesday, citing Israel situation. Okay. About an hour ago, there was a report of gunshots heard in Sde Road as a result of a fight between 3 terrorists and the security forces at the Gavim Junction. I didn't hear anything more of that. That's from N12 News. Israeli Defense Forces allowed the publication of 16 more names of people who were killed. So I don't know how many that is total now. Because they've released, I think as of yesterday, there were over 40 soldiers who had been names who had been confirmed as killed in the fighting. But I don't have that complete number for you. Let's see here. According to Khan News, Gaza authorities say that they say that 465 Gazans have been killed in the fighting. I guess that would be the airstrikes. That is the claim made by the Gaza authorities. So like I'm looking here at so like this is, guys, I just saw a video posted. So this is from this Palestinian news outlet Pal Post. And they say difficult scenes emerging from the Yabna camp massacre in Rafah. So Rafah is in southern Gaza. So what they're saying is that one of these airstrikes has knocked something down, and it looks like there's like people hurt in the rubble. I'm not going to show the whole video. That what you're seeing there is 2 men who look like they're trying to rescue somebody. Looks like they're trying to get somebody out of there. So this is like a 6-minute video. I'm not going to play the whole video. You can go to at PalPostN on Twitter X and see it. But it's just, there's a big crowd of people and there's a lot of rubble, and I think I saw some people getting pulled out. So supposedly some people being hurt in that airstrike. And then here is a report from Safa PS, Arabic language account, says Safa correspondent says Israeli warplanes have destroyed the house of Al-Qassam commander. Al-Qassam Brigades is military wing of Hamas. So basically a Hamas military commander, a house has been destroyed. Was the person in there? I don't know. I would think if you're a prominent person in Hamas, you would not be in your house, because Israel has for the last couple days been targeting houses of these people. So here's another, again, from that video I showed you a little of earlier. I just showed you what it was, PAL Post N. That is like, there's like a pile of rubble, a big pile of rubble, and there's like lots of, it looks like people trying to rescue people. That is from PAL Post N. Oh, Al Jazeera says the Israeli army publishes a new list of the names of 16 soldiers killed, including a lieutenant colonel, bringing the total number of Israeli soldiers confirmed killed to 73. 73 soldiers killed in the attack and the fighting. 73 soldiers. Oh, you can see, wasn't one of our viewers pointed out on the Reuters live stream, you can see the sun coming up over Gaza. Thanks to Ronald Kane for your support. I really appreciate it, Ronald Kane. Thanks for the gift memberships, Ronald. So, you know, there's a lot. I've seen some like posts on social media where people are looking for like missing relatives and friends in Israel. This was just reposted by Tal Schneider, who is with Times of Israel. She's a journalist, and so I don't know anything about this. She posted this. She reposted it from somebody else. Sorry, but just to give you a sense of these kind of posts, what they say. This person, Shir Nosatsky, says, "This is my mother." Let me do this. This is my mother with the light blue shirt. I guess right there. She is 84 years old. She was kidnapped from her home in Nahal Oz by Hamas. This photo reached me an hour ago. Now, this was posted yesterday and is the first sign of life or evidence of what is happening with her after more than 24 hours of not being able to get her. My brother, who was also besieged elsewhere in Nahal Oz, managed to get to her house after the soldiers came to free him and accompany him to a bus that evacuated the residents to a safer place. He found a house broken into and turned upside down. Mother was not there. This photograph proves where she is. All right, so again, there's people who are looking for people. I've seen other posts about people who see someone they know or a relative, and they're like, oh, now they're in custody. So again, that kind of thing is going on. I don't know the specifics. I can't verify that. A journalist who I follow posted it, but there is that kind of thing going on. Hey, a couple strikes on the Reuters stream, guys. Seeing some columns of smoke on the Reuters stream. Looks like some more airstrikes going on. Yeah, they're showing some columns of smoke and some explosions on the Reuters stream. Yeah, I just heard a big boom. I rewound it about a minute. Heard a big boom. Seeing columns of smoke rising. So these airstrikes are ongoing. They are ongoing. Maybe some of the Gaza media will post about what was hit. Hey, thanks to Dolores Wilson. Thanks so much, Dolores, for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate it, Dolores Wilson. So look at this. Pal Post posted this from Pal Post. They say, just posted this. It's a Palestinian news outlet, I believe, targeting the Western Mosque in the beach camp of west of Gaza City and destroying it completely. So I don't know if that was the one we saw like 15, 20 minutes ago. It says beach camp. That's near the water, I would assume. I don't know for sure. But again, that is from, they just posted that right now. Beach? No, that's not what it is. Let me see if I can get you any other information about stuff being targeted. Okay, Al Arabiya just posted this. They say continuous Israeli raids and bombing on sites in the central Gaza Strip is going on. They just posted that on Al Arabiya Breaking News. Oh, look at this. Wow, look at this. From Mohammed Smiri, who I follow for some Gaza stuff. He says, live footage from my window. I mean, for a lot of people in Gaza, this is what's happening, is they can see it from where they live. They can see it from where they live. Rex Direct says, wow, surreal. Retroactive says, shock and awe phase seems likely. Well, you know, they are planning a ground attack, so they're going to be taking whatever action they think they need to prepare. Al Jazeera reports that there are injuries as a result of an Israeli airstrike that targeted a mosque in the Al-Shati refugee camp west of Gaza City. Safa just posted this. Successive airstrikes in various areas of Gaza City going on. Oh, another one. Looks like another one just happened. On both, I see it on both the Reuters streams. A lot of bombing activity on the Reuters streams. A lot of airstrikes going on. in Gaza right now by Israel. Diego says 2 hits. Oh, look, right here. Al-Shati camp in Gaza hit by Israeli strikes. That's from Joe Truzman.
يا لطيف دمر الشاطئ هنا وسط التجمع يا ردي هذا الدور بين الناس دمر الشاطئ حسبي الله عليه دمر الشاطئ
Okay, hang on a moment here. One moment. Hang on 1 second here, guys. I'm seeing this report. So I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports that there was somebody, a guy, like a Palestinian on a tractor who got killed by, who was like using it to like try to attack people or something. Hold on, I'll show you this. So Hebron, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, is a Palestinian city in the southern West Bank, south of Jerusalem. And the report says, let me show you this. Right here. So first of all, I'll show you this. This is from this Telegram account that does Israeli news called IntelliNews. They say, a short time ago, security forces killed a terrorist on a tractor on the way to Hebron. There are no casualties. But supposedly this person was live streaming themselves on the tractor. So, hold on a second here. That supposedly is a live stream that the person did on the tractor. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's IntelliNews on Telegram. They have a whole 2-minute video of the tractor. Oh, maybe it's a bulldozer. I don't know. Might have been a bulldozer. Maybe it was a bad translation. Look, right here. Here, guys. A Palestinian in Hebron took control of a bulldozer and attempted to attack Israeli troops. He streamed the event online. Israeli forces killed him. That is from Joe Truzman. That's it.
الله أكبر الله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر كبيرا الله أكبر كبيرا.
All right. So eventually he got killed. If you want to watch the whole thing, I just reposted it. Go to Joe Truzman. Oh, more airstrikes on the big smoke cloud on Reuters. I'm seeing that right now. More airstrikes going on in Gaza right now. A lot of airstrikes in the last half hour or so. Thanks, by the way, to our new members, Chris Brewer and Ronald Egnor. Thank you also, Joe. Joe says, I thought Israel had great intelligence. I'm surprised this was a surprise. Thank you, Joe, for your support. Our viewer says, Steve Voigt says, 4 booms. Yeah, if you look at the Reuters streams, they're showing a lot of airstrikes going on in Gaza right now. Let me see if I can get you some reporting on that. Manny Fabian, Times of Israel, says IDF said it carried out widespread strikes in the Gaza Strip overnight to critically harm the abilities of the Hamas terror group. Update. Safa posts, Safa correspondent. Israeli warplanes destroyed the Isa family home in Deir al-Bala. I assume that's Gaza. I don't know who Isa is. No, I cannot steal the Reuters stream. PAL Info AR says, press sources, about 20 people were recovered, and searches are continuing inside the Abu Hilal family home and neighboring homes in Rafah, Gaza, after they were targeted. After it was targeted by Israeli aircraft. Hey, thanks, Jeff Manji. That's very kind of you, Jeff Manji. I appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you. Oh, here's some information, guys, reported on this woman who apparently was abducted. This is from GLZ Radio. You might have seen video of this woman. GLZ Radio, which is in Israel, says Orion, the 85-year-old granddaughter of Yafi Ader. So Yafi Ader, I guess is the woman's name, who was abducted into Gaza, tells at F. Trigger, we were supposed to be at her place. We got up in the morning and found out the attack had begun. Around 8 a.m., she started writing there were terrorists on the streets, and from there we lost contact. At night, we saw a video and realized she was kidnapped in Gaza. My older cousin is also missing, and we know nothing about them. She also said it breaks the heart because you imagine what she is going through and understand she is suffering. She is completely lucid, but physically, like any 85-year-old woman, she is sick. She is without her medication. We have to do everything to free her. Yeah, this translation is probably off. It's like a Google translation. So it's probably Orion, the granddaughter of 85-year-old Yafi Ader. That's probably what it should say. JA says it's Orion. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Here's another video from Gaza. Aleph posted this one.
جديد قصف جديد على قصف جديد يعني ساعات الصباح ساعات الليل ولا حاجة تفرق معي. حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. طبعا من شوية كان كل هذه الضربات في غرب مخيم الشاطئ الآن.
Oh, update from the Israeli Defense Force. This is from Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. IDF spokesman says there are still 6 sites of fighting on the Gaza border. Overnight, 70 terrorists infiltrated Be'eri, most of them killed in a battle with troops. Wow. Terrorists spotted in other towns on the border. IDF has hit over 1,100 targets and strikes. Wow. So the Israeli Defense Forces says there are still 6 sites near Gaza where there's fighting going on with intruders. Over 70 terrorists infiltrated Be'eri. Most of them been killed in battle with troops. 70. Wow. I don't know if those people were hiding out the last couple of days or just newly came in. Yeah, you're not going to see any kind of ground invasion until they think they have all the intruders taken care of, I would think. Couple updates here from Khan News. They say the Israeli Air Force attacked and destroyed the house of a commander in the military wing of Hamas, Abu Ali Aborain. Also, Palestinian reports 8 dead in a series of Air Force attacks on a mosque and 2 houses in the Gaza Strip. A lot of airstrikes going on. Here's a little summary here. This is from, wait, hold on. That's not new. This is from Walla News. They say IDF spokesman, in less than a day, 800 targets were attacked in Gaza. They do talk about how 21 high-rise buildings where headquarters or senior officials were located were attacked. I think this is a new thing, guys. Let me read this here. This is a statement, information from Israeli Defense Forces spokesman, posted by Walla News. The IDF spokesman informed this morning that the operation in the next day will focus on gathering areas of Hamas, such as Beit Hanun, on buildings or areas where the IDF knows there's an activity of concentrating Hamas forces. All right, this is actually, I think that's an interesting update there. The IDF spokesman said this morning that the operation in the next day will focus on gathering areas of Hamas, such as Beit Hanun, on buildings or areas where the Israeli forces know there is activity of concentrating Hamas forces. That would be airstrikes. Beit Hanun is in Gaza, right? Where is it here? Beit Hanun, northern Gaza. According to the IDF, in less than 20 hours, several waves of airstrikes were launched and 800 targets were attacked. About 1,000 tons of bombs were dropped on Gaza. 50 to 60 warplanes participated in each round. In the fourth wave, 500 targets were attacked all over the Gaza Strip, including 3 attack tunnels. In total, over the course of a day and a half, 1,200 targets have been attacked in the Gaza Strip. 1,200. Among other things, 21 high-rise buildings where headquarters or senior officials were located were targeted. According to a brigadier general, there are still terrorists in the Gaza Strip. In or near the Gaza Strip. Maybe that's a bad translation. Maybe that means near. The Israeli 13th Fleet report, according to the Israeli military, killed dozens of terrorists who arrived by swimming, diving, or on boats. At the same time, the IDF is on high alert on the northern border with Lebanon and Syria. Also, the Chief of Staff and Commander of the U.S. and the Chief of Staff of Israel and the Commander of the U.S. Army have held talks several times for intelligence and operational coordination. According to him, the aircraft carrier that the U.S. is sending to the region arrives not only to project power and not only for the purposes of the military effort in Gaza because it is a war zone. So far, Israel has identified 73 soldiers who have died. According to a major general, he is not aware of any coordination between Iran and Hamas. So we're seeing reports that Iran was involved in this, unconfirmed reports. Wall Street Journal had a big story on it. But so far, Israel has not really publicly gone down that road. The Wall Street Journal said Iran helped plot attack on Israel for several weeks. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps gave the final go-ahead last Monday in Beirut. That is not something we're hearing yet from the Israeli or U.S. government. Oh, more strikes on the Reuters feed, guys. More strikes on Reuters. A lot of airstrikes going on in Gaza. Yeah, I rewound and I'm listening to some of the booms. I'm looking at like a minute or two ago on the Reuters live stream. A lot of, yeah, a bunch of booms. Ongoing airstrikes. You can see a number of columns of smoke coming up from Gaza. I did want to mention again the statement that the IDF made before we came on the air. Hold on. Yeah, there's like more booms going on too. No, yeah, a number of them going on. Oh, and now you can hear a drone, I think, on the live stream, right? I can hear a drone on the live stream. Put it on my phone here so I could hear it a little bit. No, guys, I just go to I can't steal the Reuters stream. I can't steal their feed. But just go to Reuters Live News on YouTube and you'll find it. Hang on a moment. 7:18 a.m. there. 7:18 a.m. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Donald Finlaw, our viewer, says, have the airports sustained any damage from rockets? I'm not aware of any significant airport damage in Israel. I haven't heard about it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I have not heard about it. Sorry, I'm going through some of the things that people have sent me. Hang on. Just checking a couple things out here. Yeah, our viewer, interestingly, Discordia Fairchild mentioned Snap Maps. There are some people posting in Gaza on Snap Maps about what they're seeing. So look at this. That's Snap Maps right there. See that? That's somebody who just recorded that on their phone. Unfortunately, I can't tell when that is. It looks like it's from today, but I don't know that for sure. My guess is it's from today. That does not look like today. That looks like maybe yesterday. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on that. Wow. Look at this report from Khan News. The IDF estimates that on Saturday between 800 and 1,000 terrorists entered Israel through about 80 gaps in the fence. They attacked 20 settlements and 11 IDF bases. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 80 gaps in the fence? What a security breakdown. That's just unbelievable. What a security breakdown. 80 gaps in the fence. They attacked 11 Israeli Defense Force bases. Yeah, our viewer artist says, how did they not see this in advance? It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's just crazy. $800 to $1,000. Lowell says no surveillance of the border either clearly. Ginger Meadows says, how could that have happened? It's really just unbelievable. It was known as being like one of the most watched borders. Jeff Manji says this could have been prevented. Hey, thanks, Duke 1962. Thank you, Duke 1962. Thanks also to Arthur D. Thanks, Arthur D, for your support. Thank you. And also Jennifer Dill, our new member. Thanks, Jennifer. I mean, that's just insane. Oh, update. Here's another update. This is from N12 News. IDF spokesman, 800 targets were attacked in the Gaza Strip. There are still 6 active centers of fighting. Some of this we've heard, some of this we haven't. In Kibbutz Kfar Aza, 7 terrorists were identified hiding in the fields, checking in a suspected tunnel shaft, I guess. In Bari, about 70 terrorists were found. Most of them were shot. The forces are conducting searches on the spot. Some of them barricaded themselves in houses in the kibbutz, some of the terrorists. 6 terrorists were identified in Yerim. 4 were identified in Kibbutz Alumim near the kibbutz. 3 terrorists were identified in Shar Negev, 4 in Niraz, 4 identified in Holi. The forces are in pursuit of them. The IDF says they are checking if more terrorists arrive in Israel during the night. Wow. So far, 20 settlements have been cleared. Large forces have been left on the northern border for reinforcements. 4 divisions have gone to the south. By the way, something we haven't talked about is Hamas has all these tunnels. Some of our viewers have mentioned that. We haven't really talked about it. This is from IDF. This is from the Israeli Defense Forces. Everything you need to know about Hamas's underground city of terror. Since the IDF has uncovered dozens of terror tunnels in Gaza. Hamas's tunnel network is a vast underground city with dozens of access points located throughout Gaza. Hamas uses these as weapons caches, bunkers, command centers, and a concealed transportation artery for terrorists and weapons, including rocket launchers. Some of these tunnels lead directly from Gaza to Israeli communities near the border, enabling terrorists to infiltrate, kidnap, and attack Israeli civilians. They say Hamas exploits the Palestinian population by building these tunnels beneath densely populated areas. So that is from IDF. But I don't know if any of these infiltrators, I don't know if any of them have used tunnels to come in. I just have no idea. I have no idea. But I did want to mention it. Wikipedia has a whole article, Palestinian tunnel warfare in the Gaza Strip. Hamas, the governing authority in the Gaza Strip, has constructed a sophisticated network of military tunnels since it seized control of the Strip in 2007. The tunnel system branches beneath many Gazan towns and cities. The internal tunnels have several functions. Hamas uses them to hide its arsenal of rocketry underground, to facilitate communication, to permit munition stocks to be hidden, and to conceal militants, making detection from the air difficult. The cross-border tunnels were used at various times. There have been cross-border tunnels that have been used. Anyways, you can read more about that on Wikipedia. Again, I don't know if any of these attackers came in through the tunnels. Looks like a lot of the attackers just crossed on land or in the air. More booms going on the Reuters stream. Ongoing airstrikes in Gaza. Just heard another one. A lot of Gaza airstrikes going on for the last hour or two. Hey, thanks so much, Conflict Live. Really appreciate your support. Conflict Live. Give me one moment. Real quick, I want to mention, we talked about it earlier. But I do want to mention again because I think it's so important. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream, but I think it's really important. So I do want to mention it. Oh, hold on. Joe Trusman says a resident living approximately 3 miles from the Gaza border with Israel says they can hear a massive bombardment of northern Gaza. Look, we're expecting some sort of Israeli ground operation in the coming days. Today, on Sunday, the Washington Post reported that a U.S. official told them that they expected a ground operation to begin within 24 and 48 hours. You can see here, Washington Post, U.S. officials said Sunday they expected Israel to launch a ground incursion into Gaza in the next 24 to 48 hours. And it looks like it's going to be a really big deal. I want to just go back to this statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. And I'm going to just focus on what they said. We talked about this a lot at the start of the stream, but I want to go back to what he said about what this new operation is going to be like. This was a statement from the Israeli Defense Forces that was posted about 5 hours ago. So give me one moment. But it sounded really serious. Here. Check this out. This is the Israeli Defense Forces statement. I'm going to play some of this for you.
It is by far the worst day in Israeli history. Never before have so many Israelis been killed by one single thing, let alone enemy activity on one day. And if you're Americans and want to compare this to something in American history, then this could be a 9/11 and a Pearl Harbor wrapped into one. We're a small country with about 8-9 million Jews living here, and out of that population, we've had 700 killed and 2,100 wounded. Unfortunately, and this is probably the most dominant factor that will shape the activities for the future, there is a very large amount of Israeli civilians and soldiers held inside Gaza.
Now, something else I didn't point out before, and I think it's important. He says this is the most dominant factor, probably the most dominant factor that will shape things for the future. So the fact that there are these hostages is a really big deal. So I don't know if that means they're going to conduct an operation to try to first get the hostages back, right? Because as you'll hear, he's going to say how they have very ambitious military goals for this upcoming war. But he also says it's going to be the dominant factor that shapes things for the near future. So How can that be the case? Because it sounded kind of, because if they're going to restrain themselves, my point is they have these very ambitious goals you're going to hear about for their ground operation and their war. But if they're going to be restraining themselves because there's hostages, that doesn't really go along with achieving their very ambitious goals. So I don't know, maybe they're going to first try to get the hostages back. I don't know. But it's interesting that he emphasizes that.
And this is probably the most dominant factor that will shape the activities for the future. There is a very large amount of Israeli civilians and soldiers held inside Gaza. And that number, I think in the coming days, will be revealed officially, but at this time I can only say that we are talking about many, many Israelis. Israelis who were forcefully taken from Israel, women, children, infants, elderly, and even disabled people. And I've seen stories of a grandma, Holocaust survivor, who was taken across the border from Israel to Gaza by Hamas militants with 2 toddlers behind her in a special vehicle. That is the extent of the brutality, the cynicism, and the monsters that we are facing. We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel, preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip.
Guys, that's enormous. As I said before, that is enormous. He just said our job is to make sure that, one, Hamas, which runs Gaza, no longer has military capabilities to threaten Israelis. How are they going to do that? Hamas no longer has any military capabilities to threaten Israelis. So take all their rockets, all their weaponry, all their fighters, and also he says our job is to make sure Hamas will no longer be able to run Gaza. I mean, Gaza is not part of Israel. So, yeah, regime changes, MD says. How does that work? Because Israel doesn't run Gaza, right? Gaza citizens elected Hamas to run Gaza back in the mid-2000s. So this is a huge undertaking. This is what and he's saying this is what our job is. It's just an enormous undertaking. Lithrone says, bold statement. So this looks like it's going to be just an enormous operation. Let me go back and play that again. It's just striking to hear him say this.
Has designated the IDF to do. Has designated amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel, preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip. Because you see, the situation today is fundamentally different than what it was 2 days ago. And at the end of this war, we will change the situation for the better around our border in Gaza, and it will be much better for Israeli civilians, and it will be better for the Palestinians as well.
I don't know. I mean, that sounds like really big. Some of our viewers are saying like they're going to occupy Gaza again. Israel occupied Gaza for about 25 years, I think from around 1967 to 1994. And then they had some forces in there for longer than that, until like the mid-2000s. I mean, he's talking about we're going to make changes there. Hamas is not going to be able to run Gaza anymore. Hamas is not going to have any capability of militarily threatening Israelis. I don't know. It sounds like they're talking about doing something very, very big. I mean, maybe Israel, after this attack, just said, like, we can't have this. Well, clearly, he said 2 days ago the situation changed. So clearly they've decided on undertaking some big thing to greatly change the situation. Now, you have 2 million plus people living in Gaza who are no fans of Israel. So that's certainly a complicating factor. Sinan says the Palestinians there want Hamas gone. I don't know the exact view of everybody there in Gaza. I'm pretty confident in thinking, though, that the average person in Gaza doesn't necessarily want Israel to say, we're going to choose who rules you. That's my thought. Maybe I'm wrong. I would think when people in Gaza hear Israel saying, we're not going to let Hamas rule over you, I would think that probably gets a lot of people upset. I mean, Hamas is the one. They are the ones who rule over Gaza. Now, maybe, economically things are really bad in Gaza. They've been bad for decades in Gaza. Decades and decades and decades. A big part of why they're bad there is this Israeli blockade that's been on Gaza ever since Hamas took power in Gaza. I don't know if Israel has some plan to do some sort of occupation of Gaza and try to make the economy better. That's 2 million people, though, who are not going to be, I would think, largely are going to be unsympathetic to Israel. My guess, I'm no expert on the region. My guess is that it's not going to be like, hey, we're going to take control of Gaza, and all the 2 million people who live in Gaza, all the 2 million Palestinian refugees in Gaza are going to happily be part of Israel now. I have a hard time believing that. I mean, Gaza has been the site of numerous large rebellions and uprisings against Israel. So I don't know what the plan is. But I don't know. I mean, to say we're going to make it that Hamas never runs the place again. I'll keep going here, but I mean, clearly this is a huge deal. Big boom on the Reuters stream, somebody said. Yeah, that's been going on. A lot of airstrikes the last couple hours.
I think in the coming days will be revealed officially, but at this time I can only say women, children, infants, the extent of the brutality, the cynicism, and the monsters that we are facing. We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip. Because you see, the situation today is fundamentally different than what it was 2 days ago. And at the end of this war, we will change the situation for the better around our border in Gaza, and it will be much better for Israeli civilians, and it will be better for the Palestinians as well.
We will change the situation around our border in Gaza. That's what he said. We'll change the situation. A lot of smoke on the Reuters stream right now. I guess there was another. Look, there's been ongoing the last couple hours in Gaza. A lot of airstrikes going on. He said we're going to change the situation on our border. What does that mean? Change the situation. All right, let me keep going with this. So let me just play you a little more of this.
But that is yet to come. That is in the future. And as of now, we are focusing on burying the dead, grieving with the families, rallying our troops, preparing ourselves for the military tasks to come, and focusing on what needs to be done with Hamas after their unprovoked barbaric attack against Israel. I hope that you find this information useful. If you do, follow us and make sure that you get our notifications and information. And if you like it, share it with others and retweet it. Make sure that...
I want to find the part where he says it's going to be long, difficult, and gruesome.
If you agree with the information, the truth that we are information that suggests, and you will have the end of which I'm sure that we will prevail. Difficult, up for what's right and stand up for Israel. We're in for a long, difficult and gruesome task, at the end of which I'm sure that we will prevail. Despite how difficult these first days have been, and how horrible we start this war, Israel has proven time and again to all of our enemies, whether it was in the past armed gangs of Arabs, and then nation states, and now non-state actors, terrorist organizations, to all of them, they have tried to annihilate us, and all of them have failed. So shall Hamas, and so shall anyone else attempting to do that to us.
The focus is really on Hamas. They're not even talking about Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is a smaller group in Gaza, which also they said they have over 30 hostages and they participate in this attack. The language, it's really about Hamas. That's the focus is Hamas. Doesn't mention Iran. They just talk about Hamas. So, look, this is going to be a big deal. This is going to be a really big deal if they're really planning on doing what they say they're doing. Sounds like a huge deal. So this could be in the coming days. This could start. Quick thanks to Joe. Thanks for your support, Joe. Thanks for your support, Robin M. Who said, "Is it possible there were defectors within Israel's own army that helped the attack? The things seem so planned without Hamas getting help." Yeah, I can't tell you. Clearly, I don't know how this was such a security breakdown. But it's just shocking that about 1,000 Gaza fighters were able to storm across the border. Just crazy. Thanks also to Joseph Fiorentino. Joseph says, any news on U.S. special ops helping with hostage rescues and counterterrorism operations? I'm sure that I know that Israeli and U.S. military are in contact with each other. I can't speak to any kind of stuff like that, special ops and all that. I'm sure Israel has lots of special ops forces, but as to what particular aid Israel, U.S. might be giving Israel. That I don't know. I haven't heard any news on it. Put it that way. Look, there. And as I said, though, there's very ambitious goals for this military operation, like prevent Hamas from ever being able to rule Gaza again. But he also said that the dominant factor for the near future, I think he said, is that there's hostages. So makes me think maybe they're going to try to get the hostages back first. Because clearly Israel is incredibly concerned with these hostages. So I don't see how they conduct this big military operation with these huge goals, but also keep the hostages in mind if they're going to keep the huge goals, unless maybe they try to get the hostages first. I don't know. So, thank you again, Joseph Fiorentino. Thank you, Joseph. Lots of arms fire on Reuters stream, someone said. All right, here's what we need to do. So, we've been on the air tonight about 4.5 hours. I didn't really eat before I came on the air. So what we're going to do is this. Here's my plan. We're going to keep the stream going. I'm going to keep covering this. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take maybe 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get some food cooking. Then I'm going to come back. Then we're going to do some more coverage. Then I'm going to take a little bit of a longer break and actually eat the food. And then once I eat the food, I'll be able to go for a while because I haven't eaten. So what I need right now to do is take maybe 2-3 minutes, get some food, starting to prepare, and then I'll come right back. And then, no, I won't be eating on stream. That doesn't really work. But and then when the food's done, I'll go eat it. Let's do that. Okay? So I'm only taking about a 2 or 3 minute break right now. But I got to eat something. I wish I didn't have to eat, but it's not going to be a good situation if I don't. Hopefully it'll be less than 5. So let me say, hopefully it'll be less than this. I'm literally just going right now. Got to fill up the water bottle. I got to put the food on. And then I'm going to come right back. And then we'll talk some more. And then when it's ready, I'll go eat. So give me 5 minutes or less. 5 minutes or less. I'm coming right back. I'll leave the chat open. Big thanks to all of our moderators. Really appreciate all of our moderators who are there. Give me about 5 minutes or less. I'll be right back and we'll continue our live coverage. I was muted. Now we're back. So we're back here live. Thanks for your patience. It is about 8 a.m. Israel time. It is 8 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. We are bringing you live coverage. I am cooking some food right now. So in a few minutes, I am going to go eat my food. But then after I eat my food, the reason I'm going to eat my food is because I'm planning on doing a bunch more coverage after I eat. So again, the plan is to just stay on for a while, bring you updates as we get into Monday in Israel and Gaza and let you know what's going on. So that's the plan. Do some more coverage here. When the food's ready, I'll eat it. Then I'll come back and we'll do a bunch more coverage. Let me quickly thank our moderators because they are so awesome. Very much appreciate them being here at this, what hour is it? 3 a.m. 7 is moderating, and Carms is moderating, and DJC Mobile Tech. Thank you so much. And Cynthia Moon. Also, we got Bash and Girl Idaho Star, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and That Mod Sarah over there on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks Dominar Draco for resubscribing on Twitch, by the way. Thanks Jason Park 85 for the bits. Thanks 3D Printer Decks for your support on Twitch. Husar 83, thanks for your support on Twitch. Potato Turtle, thanks for your support on Twitch. Coho Warren, Consistent Mike, thank you. And also I want to thank our Facebook mods too. Hold on a second. Thank you, Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body's been there. Margaret Riley. Valerie Gail Griffin. I know Bud Green was there, so really appreciate all of our moderators. And a quick thanks to Kay Paquette, who says Israel needs the USA to relate Pearl Harbor and 9/11 equivalence is a major talking point across multiple interviews, they are saying. The end of those conflicts was very big booms in a multi-decade war. Well, it certainly looks like a major Israeli ground operation is going to be taking place soon. Washington Post said U.S. officials told them they expected it between 24 and 48 hours. Oh, hang on a second. What am I hearing? Okay. All right, let me do a check here and just, I periodically need to, the Israeli Air Force is, what they're doing now is they sometimes do this. They talk about buildings they've destroyed in Gaza. An operational asset used by the terrorist organization Hamas located in the heart of a mosque in the Balbalia area. These are buildings that I think they've destroyed. Military headquarters of the terrorist organization Hamas in a house of a Hamas official. Operational headquarters used by the terrorist organization Hamas. So they're showing you some different buildings they have destroyed and explaining why they're destroying them. See here if I have other updates for you. Hasn't been many big news updates in the last hour. Well, hold on. In case you didn't see this, this was crazy from Khan News. The IDF estimates on Saturday between 800 and 1,000 terrorists entered Israel through approximately 80 gaps in the fence. They attacked 20 settlements and 11 IDF bases. Just crazy. Oh, give me 1 second here. Guys, give me like 20 seconds. I need about 20 seconds. Back in 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. Okay, we're back. We are back. So I expect, given that it's 8:06 a.m. In Israel and Gaza, as the hours go on, we'll probably get a bunch more news coming in and more updates now that we're into the day there. I'll be checking a lot of sources. Hang on a moment here. And I know people are messaging me, and I'll be checking your comments. We'll be reading your comments. John Turpin says a lot of people live in high rises over in Israel. That would have to be absolutely terrifying to look out your balcony and see explosions happen around you. And obviously people living high rises in Gaza as well. Thanks, John, for writing in. Tomer says on Channel 13 News, they're covering in Sderot, saying the military in Sderot is still going after terrorists there. There are several places, a number of places in Israel where the armed forces are still looking for the intruders. Oh, hold on a second here. Hang on. Yeah, this is a report from N12. We showed you this before. I believe this is from the Israeli Defense Force. Combat around Gaza Strip. There are 6 places where combat is still going on. In Gaza Village, I forget what that's called. I don't know if that's Kfar Aza. 7 terrorists were inside a kibbutz. A suspected tunnel shaft was investigated. There were about 7 terrorists who infiltrated Bari. Most of them were killed overnight, according to this report. 6 were identified in Yerim. 4 were identified in Alumi near the kibbutz. 3 in Shar HaNegev and 4 in Benir Oz. 4 terrorists were also identified in Holit, and a pursuit is underway for them. So again, Israel is still trying to track down these intruders in Israel. That is ongoing. Francois Joseph L. sent me this. I believe this was a Israeli military official who said this. IDF spokesperson. Anna Arenheim, who's a journalist in Israel, says, big statement by this IDF spokesperson. We are cooperating with the U.S. military in terms of intelligence and operations. Iran sees this, and if we see attempts by Iranian proxies to act, it may lead to an American attack. Well, we'll see what happens here. Obviously, Iran or the U.S. being directly involved in a conflict would be an enormous deal. So that's not happening at this point. We'll have to see what happens here. Be a huge deal if Hezbollah, which Iran supports, gets into it. They are based in Lebanon. So right now that's all speculation. We'll just have to see what happens. Thanks, IndyCar. Really appreciate your support. IndyCar, thank you, IndyCar. Also, thank you to Duke1962. Thanks for your support, Duke1962. Appreciate your support. And a quick thank you to, Duster Singer. Hey, thanks so much, Duster Singer over there on Facebook. Really appreciate that, Duster Singer. Thank you. One of our subscribers there on Facebook. Thank you. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. So I told you the plan. I'm hearing beeping. So here's what we're going to do. By the way, Israel Air Force says that overnight they struck over 500 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad targets in the Gaza Strip. That gives you there's intense airstrikes, over 500 targets hit overnight by the Israeli Air Force. Oh, thank you so much, Jeff Manji, as well. Thank you, Jeff, for all your support. Very much appreciated. So here's what we're going to do, guys. As I mentioned, we've been on the air about almost 5 hours. We're going to do a lot more coverage. I haven't eaten. So in about a minute, I'm going to go eat my meal. And once I eat my meal, I should be good to go for a bunch more coverage. So that is my plan. So I'm going to put on the screen taking a meal break, be back in a few. So as soon as I finish, I will come back, but I got to eat. So stream's going to be keep going. You can hang out in the chat if you want. And again, my plan is once I eat, I should be good to go for a while. So I'll go eat, get some food, take a little while to eat, and then I'll come back and we'll be streaming a bunch when I come back. Okay, so thank you for sticking around. And we'll have, again, stream's going to continue, but I'm going to take a little break right now to eat, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Entonces yo abro el cuadro para que se vean las cosas, los edificios, para que alguien entienda algo.
All right, everybody, we are back. I appreciate your patience. All right, we want to start bringing you more live updates on what is going on. Welcome back to our coverage. I just saw something. I-24 News English, Israeli news outlet, says the Israeli Defense Forces say they have that over 400 terrorists have been killed by airstrikes in Gaza. Hundreds more killed or captured inside Israel. So, I didn't realize that they were targeting so many human targets in these airstrikes. Oh, it looks like there was another one on Reuters recently. I'm seeing a big cloud there. So, I mean, I knew there was a ton of airstrikes going on, but it looks like a lot of the airstrikes might be targeting people. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Reuters stream. Hang on a moment. So it is something to keep in mind. KGP says it hasn't stopped since you left. Yeah, I mean, it's been going on for hours. Look, Israel said that they hit over 500 targets overnight. So they have been really intense with the airstrikes. But again, they say they killed over 400 terrorists, which suggests to me that some of these strikes are like targeting people. So that I noticed. One of our viewers just mentioned Sderot. Yeah, we've been talking about Sderot for a few hours now. So I guess people in Sderot, Israel, are still being told to stay inside. There was a report of firefight going on in Sderot between intruders and Israeli forces several hours ago. It looks like the situation is still going on there. And then here, look, N12 News just posted 8 minutes ago. The exit toward Sderot, the exit toward the Shar HaNegev intersection is blocked due to an exchange of fire in the area. Again, that's near Gaza in Israel. This is also interesting from Khan News. I think I heard another report about this, but it's of a person being officially informed by the Israeli government that their relative has been kidnapped. Khan News says Sasha, who was looking for her sister, told Khan News about the message she received at midnight. Her sister is missing. She says, I heard a knock on the door and jumped. It was 12 at night. I saw 3 people in senior ranks. I woke up the parents and they gave us an official message that my sister is being held by a terrorist organization. So I guess the Israeli government is informing people officially that if they know that their relative has been kidnapped. So that's from Khan News. Thanks to Conflict Live for your support. Thank you to JJ for your support. And Jeff Manji, thanks for your support. Uh, 15 minutes ago, Walla News says, as of this hour, there are 4 open hotspots where Israeli military forces are scanning or engaging in exchanges of fire with terrorists. 4 open hotspots. You know, about 5 hours ago, the Israeli Defense Force said that they thought it would be several hours or possibly longer to rid Israeli territory of these intruders. Excuse me. Interesting. You know, look, there's been some reporting, including a big story in the Wall Street Journal, saying that Iran played a big role, a major role in planning this operation, planning the attack. A number of experts have said they thought Iran was involved because of the sophistication of the attack that was carried out. Now, here's another statement from Israel denying involvement. IDF spokesman, 8:29 a.m., but a half an hour ago, Walla News. An IDF spokesman, Daniel Hagari, said this morning the IDF has no indication of Iran's involvement in Hamas's surprise attack in Israel. I don't know if that's true. Or if Israel just doesn't want to say it publicly because they don't want to get into it directly with Iran. So even if Israel did have knowledge of it, I don't know that they'd want to say it publicly. I was just reading an article about how, I can't remember where the article was, but talking about how with Iran, if Israel carries out like a targeted assassination on somebody Iranian, they will frequently deny that Israel was involved because they don't want pressure to directly strike back on Israel. But what this tells me is that for now, Israel doesn't want to be dealing with, striking at Iran directly. The big focus of Israel is Hamas, the group, the Palestinian militant group that runs Gaza. Thank you, Jordan B., who says, guessing there are only a handful of companies that make paragliders. Any news about what brand was used? Yeah, I don't know if those were branded paragliders that were used or they were just I don't know if that's something that people like put together like hot rods. I don't know if those are, again, something that some company manufactures or you just assemble out of other things. I honestly don't know. I know nothing about it, but the ones I saw certainly didn't look like super fancy, those motorized glider things, but I don't know. Jordan B. Hunt Beer says there are kits for them. I haven't read anything about it. If I hear anything big about that, I'll let you know, Jordan B. Thank you, Jordan B. I appreciate it. Let's see here. It is 9:03 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. Yeah, it's an interesting question about where all those came from and their use of them and everything. I just haven't heard anything about it. Let's see here. This is some analysis from The Economist's Greg Carlstrom, who is a Middle Eastern correspondent with The Economist. I want to show you what he has to say. He just posted something. He said, quick thread on this Wall Street Journal piece. The Wall Street Journal reported that, we showed you this before, they claim that Iran helped plot the attack on Israel over several weeks and that the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran gave the final go-ahead last Monday in Beirut. Greg Carlstrom from The Economist says, these claims are being used to support a narrative that is thus far unsubstantiated. Let's state from the outset, of course there was some Iranian role in this attack. Iran finances Hamas and Islamic Jihad, another group in Gaza, smuggles weapons to Gaza and provides technical help for building rockets and drones. To say Iran was not involved at all is just propaganda. That said, Iran and its proxies are keen to promote another bit of propaganda. They call it unity of the arenas, the idea that an array of militant groups in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria will continue to fight Israel. Unity can be a bit elusive on the ground. Even Hamas and Islamic Jihad, the two main groups in Gaza, do not always work well together. Hezbollah has a different constituency and a different set of considerations, but the narrative of a united front serves their interests. Turning to the Wall Street Journal piece, every Israeli I've spoken to over the past 48 hours believes this attack was planned over many months. The Wall Street Journal's sources say Iranian officers attended meetings for several weeks. In other words, the planning almost certainly predates their involvement. The Wall Street Journal's sources also claim that Hossein Amir Abdolhain attended at least two of the meetings. It strains credibility a bit to think that Iran's foreign minister, an apparatchik and the target of much surveillance, would be brought in to plan in a highly secret military operation. This stuff may seem academic, but there is a narrative taking hold. The Wall Street Journal piece proves Iran ordered and planned the attack. It doesn't prove that or even really assert that, nor does other credible reporting, and perhaps we should be cautious about taking Hamas at face value. There was almost certainly some coordination within the resistant axis. Hamas would not have launched an attack of this magnitude without alerting its partners. But coordination is not the same thing as Iran giving Hamas an order to go launch a mass attack on Israel. And to emphasize this again, just because Hamas and Hezbollah claim something does not make it true. Remarkable how the same people who say Iran's regime lies all the time, which it does, are willing to accept claims from Iran and its allies when they fit the right narrative. So that's an interesting thread from Greg Carlstrom. He thinks that Iran was certainly involved in some sense. He doesn't think Iran ordered this attack. Interesting thoughts from Greg Carlstrom. Our viewer Poot Spudis thinks that Hamas did not need Iran to come up with this idea. Oh, hostage incident. Hey, Moshe Schwartz saw this from N12 News. Look at this, guys. Suspicion of a hostage incident in Sderot. So we've been hearing for hours about exchange of gunfire, possible terrorists in Sderot, Israel. Now we're hearing suspicion of a hostage incident in Sderot. That's Israel. That's near Gaza. That's from N12 News. Let's see if I can get more on that. Look, right here, new update from 20 minutes ago. An encounter, N12 News, an encounter with terrorists in Sderot. They were eliminated by the forces. 4 terrorists were killed in Sderot in an encounter at the Negev Gate. So that's from 20 minutes ago. But now there might be a hostage situation in Sderot. Update here, new report from GLZ Radio. I don't know if that's new, actually. I've been hearing this kind of thing for a couple hours. Clash between Israeli forces and terrorists near Sderot. Residents are asked to shut themselves in their homes. I don't know if that's new. It's a new report from GLZ Radio. I don't know if it's a new clash or just a continuous, a reiteration of a previous clash, or a previous report about a clash. I don't know. But again, N12 says suspicion of a hostage incident in Sderot, Israel. So we'll see if we hear more about that. Thanks, Mark Crayman and Ben Foster. Ben, I have not heard anything about those reports. Ben is asking about some report that the Taliban asked for passage through Iran to fight Israel. I know nothing about it. I can tell you this. The New York Post had an article, Taliban Hezbollah could join current Palestinian war on Israel. Top U.S. foreign politician, other Mideast terror groups such as the Taliban and Hezbollah may join the current Palestinian attack on Israel, warned House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul on Sunday. He says, I've seen indications the Taliban wants to come to liberate Jerusalem to fight the Zionists. That's very concerning, he told CNN. I know nothing about this. I can't really comment any more about this because I don't know anything about it. I'll keep an eye out, Ben Foster. Thanks for mentioning it. Thanks also, Sheep Duckling Cow You. Thank you. Have not seen anything more about a possible hostage situation in Sderot. I don't have an update for you on that. I've seen this report. I-24 News English, Thai Foreign Ministry says 12 of its citizens were killed, 8 wounded, and 11 kidnapped in the Hamas attack in southern Israel. You know, last night there was some incursion of like 70 terrorists, Israel said. Look at this. This was overnight. I-24 News. I've seen this reported a lot of places. Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson says overnight about 70 terrorists infiltrated Kibbutz Be'eri, and after an exchange of fire, most of them were killed. So, where did these 70 people come from? Are there still intruders coming over the border or coming through tunnels or what? Or were these people who were hiding out somewhere for a couple days? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. If how secure is the border secure? You know, do they know? Do they know where any tunnels might be, where people might be coming through tunnels? Hamas has a lot of tunnels. I don't know. I don't know if Israel yet has a handle on preventing more people from coming in the country from Gaza. Live Life thinks they're still coming in. Again, I just don't know. It's 9:15 a.m. You can reach me on Twitter/X at Lookman. Oh, a new rocket alert, by the way. I just got a new rocket alert on my phone. Mivtakim Amios Yesha. Mivtakim is here. And Yesha. And Amios. All these three places. So rocket alert in southern Israel near southern Gaza. Here. Rocket sirens going off. That is happening now. So still rockets being fired. This is interesting. So, hey, I want to show you something. This account called IntelliNews on Telegram, which has a bunch of Israeli news. This is what they say on IntelliNews. They just had an update. I'll have to see if I can find this anywhere else. They say In Sderot, Israel, there is a report under investigation about hostages. Sderot municipality spokeswoman: "We are not aware of an incident with hostages in the city. Please rely on official information only." Yaron Sasson, spokesman for the municipality. So, for whatever that's worth, I'll let you know if I hear anything more. What is this? Yeah, this other Israeli news telegram called News from the Field, they have the same statement from the Sderot municipality spokesperson, which says, "We are not aware of an incident with hostages in the city." They also report, they just posted this 10 minutes ago. I can't confirm this, but this Telegram account, News from the Field, they say, "A short time ago, another incident of an encounter with terrorists near the city of Sderot. In the incident, 2 terrorists were killed. There are casualties to the security forces." Again, I can't confirm that. That's unconfirmed right now. And N12 News says residents of Sderot, Israel, have been closing themselves off from the protected areas since 9 p.m. last night. So high alert for hours now in Sderot. That's up here. About 30,000 people live in Sderot. Not far from Gaza. Hang on one moment here. Where is this? Yes. This is a pretty crazy picture here. This was posted by Nir Hassan, who's with Haaretz newspaper. And he posted this here on Twitter/X. And what you see right there, he went. This is that area where that rave party was, where 260 people at least got killed. And he said, "I'm back from ground zero of the Reim parking lot disaster." I believe that's the rave, if I have this right. He says, "There's no words to describe the horror. Hundreds of burnt and overturned vehicles, the stench of blood, personal belongings, burnt bodies of terrorists in the photos." And he said, "This is a firing position in front of the parking lot." So on the down here, you see all of these bullet casings. So somebody was, I guess, in front of the parking lot just sitting there and firing. But look at all of the casings there. Just a giant pile of them. Yeah, this was in Reim, Kibbutz Reim. Then here's another picture. I don't even want to show that one. I want to show one of the cars. Yeah, there's no bodies in this picture, but here's another picture he posted. Just all these cars overturned. I'm guessing they might have shot at people while they were driving or whatever. I mean, it's just crazy. Chris Parker mentioned this thread. OSINT Technical mapped out, I guess, the attack. He said, mapping and timing the atrocities at the Nova Festival. Working with drone footage, multiple sets of satellite imagery and videos, it was possible to assemble a small idea of what happened. Content warning. That's OSINT Technical. I'll see if I can. I don't want to show anything too graphic. So this is, he says, and I trust him, he says this shot was taken right in front of the Central Pavilion. Okay. He says first footage seen is early in the morning on the 7th. Sunrise was around 6:40 a.m. local. This video was taken right in front of the Central Pavilion. People are confused and unsure of where to go while security works to evacuate people east. It started when they started hearing rocket attacks. And then he showed there's this video of people running away. He says second clear shot appears to be a bit later in one of the fields to the east of the event venue. Not 100% sure, but this may have been taken at the edge of the tree line of a few hundred meters east of the venue. Again, you can see this whole thread at OSINT Technical. Then he says this video was likely filmed in the same field. A group of abandoned stopped vehicles can be seen. Just want to make sure there's not any. I'm making sure there's not any. I can't show any bodies or anything. Right, this is not a graphic video here.
תראו, יורים באנשים, תראו. תראו לסרוטים. תראו, אנשים מקבלים יריות.
You can actually hear the gunfire. It's crazy. It's awful. And then these are some censored images that OSINT Technical has gathered these images. He said he took out like the graphic parts. He said at 9:23 a.m. Hamas militant can be seen dragging away a civilian. He says at 9:23:41 this militant executes a wounded civilian behind the silver sedan. Again, he doesn't show this in the picture here. This militant can be seen looking for additional civilians at 9:24. I'm not going to go through the whole thread, but again, if you want to see that whole thread, you can go to OSINT Technical. So he's trying to put together a timeline and a mapping of this event. At least 260 people died in that. I saw a photo that I believe is legit, which I can't show on the air, which is, I believe what the photo was a bunch of the bodies, looked like dozens of the bodies of the ravers had been taken and put like in a central room by the authorities when they were gathering the bodies. It was just horrific. Update here from channel 12, I think. Okay, Channel 12 Israel says, in Sderot, Israel, several people injured in the incident at the pool in Sderot. No hostages event going on. I don't know exactly what the pool in Sderot is. Is that a swimming pool? Let me see if I can find out more. I mean, Sderot has about 30,000 people who live there. It's near Gaza. So they say the Pool and Stay Road. I don't know if that's a bad translation. There's Stay Road there. And I don't know who's injured. Are these civilians? Are they police injured? Are there terrorists injured? I don't know. One of our viewers says people are firing pot shots on the Reuters stream. Let me say a quick thank you to our moderators because they are awesome, and I really appreciate you being here. DJC Mobile Tech is here moderating. Thank you so much. Danny James, hey, thanks, Danny, for moderating. Thank you so much, Danny. RJ is over there. Also, we have moderating. Hang on a moment, on Facebook. Oops. Excuse me, Kay Lowry Body is there. Thank you, Kay, for being there. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers like Kay and Billy Joe Drage and Duster Singer and Melissa Terry and Louisa Green. Thank you. Thanks also to our Twitch mods. Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, I Got That Fire, Sarah. Thanks so much, moderators, for being here. Thanks too to our Twitch subscribers, just to name a few. Uh, 3D Printer Decks, Dominar Draco, Potato Turtle, Moonpig, Wheelie HD, Shaggy, and others. Pie Filling, Void Cook. Thanks to our subscribers, and thanks to our YouTube members, such as just to name a few of our YouTube members. Appreciate your support. King Loso, JV125. Sherry Herman, Dark Cloud, Jack Carr, Cheryl Simpson, Bean Juice Bond, Layla Begheri, Darcy Miller, Ethereal Planet, Cheryl Simpson, Mark G, You, Me, Beavis, Boss Garis, Centaurus, Ben Foster, Jeff Manji, Jason Puck, Freak One. Thank you to all of our members. It is 9:36 a.m. Israel, Gaza time. What will happen today? Jerusalem Post is still down. They were getting attacked. They were getting attacked yesterday, according to them. The news site. See, more terrorists pour in from Strip. This is from Times of Israel. Fighting ongoing in Israeli Gaza border towns as more terrorists pour in from Strip. How are they getting in? Oh, Israeli forces find tunnel near Kafar Aza. 70 terrorists infiltrate Be'eri overnight. most of them killed in battle. Yes, Israeli forces have engaged in a shootout with several Hamas terrorists at a municipal swimming pool in Sderot, according to media reports. The reports say there are several Israeli casualties and the terrorists have been killed. Here's a report from Times of Israel. IDF continues to strike terrorists pouring into Israel over a damaged border. The IDF says it's continuing to strike Palestinian terrorists infiltrating into Israel through the porous Gaza border. Israel's security barrier with the Gaza Strip has been heavily damaged since Hamas launched its attack, allowing terrorists to infiltrate. The military believes there are still many terrorists in Israeli territory, and others are still trying to infiltrate. Wow. I don't think you're going to see any ground operation until they get control of all their territory, Israel. I'm going to post this. Yeah, I mean, this is over 48 hours since this attack started, and there's still many terrorists supposedly in Israel. Thanks so much, Hebrew Jerusalem boy. Sorry, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince 777. Thank you, and thanks for shouting out the mods. I appreciate that. Thanks also to our new member, Zeniti. Thanks, Zeniti. Billy Harris says, are other countries getting involved in this war? We'll have to see. Or if other groups get involved. We'll just have to see. There's a thought that maybe Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran in Lebanon, could get involved. That would be a huge deal. Loco Dave 3 thinks there might be sleeper cells in Israel. Could even be someone's neighbor who's a sleeper cell. That I don't know. Thanks, Loco Dave, for writing in. Hold on. Bijan says, how do you think this might change U.S. support for Ukraine? Or in the bigger picture, is this a sign of a larger destabilization globally as major powers become occupied? Yeah, so it's an interesting question if this conflict has any impact on what's going on in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia and other countries' approach to it. I don't know. I've been thinking a little bit about it, but I just don't know. I just don't know. We don't know how much other countries are going to be involved in this. Will this conflict widen? We don't know that right now. One of our viewers, Mr. Tapp, says nobody cares about Ukraine now. Well, I don't agree with that, but I mean, look, maybe a country like U.S., if this thing gets more and more involved and grows bigger, maybe the U.S., feels like they have to put more of their effort towards this and resources towards this. I don't know. It's a good question. Going forward, I don't really have a good answer for you. Jennifer Dill says, that's an interesting question. Danielle says, I don't think there's a short explanation. Apocalypse Now says, would be crazy to have two major conflicts so close to each other. Yeah, I mean, it's not that far away. There's Ukraine up here, There's Ukraine. Ukraine is about, it's 1,000 miles, but not that far. Same rough part of the world, not in the same rough general region of the world. Here's something more about the shooting incident at a pool in Sderot. At the pool in Sderot, the public pool in Sderot, Israel, soldiers arrived at an evacuation point. Residents of Sderot have been closing themselves off from protected spaces since 9 p.m. yesterday. It's currently 9:46 a.m. So what will today bring? There is a smoke column going up on one of the Reuters streams. There's two Reuters streams. Two Reuters live streams of what's going on in Gaza. We're bringing you more live coverage. We're bringing you the latest updates, taking some of your comments and questions. We're going to keep going here with our coverage. Guys, I just need to take a 1 minute break. 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute, and we'll be right back in 1 minute with more coverage. We are back, bringing you the latest updates. It is 9:50 a.m. Gaza and Israel time. A lot of airstrikes have been going on overnight and this morning in Gaza, Israeli airstrikes. Pretty crazy. Israel says they have killed over 400 terrorists, they say, in these airstrikes. Look at this. Israeli Defense Forces say over 400 terrorists killed by airstrikes in Gaza, hundreds more killed or captured inside Israel. So Israel clearly has been launching airstrikes not just on like buildings because they're used by Hamas or whatever, but they're targeting people. I mean, that's the first I had heard of this. I'm not surprised. I thought they would eventually target people, but I guess they've already been doing it. J. Joe says, how did Israel not see this coming? Good question. How many citizens have they killed? The Gaza authorities, it says right down here on my ticker. I think the Gaza authorities say over 400 civilians have been killed. 465. Aleph is hearing airstrike on underground infrastructure in central Gaza. That's what Aleph is hearing. Let me check for some other updates here. Oh, new rocket alert in Israel in Saad, S-A-A-D. That just popped up on my phone. Al Jazeera says 2 minutes ago, Israeli aircraft launch a series of raids on areas east of Gaza City. Update from I-24 News, Israel. Israeli paratroopers continue searches in Sderot, Israel, amid stubborn fighting. The IDF spokesperson said Israeli paratroopers brigade is in a stubborn fight as the Israeli security forces carry out searches in the area and continue to thwart terrorists. Senior IDF officers were conducting searches with the fighters in the city of Sderot, the statement said, adding, Israeli forces were working to clear the area of armed terrorists. Still going on. Sparks, our viewer, says, I think Israel is going to shock us all with their response. Israeli military said about 6 hours ago that that the war is going to is going to take away all of Hamas's military capability of threatening Israelis. And they also said they're going to ensure that Hamas will not be able to rule in Gaza. How they're going to do this, I don't know, but that's very ambitious. They said they're going to change the situation on their border. Joe Soul, our viewer, thinks Iran or its assets will be hit. Well, if Iran was hit, then this thing is really going to a very huge place. But Iran has, there's Iranian proxies. Iran really supports Hezbollah, for example, in Lebanon. Will they get involved? We do not know. Thanks, Joe, for writing in. Dude thinks the operation, the Israeli military operation they're talking about doing will cause huge losses on both sides. This is interesting, guys. Look at this. Report. Qatar mediates a prisoner exchange deal between Hamas and Israel. A Hamas official told the Chinese news agency Xinhua that Qatar is mediating between the organization and Israel for a quick prisoner exchange deal. Is that true? I don't know. A senior official of the organization informed Qatar that the organization is not opposed to a deal that would guarantee the release of 36 Palestinian female prisoners held in Israel. I'll believe that when I see it. I don't know if Israel's going to want to give back anybody involved in this attack. But I don't know. Our viewer, Uga, says, don't think that is happening anytime soon. By the way, that report was in Ynet. That was Ynet, which is an Israeli outlet. Ynet News. How many hostages does Eli be? As far as we know, according to militant groups in Gaza, they claim to have over 130 hostages. Israel has not released a firm number yet, but they say it's a lot. Sorry, I'm just checking a couple things here. So Times of Israel, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Times of Israel has a story from a party goer who was at this rave where 260 people were killed. Canadian-Israeli Shai Weinstein documents how he and his friends fled from deadly party where Hamas terrorists killed at least 260. So I noticed something in there I want to show you. That's a photo he took. Or that's a screen grab. Watching rockets shot from the Gaza Strip. That's that party there. So he said, when the gunfire became audible to all, people started panicking, he said. He and his friends were close to their vehicles. I told my cousin, let's just get what we can and go. But there were so many rockets, it didn't stop. In the confusion and panic, cars fleeing the scene caused bottleneck traffic as security and police gave conflicting orders, said Weinstein. Several vehicles were abandoned while lined up before the exit, half blocked by police while some drivers waited their turn unaware behind empty cars. Police blocked one of the roads left out of the exit out of the parking lot. Everyone was trying to get out. Some people started running out of their cars. I think the drug use made it harder for people to think and react, he said. It all happened so fast. All within an hour from the first rocket to the first gunshots. Then we were all running for our lives after having such a good time, he said. His videos show his vehicle driving off-road in a dusty field in an attempt to find another way out of the festival grounds. After he drove into the field, his cousin's girlfriend suggested they get out of the car and run. He stopped the car and they crouched in a field as they heard gunshots. But his cousin decided to go back for the car and get them out of the open. Weinstein credits him with saving their lives. Weinstein said as they were driving away, they attempted to convince some of those fleeing on foot to get in the car, but they just ran past. He captured a pickup truck filled beyond capacity by partygoers who were clinging to the roof. That's people trying to get out. Right there. That's people from the party trying to leave. Wow. He says, we saw people on bicycles getting away, saw abandoned cars, cars full of bullet holes. I remember one specific car, the person in the car was in the front seat with a hole in their face. They had tried to get away and they couldn't, and they were shot in their car. Wow. He said they only slowed to drive around corpses who were lying face down on the ground, scattered on the road. He said the dead included soldiers. Wow. He said they drove for 2.5 hours, mostly on side roads, and then got back to Tel Aviv and didn't know how to handle ourselves. Their friends were missing. Turns out that several hidden in the woods. Others were shot but survived. He says, I know someone who was hiding in the ticket booth who was shot in the arm and the leg, robbed but let go. Dozens of partygoers are still missing, likely either dead or taken hostage. He says, I don't understand how this could be allowed to happen. Both the initial attack and how Hamas can tear down the wall with a bright yellow bulldozer. How could, like the Israeli military, I think he's saying, allow the festival to the Israeli government allow the festival to take place so close to Gaza? How come it took the IDF over 6 hours to respond, he asked. I'm just full of rage. You can read that article in Times of Israel. Wow. Stephen Gerard, our viewer, says Israel was lacking. Retroactive says all good questions which need answers. Vanta Blue says such horrific news. Layla says, can imagine the confusion and panic while being under the influence and inebriated. They don't have the videos in the article, but apparently he took a bunch of videos as he was escaping. Oh, another explosion on, big explosion on the Reuters stream, it looks like. I'm looking at the Reuters stream. Yeah. So Reuters stream just a few moments ago showed another strike in Gaza. All kinds of airstrikes going on. That's Reuters news live stream on YouTube. So many strikes. CY Financials says the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange is down. Yeah, it was down yesterday too. It's down 6.5% today. Yeah, so I think it went down like 6% yesterday. 2 days ago, it was 1830 a few days ago. I think on Friday it was 1830, and now it's at 1712. Oh no, it's closed. This was yesterday. I'm sorry, guys. It's closed right now. It was I think this was yesterday. See, it says market closed. I think this is from yesterday, because I know it was open yesterday. No, wait. Which day was it open? Now I'm really confused. Yesterday was Sunday. Am I wrong? It says October 8th. What day was it open? We were looking at this a couple days ago. I'll have to read this. Sorry. I'll get you an update, because I remember on the air looking at it when the market was open on the air. Yeah, look, Bloomberg. Stocks sink across Mideast as Israel goes to war with Hamas. Yeah, Sunday. The market was open Sunday. Major equities gauges in the region fell on Sunday, led by a 6.4% drop in Israel's benchmark stock index. So, oh, maybe it'll be open today and it hasn't opened yet. I don't know. But it was open on Sunday and it went down. You can see this is the Bloomberg article. It says fell Sunday. Yes, Tel Aviv stock market hours. Sunday to Thursday? What is it? I don't know. Trading hours. Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. Oh, it looks like it is open. It is open. I guess it's just a delayed. I guess it's delayed price. According to tradinghours.com, it is open. It is open Sunday through Thursday, it says. Sunday and Monday to Thursday. Caesar says Sunday is Monday in Israel. Okay. Kyle says Friday and Saturday are the weekend in the Middle East. Thanks. What is this? Hang on a second. I just saw something here. Guys, I'm seeing a new report. I am seeing a new report. Let me see if I can find it for you from a different source. I am seeing a new report right now, a very confusing report. Not confusing, very concerning report. The weird thing is the only place that's reporting this is Al Jazeera. By the way, I'm seeing this report. I'm seeing a couple places report this. I-24 News, IDF thwarts attempted terrorist infiltration at Zikim military base. A terrorist was thwarted trying to penetrate the Zikim military base, the Israeli Defense Force spokesperson updated. Fighters of the Rescue and Training Brigade were part of the operation. It said no casualties to our forces. That's not what I was looking at, though. Suspicion of terrorists infiltrating the Saad settlement in Israel. Fear of terrorists infiltrating Kibbutz Saad in the south this morning, says Walla News. The security forces are on the spot and are searching houses in the settlement. That's also not the article I was looking for, though. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I'd seen this before. I'd seen some version of this before. Michael Horowitz says, scenes from the main access road to the music festival that was targeted by Hamas Saturday. There's no... let me just make sure. I don't believe there's any bodies in this. It's just cars. You know, I think we showed some... New rocket alerts in Israel happening right now, by the way. So some rockets are still being shot into Israel. Yeah, this is this report. Hold on. I don't really know what to make of this. Ooh, a bunch of rocket alerts happening right now in Israel. A bunch of rocket alerts in Israel. Ignis Fadum, who I follow, he's in Israel, says sirens, rocket sirens in Sderot and surrounding communities. No, those cars were not from a fire. Well, I don't know what happened to them. They were from the attack on the dance party thing. Hang on, I'm trying to get you that report. Here is the map. This is the latest rocket alerts. That's Sderot right there, and Sderot and surrounding communities right near Gaza. They're under rocket alert right now. That's from Aleph. Oh, really? Hold on a second. I just saw something else new. So I don't know what to make of this report because I haven't seen it in any Israeli media yet. It's weird to me that Al Jazeera is reporting it and no Israeli media is reporting it. They say Israeli radio, who, citing in a senior official source, the number of Israeli casualties is unfathomable and much greater than what was announced. I mean, that would be a big story, but all I know is that I don't see anything about it in Israeli media. So I'll keep a lookout. I have seen nobody else reporting this. It's strange to me that Al Jazeera is the only one reporting it. So I'll certainly keep you updated on that. But again, not a peep. Oh, okay, I have an update here. Look, this is from Noga Tarnopolsky, who is a reporter. She heard the same thing. The tally of Israeli dead stands at 700, a figure published yesterday, but a senior Israeli official tells Reshet Bet the real numbers are far higher inconceivably. That's a current affairs site outlet. Do they post this? Where did they say this? I don't see it on their social media. That is a radio station. Reshet Bet is a radio station in Israel. It's a news radio station, Reshet Bet. Or Reshet B. Reshet B. I just wish I had better sourcing on that story. I think it's a big story. I just can't find any confirmation on it. Someone said a rocket just hit on Reuters. Rocket or a missile or something. Another airstrike. Looks like it's being shown on the Reuters stream. LB thinks the announced numbers seem low based on the attack. I-24 News mentioned it. Did they talk about it? Let me check. Like, did they mention it live? Is that what happened? Because I don't see it on their, I don't see it on their page. Love Mechanic says Iran is 2 weeks before 2 weeks from having a nuclear bomb per DoD. Could you send me that report? Because I have not seen that report anywhere, Love Mechanics. I don't know where you're seeing that. I have not seen it anywhere. So please send it to me on Twitter, @Lookner, because I haven't seen it. Thank you, Love Mechanics. I haven't seen it anywhere. Sourcing. I need sourcing. Thanks to our new member, Joe Blow. Thanks, Cream Sauce, for your support. It says it's surreal seeing all of this unfold live before our eyes. Yeah, it's just crazy. Thanks also, Jeff Manji and Stevie Augie, 1992, for your support. Yeah, I'll try to get. I have not seen any other really strongly reliable sourcing on that that story I was talking about. So I'm trying to get more on that. This is from Mariv. Al Jazeera says Mariv reports the Israeli army pushed tanks and heavy artillery to 20 locations along the border with the Gaza Strip. Mariv is, I think, an Israeli news outlet. I'm looking at the Mariv page and I don't see it there. I'm literally looking at the Mariv page and I don't see it. So I'll keep looking. Seeing a lot of unconfirmed reporting. Hebrew Jerusalem Boy says it's on the Jerusalem Post. Thanks, he's a Hebrew Jerusalem Boy. The Jerusalem Post is not working for me. The site is down. It hasn't been working all day. I'm looking at their Twitter and I don't see it. Again, I haven't heard it anywhere else. Oh, here's something, guy. Okay, look. This is from March. This is a story from March. Iran could make fuel for a nuclear bomb in less than 2 weeks, Milley says. This is March 23rd. Iran could make enough fissile material for a nuclear bomb in less than 2 weeks and could produce a nuclear weapon in several more months, according to the top U.S. military officer. So I don't know about this news story. In March, there was a story that the top U.S. military officer said they could produce enough fissile material for a nuclear bomb in less than 2 weeks and could produce a nuclear weapon in several more months. That's from VOA. So I don't know if there's a different story yet, but that's that one. Al-Quds newspaper says very severe raids in Gaza. A lot of airstrikes in Gaza. This one I think was a little earlier today. I think maybe this one was. But I don't know. Jordan, one of our viewers, Jordan, just messaged me talking about how this was allowed to happen. He thinks Israel had to know this was going to happen. I mean, look, again, I certainly don't think Israel knew it was going to happen. But yeah, it's a huge question. There's an article that came out I wanted to show you. I haven't even looked at it yet. In the New York Times. Couple things here. Hamas attack raises questions over an Israeli intelligence failure. American and Israeli officials said none of Israel's intelligence services had a specific warning that Hamas was preparing a sophisticated assault. Just crazy. This is from, today, Sunday, yesterday. The devastating surprise attack by Hamas on Saturday represented an equally stunning intelligence failure by Israel that involved undetected warnings, overwhelmed missile defenses, and a slow response by apparently unprepared military forces. Former and current U.S. officials said. Unbelievably. American officials said Hamas had achieved a complete tactical surprise, reflected in a death toll of at least 700 Israelis. They sent hundreds of fighters through breached walls, breaking through with bulldozers, then killing civilians and soldiers in shooting sprees that went on for hours. None of Israel's intelligence services had specific warning Hamas was preparing a sophisticated attack that required coordinated land, sea, and airstrikes. According to an Israeli defense official and American officials, while the attack also surprised many Western intelligence agencies, they do not track Hamas's activities as closely as Israel or Egypt do. The success astounded American officials with experience in the region. Over the years, Israel set up a network of electronic intercept sensors and human informants throughout Gaza, which is about half the area of New York City's 5 boroughs. Israel and its neighbors have in the past invested heavily in trying to track and block Hamas's networks, often intercepting shipments of missile components. That success has made all the more urgent a series of questions about Israel's failures on Saturday. Why was Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system, now a dozen years old, apparently overwhelmed by the barrage of inexpensive but deadly missiles at the opening of the attack? How did Hamas manage to build such a big arsenal of rockets and missiles without Israeli intelligence detecting the growing stockpile? Was Israel too focused on threats from Hezbollah on the West Bank rather than focusing military and intelligence resources on Gaza? And why were so many Israeli forces on leave or distant from the southern border, allowing Hamas to overrun Israeli military bases near Gaza? Clearly, the answers could affect the reputation of Israel's military and intelligence agencies and the political future of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Hamas has challenged the very fundamental concept of Israeli deterrence, said this former military commander, U.S. commander. It can only be reestablished with the application of overwhelming, shocking violence, and it's only getting started. The question of what went wrong will go down in Israeli history alongside other such failures. The most famous one was 50 years ago this week during the Yom Kippur War. Others like in the surprise to the Tet Offensive of the Vietnam War, or even the September 11th attacks. Past rocket barrages by Hamas have been blunted in part by Israel's missile defense system known as the Iron Dome, but on Saturday the system appeared overwhelmed. The Iron Dome has a limited number of Tamir interceptors, and reloading the system can take time. Hamas appear to have studied the system's vulnerabilities. But the system has dealt effectively with large barrages before, former officials said, suggesting that new weapons fired by Hamas for the first time Saturday could be harder to intercept and may have also played a role. Hamas used a new missile system known as Rayjum during the attack, and employed small drones that dropped munitions on Israeli military positions. Almost all of Hamas's rockets and missiles are Iranian-designed weapons that are smuggled into Gaza as components then assembled covertly. The fact that Israeli human intelligence was caught off guard by the strike suggests that before Saturday's attacks, Hamas fighters avoided discussing the plans over mobile phones or other means of communications that could be intercepted. Hamas likely used old-school face-to-face planning to avoid Israeli detection, but hundreds of people must have been involved. Though it's shocking Israel missed the preparations for the attack, said this expert, she added, few spy agencies are as good as learning from their mistakes as Israel's. Okay, I'm just going to kind of skim through some of this. Experts cautioned there was still much to learn about what precisely Israeli intelligence knew and what warning signs were missed. And the same question can be asked about Egypt and other Arab governments that have no love for Hamas and often quietly share intelligence with Israel. What was the involvement of Iran in supplying Hamas and encouraging or even planning the attack? It's plausible Iran could have played a role, American officials said, but that exact role is not yet clear. For Iran, its alliance with Hamas is a key point of leverage. Tehran, according to current and former officials, wants to derail the emerging peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Any war between Israel and Hamas that causes significant civilian casualties on both sides would make any such public peace incredibly difficult. You have to ask yourself, Who benefits from this, said General McKenzie. Well, Iran does, because it pushes a wedge between Israel and the Saudis. Anyways, if you want to read the whole article, go to New York Times. But really a giant failure. I'll post a link to that article. Zinity says, very interesting for sure. Thomas Nicholson says, complacency. Thanks to Not Applicable for your support. I really appreciate it. Not Applicable. Thanks also to X. X says Panamanian kidnapped by Hamas. I have not heard that. I have not heard that. Hang on one moment here. There have been, there were a number of Thai people who were killed and taken hostage, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was one from Panama. I have not heard that, though. Let's see here. All right, let me check and see if I have updates for you. It is 10:38 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. Thanks for your kind words, Patrick Barnett. Wow, this is quite a video here. This is from N12 News. Let me show you this. N12 News says Air Force strikes in Gaza this morning. That's video of Air Force strikes, an Israeli Air Force strikes in Gaza this morning. Look at this. A lot of airstrikes happening. I know we've been watching them, some of them on the Reuters live streams. Update from I-24 News English. The French Foreign Ministry confirms 7 citizens are missing following the attack by Hamas. In addition, the Thai Foreign Ministry says 12 nationals were killed, 8 wounded, and 11 kidnapped in southern Israel. So 7 French citizens missing. in Gaza, and I think we reported that about the Thai citizens as well. Hamas-run health ministry says 493 people have been killed in the Gaza Strip. Now, it's a little weird because Israel says they've killed, I think, around 400 terrorists in Gaza. That's what Israel calls them. So, when Gaza says 493, when Hamas says hold on a second here. When Hamas says 493 people have been killed, does that include people who might be like Hamas fighters or Hamas officials who Israel has killed intentionally? I don't know. Joshua Sanders says they might have special forces in rescuing hostages first. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Israel tries to get their hostages out, if they can, before launching a major ground assault. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens at all. Mary B says people that live there have been killed. Oh, I would not be surprised if that's the case, but trying to balance the numbers, because Israel said they had killed, I think, around 400. Yeah, Israel says over 400 terrorists have been killed by airstrikes in Gaza. Hundreds more held or captured inside Israel. That's from I24 News. Mariv, Israel, says an entire family was wiped out. A mother, father, and their 3 children were massacred by Nir Oz, Israel, near Gaza. An entire family was wiped out. A mother, father, and their 3 children were massacred by Nir Oz. They were all murdered in the kibbutz, Mariv says. Terrible. Wow. Mariv is an Israeli news outlet. (10:45 a.m. Israel and Gaza time. This is interesting. Aurora Intel says Israeli Defense Forces have issued warning texts and videos to residents of a bunch of places to evacuate to specific areas in Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is in northern Gaza. That's from Aurora Intel. Abbasan al-Kabira, Abbasan al-Sagira, and Kirbet Kuzwa. I don't know where these places are. Khan Yunis is... I have to look up all these things. Khan Yunis... Oh, Abbasan al-Kabira is here. Khan Yunis is here. Abbasan al-Sagira and Kirbet Kuzwa. Oh, Abbasan al-Sagira is there. So, again, they're telling people in certain areas to leave those areas. Thanks so much to Nof. Thank you, Nof, for your support. Thanks Ariane6, our new member. Thanks so much to Yart05 for your support on Twitch. Thanks Agent Gerbil, Agent Gerbil for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Laser Mink for subscribing. Thanks Smoke for subscribing. Thank you Jake Programming for the gift sub on Twitch. And thanks Hello Stummer for subscribing. Appreciate all of our Twitch mods, by the way. Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Sarah all moderating over there. YouTube, we have Danny James is moderating. Thanks so much, Danny. We also have modding over there on Facebook. Margaret Riley is moderating. K. Larry Body, thank you. Thanks to some of our Facebook subscribers, Louisa Green, Jean Marie Kazmak, Margaret Riley, K. Body, thank you. Thanks to all of our mods. Hey, real quick, I do want to mention, somebody earlier in the chat said, I didn't get a notification. So make sure if you subscribe, follow, you sign up for notifications on whatever platform you're watching on. But I also want to add a great way to make sure you don't miss a stream. I don't know when I'm coming on the air usually. It depends on when the news is happening. We have a whole free notification system set up. It's done through Discord. You sign up for free, and then you get sent a notification a few minutes before we're going live. It works really well. It's done through Discord. The link to sign up is at the bottom of the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast. Our moderators can post that Discord link as well, but that's maybe the best way to find out when we're going live. Also, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. That's free. You can check that out as well. Big thanks to our Discord mods. But sign up for the Discord notifications if you want to know when we're going live. They really work very well. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince says Discord is best for notifications. Aurora Intel says remains of Hamas Sharqiya police station in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, after being targeted in an airstrike. One of the two Reuters cameras is just showing it looks like a destroyed building in Gaza. Oh, it looks like maybe the N12 video was not a real video. Let's see. I don't know if that might have been a different video. Let's see. I can't tell. Cheyenne, who I follow Cheyenne Sardarizadeh said that's not a video of Israel striking targets in Gaza. It shows the town of Aria being targeted by Syrian government forces. So I reposted a video that N12, the news station, posted in Israel. They're reliable as far as I've seen, but maybe this isn't from this morning. Is it the same video? I don't know. I have to look. That says, I don't know if it's the same video. Is it? Looks like it is. I can't tell. Maybe it is. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete it. Anyways. N12 just posted it. I deleted it, if there's a question about it. I think one of my followers mentioned it. Yeah, thanks to people who wrote in. Luke. More booms on Reuters, people are saying. Anyways, the thing about that video is even if that video is not from today, there's plenty of other there's other stuff that's happened today that looks just like it. It's not like it was putting forward some kind of crazy thing. If we've been watching buildings get blown up for hours on the stream, so it's not like it's not like it's portraying something the type of which is just not happening. Thanks to our new member Joey King. I don't have a lot of news updates in the last couple hours. Israel is still fighting to get all of the intruders out of Israel. This is from Ynet News. Lebanon's foreign minister announced that Hezbollah promised it will not intervene in the war in Gaza unless Israel bullies Lebanon. I don't know what that means. It is 10:54 a.m. 10:54 a.m. in Gaza and Israel. I'm actually surprised there haven't been more updates the last couple hours. Oh, let me check something else here, sorry. What is this here? Hang on. Okay, this is similar to what is this here? Oh, IDF spokesperson for, this is interesting. This is what Aurora Intel was talking about. The IDF spokesperson for Arab media. Avijah Adre. So he is with Israeli Defense Forces, but he is the spokesperson for Arab media. 25 minutes ago, he posted, residents of the Gaza Strip, specifically the area of Abbasan al-Kabira, Abbasan al-Sagira, and the area of Kirbet Kuza'a. Pay attention. You must go immediately to Khan Yunis city center for your safety, and because your residence is being used by terrorist organizations. Instructions in attached videos. How about that? Wow. So it looks like they're going to attack buildings or whatever in that area. Yeah, now I'm not saying this is like a big new thing. It's just, you know, maybe they've been doing this the last couple days. But I did see that. I'm just going to post that because I think it's interesting. They give instructions in the videos. This is the video they posted.
عمليات المنظمات الإرهابية تجبر جيش الدفاع على العمل ضدها في مكان سكنكم. جيش الدفاع غير عبسان الكبيرة وعبسان الصغيرة، وخاصة رقم 242 241 240 254 253 243 239 238 237 236 235 و225. الرجاء التوجه إلى مركز مدينة خان يونس. أعود وأكرر، الحديث عن تعليمات هدفها حمايتكم والمساعدة بالتمييز بين المنظمات الإرهابية وبين المواطنين. جيش الدفاع سيفعل كل ما بوصيه لتقليل من المساس بالمواطنين، ولكن من أجل مساعدتنا على ذلك عليكم الانصياع لتحذيراتنا، وقد عُذر من أنظر.
So, interesting. That's the translation, I think, on the screen, or a rough translation. Kiluminato says, how can they get the message if cell phone and internet is blacked out in Gaza? I don't know if it's blacked out, but I think the internet service is not working well, because that was reported. Well, that was reported wasn't working well a couple days ago by NetBlocks. And I know electricity they're not getting much electricity. We read a report they were getting a few hours of electricity a day now. Just trying to get you some more updates here. Saw another article I wanted to mention too. It is 11:03 a.m. I saw this. A former Israeli military spokesman paints a grim picture of the fighting ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus called the situation dire on Sunday. Oh, no, he's the guy who gave the announcement. Right? Or no? Oh, this is so weird. So guys, I showed you the post. It's kind of weird. I showed you this post a couple times that was posted by the Israeli Defense Forces on their social media. Actually, it says an IDF spokesperson. You know what's weird about this? They literally say, they're saying he is a spokesperson. Then the New York Times article says he's a former spokesman, Jonathan Conricus, while not an official spokesman anymore. Well, he is. It literally says on the tweet, an IDF spokesperson, Jonathan Conricus. I don't know why the New York Times is saying he's not an official spokesperson when the Israeli Defense Forces says he's a spokesperson. It's kind of confusing. It says it right on the tweet. An IDF spokesperson. Anyways, aside from that, Mr. Conricus stepped into the international spotlight in 2021 when, as one of the military's top spokesmen, he announced the beginning of an Israeli ground invasion of Gaza that had not actually occurred. He then apologized, saying he had misunderstood the situation on the ground. When multiple news organizations, including the New York Times, questioned him about why he had misled the news media, he called it an honest mistake, but he acknowledged the military had sought to deceive fighters in Gaza through a series of tactics that made it seem as if an invasion were indeed occurring. He retired from active service soon afterward, though he stayed involved in the military's information operation. It is interesting, though, that they say that he, in 2021, said that a ground operation was actually beginning. But it wasn't, I mean, it's not him. He was an official spokesperson, so I'm sure he was being told to say that. A couple people, Mpandi says he was interviewed on CNN earlier. Somebody else said Telecom says he was on MSNBC. So look, he is doing this as an official spokesperson. The Israeli Defense Forces didn't accidentally post this post by him, where he goes off on his own and says whatever he wants. Okay? This is the official Israeli Defense Forces account. They saw his message and they posted it. Just to be clear. So if it turns out what he says is false, It's not him making up something. It's from the Israeli military. Just to be clear, what's going on. But he did say, he said, what he said is that, just to go back, this is what he said was going to happen.
Forcefully taken from Israel. And I've seen stories of cynicism amassed around 100,000 monsters that we are facing.
Here, listen to this.
We have amassed around 100,000 reserve troops who are currently in southern Israel, preparing to execute the task that the Israeli government has designated the IDF to do. Our job is to make sure that at the end of this war, Hamas will no longer have any military capabilities to threaten Israeli civilians with. And in addition to that, we are also to make sure that Hamas will not be able to govern the Gaza Strip. Because you see, the situation today is fundamentally different than what it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, he says that, this is the official statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. He says they're going to take away all military capability that Hamas has to threaten Israelis. And also they're going to make it so that Hamas can no longer rule, be in power in the Gaza Strip. So, if it turns out that they don't do that, I don't think it looks very good for Israel. So, but make no mistake, this is the official statement from an official spokesperson. Yes, very strong words, Kimmy Rose. So, if it turns out that it doesn't happen, I think Israel just looks bad. Freak One says that's regime change words there. So that's what was said. Very serious statement. Now, could any of this be trying to frighten Hamas into reaching some agreement with Israel beforehand? I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. Sunday, thanks to Lou Green for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Lou. On Sunday, the Washington Post reported that U.S. officials had told them that, what was the exact quote here? U.S. officials told the Washington Post on Sunday they expected Israel to launch a ground incursion into Gaza in the next 24 to 48 hours, according to people familiar with the matter. It's weird though, it's 11:11 Israel time, and we know stuff is going on because we know Israel has not managed to clear out all of the attackers and all of the intruders from Israel. We've heard periodically of exchanges of gunfire still going on in Israel, but we're not hearing a lot of updates. I would expect that the death toll might get updated today. Oh, large explosion on Reuters feed. Another one on the Reuters feed. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. Tons of airstrikes. Remember, guys, Israel says it's killed over 400 terrorists in the airstrikes. Yeah, there was just this large explosion on the feed. Yeah, a little while ago. That. Hang on one moment here. Is what was I looking up? Oh, here. Sorry, I was just trying to find something here, but I don't know that I can do this right now. Oopsie. That's not what I wanted to do. I'll see if I can get any updates on what that explosion was on the Reuters feed. I don't have any reporting on it yet. Duke thinks it was probably munitions that was hit. There was a mushroom cloud. Another rocket alert in Israel. Just saw it right here. Kisufim. Weird. 11:17. 11:17. a.m. Israel and Gaza time. BBC reports a failure of intelligence, ex-Mossad chief says. Israel's security tactics collapsed totally on Saturday, says a former head of one of their intelligence services. Danny Yatom, ex-chief of the Mossad spy agency and politician from Israel's opposition Labor Party, says everything went wrong and nobody had a clue on Saturday when Hamas attacked from Gaza. He said Israel's second layer of defense was insufficient to stop the attacks, reminiscent of how Israel was caught flat-footed nearly 50 years in one day from the Yom Kippur War. He says the amount of forces were too little, and this is mainly because of the failure of intelligence that said that even though we witnessed many exercises by Hamas, volunteers shot at while recovering bodies from festival site. Volunteers searching for bodies at the Supernova Music Festival site, where at least 260 people were killed Saturday, have had to suspend their search because they're under fire from militants. Wow. Yossi Landau, commander in the Zaka volunteer group, says his team of 25 have so far recovered 162 bodies from the site, but couldn't get any further. They are working to recover all remains of the victims for religious reasons. That is from BBC. Now, I thought they'd recovered 260 bodies, but maybe they haven't. Now, I would assume there might be some Israeli soldiers around to pursue where the gunshots are coming from. I don't know. Most breach points still closed, but IDF can't deny that militants still entering. A spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces said most of the breach points on the barrier, which separates Israel and Gaza, have been closed mainly with tanks. But when pressed, the spokesman said he couldn't deny that militants may be entering Israeli territory. Look at that, that's interesting. Interesting. Oopsie, what happened? Sorry. This one. Okay. Thanks to Gene Romaine. Thank you so much, Gene, for your support. Thank you, Crypto King, for your support. I really appreciate it. We are bringing you live updates, guys. It's 11:23 a.m. Did I catch the IDF news update? Which one? Oh, hold on a second, guys. Breaking news. Breaking news. We got some breaking news here. Times of Israel's Manny Fabian. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says Israeli troops have regained control of all towns on the Gaza border. He says incidents of clashes between troops and terrorists in the last few hours have been isolated. He says in the Shar HaNegev Regional Council, 3 terrorists were killed by troops. In Be'eri, another was killed. In Holit and Sufa, another 5 were killed. And in Alumim, 4 were killed. He says that currently there is no fighting in any of the towns. It's possible there are still terrorists in the area, he says. He says breaches in the border will physically be secured by tanks and supported by combat helicopters and drones. He says the army has evacuated 15 out of 24 towns on the border and will continue to evacuate the others in the coming day. Sderot will not be evacuated at this stage, he says. He says some 4,400 rockets have been launched toward Israel since the fighting started on Saturday morning. So that's a big announcement. IDF is saying that they have regained control of all towns on the Gaza border. There is currently no fighting going on, although it's not clear whether it's possible there are still terrorists in the area. Also, they have evacuated 15 of 24 towns on the border and will continue to evacuate the others in the coming day. My guess is that you won't see a ground operation until they've evacuated all the towns on the border. Wow. Thanks, by the way, to Nexusly for your support. Thanks also, Eddie Smith. It's good to see you, Eddie Smith. Hope you're doing all right. Eddie Smith, thank you. Oh, and thank you, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, for your support. Hey, if you're watching on Facebook, people watching on Facebook, the stream on Facebook ends after 8 hours. So in about a minute, the stream on Facebook's going to end, but I will just start a new one. So if you are watching on Facebook, all Facebook viewers, alert. Again, Facebook will automatically end the stream in like a minute, and I will just start a brand new stream on Facebook. So come back for the brand new one on Facebook as soon as this one ends. By the way, Lou Green said, why would volunteers be allowed back into that area where the party happened if it was not 100% safe? I don't know that they have enough troops to keep that area, to monitor that area. There's my guess is that maybe Israeli forces are not so concerned with keeping people out of there. They're just more concerned with trying to find any new intruders who are around. That'd be a guess. I don't know. I understand the question, though, Lou Green. It's a fair question. So, guys, on Facebook, if you're watching, again, any time now on Facebook, the stream is going to end. If you're watching on our other platforms, you're fine. Oh, the Facebook stream just ended. So I got to restart the Facebook stream. Hang on a moment. I'm just restarting the Facebook stream. Thanks, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, for letting me know. Let me just restart the Facebook stream. It'll take all of 15 seconds. Hopefully. Restarting the Facebook stream now. We're back on Facebook. So again, big update. I want to read this again. Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. IDF spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says Israeli troops have regained control of all towns on the Gaza border. He says incidents of clashes between troops and Palestinian terrorists in the last few hours have been isolated. Skipping ahead, he says currently there's no fighting in any of the towns. It is possible there are still terrorists in the area. Wow. He says breaches in the Gaza border will be physically secured by tanks and supported by combat helicopters and drones. He says the army has evacuated 15 of 24 towns on the border and will continue to evacuate the others in the coming days. Sderot will not be evacuated. Look at this. Hagari says the IDF has never mobilized so many reservists so quickly. 300,000 reservists have been mobilized in 48 hours. What is the population of Israel? Wow. Population of Israel is like 9 million people. $9.3 million people. Unbelievable. So out of 9.3 million total people, that includes kids, that includes, elderly people, they have mobilized 300,000 reservists. Reserve duty Israel from Wikipedia. In reserve duty, Israeli residents who've completed military service are assigned to the Israel Defense Forces Military Reserve Force to provide reinforcements during emergencies and as a matter of routine course. Reserve service is mandatory in Israel and is considered part of the national ethos. So basically 300,000 people, who are not full-time serving have been called forward to serve now. Go on duty. Let me look at this about reservists. This is an NPR article. I was trying to find more interesting about reservists in Israel. Israel's military, says the Wall Street Journal, has hundreds of thousands of reservists. Some 120,000 of whom are on active reserve duty between the ages of 22 and 45. Just trying to figure out how the whole thing works. Let's see here. Israel Defense Forces service. Okay, Israel, this is Wikipedia. Regular service is mandatory military service, which is held according to the Israeli Security Service law. National military service is mandatory for all Israeli citizens over the age of 18, okay? With some exceptions. After personnel complete their mandatory, regular service, they are either granted permanent exemption from military service or assigned a position in the reserve forces. No distinction is made between the assignment of men and women to reserve service. All Israelis who served in the IDF and are under age of 40, unless otherwise exempt, are eligible for reserve duty. Anyways, I'm not an expert on this, but I was just trying to give you a little background here. But it's a large amount of people. Again, 300,000 people who were not, full-time soldiers are being put into service. They have been called up as reservists. And that's out of a population of 9 million people. That's like 1 out of every 30 people in the country. In the US, that would be about 10 million people. Because there's 330 million people, so it'd be more than that. But roughly speaking, that would be like if the U.S. called up 10 million reservists. A lot of accounts posting about this 300,000 thing. Seeing all these posts on my timeline about the 300,000 reservists. Or intel, 300,000 reservists have been mobilized in Israel. Israel Link, IDF says 300,000 reservists have been mobilized in 48 hours. So it's a big amount. Thanks to Carl Webster, who says Australian citizen feared kidnapped. I haven't seen that myself. I wouldn't doubt it's true. I mean, we've heard different countries say that they've had different citizens killed and missing. Thank you, Carl Webster from Australia. Yeah, I have not seen that report myself. If I see it, I'll pass it along. Oh, I think this might be it. I haven't listened to this. Anyways, this is from 7 News Brisbane. Is it Brisbane? They say, hold on a second. Let's do this one more time. There are grave fears for an Australian woman who 7 News understands is unaccounted for after being caught up in the Israel-Hamas conflict. Maybe that's the one that Carl is talking about. Okay, let's bring you more updates here. IDF spokesman Hagari threatens Hamas's leadership, says Manny Fabian with Times of Israel. Yahya Sinwar is the commander of the campaign and is a dead man, Hagari says in a press conference. Its military and political leadership, all of its assets are attackable and doomed, he adds. How about that? Jerusalem Post says some 300,000 IDF reservists will be called up in total to fight in Operation Swords of Iron. This is the largest number in the history of the IDF. Boy, the Jerusalem Post still, the site is still not working. I'd go there, but it's still not working. The site has been down for like 2 days, Jerusalem Post. Headline on Times of Israel, IDF says it has regained control of all Gaza border towns, but terrorists may remain. Okay. See, Manny Fabian, he knows what he's talking about. He's with Times of Israel. He says 300,000 is an insane figure. That's what I was telling you guys. I said 300,000, such a huge number. That's him. He's in Israel. He's a reporter there. He says 300,000 reservists is an insane figure in 48 hours when the population is 9.3 million. Checking for more updates here. And then, yeah, one of our viewers said, Ronin, that's just the reserves, too. That doesn't count the people who are serving permanently, right? Or currently on duty, I would think. Gurhan says there are still reserves who are trying to get back to Israel from other countries. Hang on a moment here. Hey, thanks to Connie Ori and Carol Guerra for the Facebook stars. Our viewer M. Pandy said Cory Booker, senator, was in Israel when the country was attacked. Yeah, there was also a congressional representative, a U.S. member of the House of Representatives, who was there when it was attacked as well. Joyce says 9 million people is about the population of New York City. Yeah, I don't know what exactly the NYC population is these days. Let me look this up. NYC population is 8.5 million. Artie says, does anyone know how many people are being held hostage? According to Palestinian groups, over 130 people being held hostage, but we don't know for sure. I'm seeing some more rocket alerts too on my phone. Some new ones. Quick thanks also to, very much appreciated, Zeljko Rajkovic. Zeljko Rajkovic, thank you so much, Zeljko, for your support of the channel. Yeah, so this report again, guys. I don't know what to make of this. Noga, I showed you this before. Noga Tarnopolsky, who's a reporter, said the tally of Israeli dead still stands at 700, a figure published yesterday, but a senior official tells the radio station Reshet Bet the real numbers are far higher inconceivably. So I don't know if I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know if that's true. That's the only it's the only place I've seen that report. We'll just have to see. Our member Pixel Panda says 300,000 reservists is a lot. Getting serious. It's almost noontime, Israel time. I'm wondering if maybe tomorrow you might have a start to the ground operation. I mean, there's still today, they're still evacuating a bunch of the towns, Israel, near the border. They have just announced that they have all the border towns under control. So I can't imagine they'll start any kind of action until they evacuate the border towns. Jerome thinks the number of civilian casualties must be in the thousands. I do not know. I do not know. The thing is, wasn't there a story yesterday? I thought the Jerusalem Post reported yesterday that like 700 people were reported missing. I mean, I would think if it was thousands, that would be known. I don't know, but I mean, at a certain point, people are going to know if somebody is missing or not. So, I don't know that it can be, I mean, it can't be that different than the number missing. Unless no one's really been able to add up all the numbers missing. But we'll see. But I don't know how many are missing. I don't know how many people are missing from that that party, that dance party thing. Times of Israel, Hamas leader Sinwar is a dead man, IDF spokesman threatens. The top IDF spokesman, Hagari, threatens Hamas's leadership. Yahya Sinwar is the commander of the campaign. He is a dead man, Hagari said in a press conference. Hamas's military and political leadership, all of its assets are attackable and doomed, he adds. I'm thinking of that. Didn't Israel, like when Israel had that the massacre at the Munich Olympics, a terrorist attack carried out by Palestinians in which there were 17 victims, including 6 Israeli coaches and 5 Israeli athletes were killed. Didn't Israel have this big operation by the Mossad to track down people involved and kill them? I mean, I think there was a movie made out of it that I saw, but Mossad assassinations following the Munich massacre, Wikipedia. Operation Bayonet was a covert operation directed by the Mossad to assassinate individuals they accused of being involved in the 1972 Munich massacre. The targets were members of the Palestinian armed militant group Black September and operatives of the PLO. While the Mossad killed several prominent Palestinians during the operation, they never managed to kill the mastermind, Abu Daoud. That was depicted in the television film Sword of Gideon and the film Munich. So, what I was going to say is, look, this is an incident where 11 Israelis were killed. Now we're talking about something where hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Israelis were killed on Israeli soil. So, I would not be surprised if part of Israel's response is to just want to capture or kill every single person they think was involved in this incident. That might be a big part of going in. I'm sure they have intelligence on who is the leadership, definitely the leadership of Hamas. Yes, I know, as Coherent Scream says, there's a bunch of hostages. Look, and the Israeli defense spokesperson said today in the announcement 6-7 hours ago that it was a big deal that there's hostages. I wouldn't be surprised if they first try to get the hostages and then do the rest. Because they have to be, I know they're concerned about the hostages. But, I mean, this is, it's like they're 9/11 or more or whatever. Thanks, BA, by the way. BA says there's a video that just got posted to Twitter showing the Israeli army reservists getting ready to go. If I see it, I'll let you know. Did IDF post it? I don't know. I'm looking at the IDF, but I don't see it on their Twitter. Thank you, BA. I appreciate it. If I see it, I'll check it out. BA says in the video they're jumping around and chanting. It's at a certain point it's like a public relations video. Eli writes in and says he works as a planner for an airline, is trying to help getting reserves home. Thanks, Eli, for writing in. Oh yeah, Pixie, I had actually retweeted this, I think, earlier today, so I'm aware of the video, but I hadn't mentioned it yet, so thanks for reminding me. Manny Fabian posted this. He says a compilation of Hamas clips shows how the terror group invaded southern Israel yesterday. First, they bombed Israeli observation towers and weapon systems on the border. Then they fired hundreds of rockets as terrorists on paragliders flew over the border. There's the rockets right there. Moments later, they approached the border fence blew up holes in it, and allowed hundreds of terrorists to infiltrate into Israel. So there's video Hamas posted of them dropping explosives into Israeli observation towers. Then they fired these rockets, and they had gliders flying along with the rockets. And then they approached the border fence. There's a glider right there. It's like the rockets were a distraction. Then they approached the border fence and blew up holes in it. So coordinated. This is all video that they took, Hamas. They took videos of all this stuff. Going, there they go through the fence. And allowed hundreds of terrorists to infiltrate into Israel. So it's crazy that Israel did not know about this, and they weren't prepared for it, and the response was not fast. Bad Man says, reminds me of an online multiplayer game. Our viewer, the bearded one, says, very well planned. It's shocking Israel didn't know, or at least didn't act before it happened. Truly caught napping. JRG says it's nuts with the amount of money Israel uses for security and military. Just the fact that these, I guess, drones could fly over observation towers and drop explosives into them. So this was not something that Israel anticipated. Israel did not anticipate that drones could be flown over their observation towers. Why not? Oh, I'm seeing... Oh, hey guys, a big bunch of rocket alerts. Just saw a big bunch of rocket alerts. Thanks, by the way, to Billy Joe Drage for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Billy Joe. Yes, Central Israel, Jerusalem under rocket attack. So a big bunch of rocket alerts I just saw. Central Israel, Jerusalem under rocket attack. That is from Annie Fabian. I just got it. Israel Defense Forces, they posted something and then they took it down. But there are a bunch of rocket alerts going off right now. I'm getting more rocket alerts. More rocket alerts on my phone. My phone is blowing up. I-24 News English says, heavy barrage of rockets launched from Gaza towards central and southern Israel, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv suburbs. Now, this happened the day of the attack. This was going on for hours. But it's been pretty quiet in terms of rocket alerts for the last few hours, but not right now. More rocket alerts. I have tons of them on my phone. Trying to get a map. Here we go, right here. Hang on a second here. So there is from Faytux News. Those are all the rocket alerts. Look at that. So you got ones by Jerusalem, you got ones by Tel Aviv and suburbs, I believe, and significant. A lot of the recent ones have been more around Gaza. Let's see what we can find out about these new rockets. Israel Defense Forces says sirens sounding in Jerusalem and across Israel. New rocket alerts. Haaretz says heavy rocket barrage launched at central Israel. Manny Fabian posted a map. Rocket sirens sounding across central Israel and as far north as Baqa al-Gharbi. Oh, I got a bunch more. They're just blowing up with rocket alerts. Trey Yingst says huge rocket attack unfolding now. Long-range rockets being fired toward central Israel. So soon we'll get more reports about what actually happened with these rockets. It is 12:06. Hearing about some, the account, the Telegram account, News Before Everyone in Telegram says falls in Jerusalem. I don't know if those are explosions or rockets falling, impacting the ground. We'll hear soon. The Telegram account IntelliNews says, let me show you what they say, IntelliNews. They say, here you go, the military wing of Hamas took responsibility for the barrage of rockets towards Gush Dan, HaSharon in Jerusalem in response to the Israeli Air Force attacks on houses in Gaza. AB Camping says, how long can Iron Dome last before it's depleted? I don't know what the stock of Iron Dome munitions is, AB Camping. It's a good question. So I'm going to show you whatever reports I see about rockets' impacts or anything. We'll have to wait and see. I'm checking various sources here. Still getting new alerts. Still getting new rocket alerts right now. Tel Aviv, rocket falls in an open area, no known casualties. That is from N12. That's a ways away from Gaza. I-24 News English says Israelis who were gathering donations for victims of the Hamas attacks in southern communities run for cover as rockets were fired from Gaza towards Tel Aviv. I am getting more rocket alerts on my phone right now. They keep coming. New alerts, more rockets being fired. Still coming up on my phone. GLZ Radio says, initial report of a rocket fall on Route 1 in the lowlands, no injuries. Local Focus Security Alerts says one rocket landed near Abu Ghosh town near Route 1, northwest Jerusalem City. Israeli Civilian Health Emergency Organization says its medics are scanning following reports of rocket impacts in central Israel, but it is unaware of any injuries at this stage. That's from Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. MDA is the national organization that deals with civilian health emergencies. They're a civilian medical emergency organization. So far, I am not aware of any structures that have been hit in this latest rocket barrage. By the way, Joe Truzman, who is an expert on Palestinian militant groups, says Rafat Abu Hilal, who is a Palestinian militant official in Gaza, was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Rafah, Gaza. Israel says it has killed 400 terrorists in Gaza in airstrikes. I'm guessing they're going to go after lots. I think they're going to go after anyone they think was involved at all in this thing and try to capture and kill them all. That's what I think. I mean, it's just given what happened in this attack, and given, certainly Israel they have no qualms about doing targeted assassinations. N12 says the rocket barrage in the last few minutes, there are no reports of casualties in the center or the south of Israel. A rocket fall near Route 1. Also, they reported about an hour ago, Israeli defense spokesperson, we have gone on the attack. Any area where there are terrorists will be attacked. Gaza under siege. Thanks to our new member, AB Camping. Thanks, AB Camping. Hey, thanks again to Duster Singer. Thanks so much, Duster. I really appreciate your support over there on Facebook. Hey, thanks so much to Artie Koterba for the Facebook stars. Very kind of you, Artie Koterba. Thanks so much, Artie, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate it. Some pictures of video of strikes in Gaza. This is from IntelliNews. Ignis Fatum posted these. Oops. Lots of strikes going on. Remember, Israel said they targeted over 500. They hit over 500 targets in Gaza overnight. Hang on 1 second here. There is a report here from this Telegram account called News from the Field, and they say site of the attack in Gabalia in northern Gaza. I guess this was an Israeli airstrike in northern Gaza. Many injured people are being evacuated from the place. In Gavaila. I'll see if I can get more on that. You know, I don't know with some of these buildings, you know, Israel says they've killed 400 terrorists in Gaza in airstrikes. So I don't know if some of these things are like there's a building, and if they see, you know, a high-ranking Hamas target in there, I don't know if Israel's just like, we're just going to hit the building. I mean, Israel has said, I heard an Israeli official say this in the last couple of days, if no matter what the building's, overt purposes. If it's being used for terrorist purposes, then it's a terrorist location, something like that. So you could have strikes. I mean, of course, you could have something where like the wrong building is hit or there's collateral damage, but you could also have a situation where Israel says like, hey, this building is used for terrorist activities. We're going to destroy it. We're going to destroy the terrorists. There may be other people in there. I don't know at this point if Israel's going to care. Bad Manolite says lots of collateral deaths, I imagine. Maybe, before 2 days ago, there'd be cases where Israel would be like, we don't want to hit that building, even though there's a target in it. Where now they might be like, we're hitting it. I don't know. Yes, one of our viewers mentioned a bunch of smoke on one of the Reuters Gaza cameras. It is 12:20 p.m. 12:20 p.m. Israel time and Gaza time. Thank you, by the way, to our new member and for your support, Josh Shakalaka. I appreciate it, Josh. Thank you very much, Josh Shakalaka. Hey, this is interesting. N12 News says the instruction given to residents of Sderot, Israel, to shut themselves in their houses has been lifted. They must stay close to protected areas. That, I believe, some people were under that kind of order since last night. Remember, Israel has announced an hour or so ago that all of the towns near the Gaza border are now back. They're under Israeli control. There's no fighting going on. There may still be some terrorists in the area, they said, but they did say that that they have these towns under control after the attack, over 48 hours after the attack began. So that's a big deal. Very well, in the next day or two, you might see the start of a huge ground operation. What is this? Hey guys, I just saw a report on Telegram unconfirmed report from the channel News Before Everyone in Telegram. News Before Everyone in Telegram. They posted this. They said, apparently the 85-year-old Yafi who was kidnapped to Gaza will be returned to Israel in the next few minutes. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they're saying. Oh, is she back? What is this, guys? Look, they posted a video. Is this her? This is News Before Everyone in Telegram. Is that her? Oops, sorry. Is she back in Israel? I don't know. Again, News Before Everyone in Telegram posted that video. Just saw it. People are saying it looks like her. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. This is a report from Hamda Salhut, who's with I-24 News English. Israeli Defense Minister, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. I think Israel provides about half of Gaza's electricity. Hey, thanks to Sherry Herman. Appreciate it, Sherry Herman. Thanks also to Illume for your support. I appreciate that. Thanks to our new member, Nick Robinson. Thank you, Nick. Let me give a shout out to our moderators who are here at 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. Wow. Carms is here. Thank you so much, Carms. Appreciate you being here. Also, we have Kay Lowry Body is there on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Thanks again, Artie Koterba, for the Facebook stars. Margaret Riley is there over there on Facebook. Thank you. Moderating, thanks so much. Over there on Twitch, we have Bastion Girl, Seriro, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Sarah. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bob Types Too Slow, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Monkey ZZZ, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Yart, for the bits on Twitch. For your support, I appreciate it. Thanks also for Super Sounds for subscribing on Twitch, and Mancubus. Thank you, Duster Singer and Margaret Riley and Kay Larry Body for subscribing on Facebook. Billy Joe Drage as well. Thanks also to our YouTube members, including people like Linda Gordon, Udon Ball, The Bearded One, Lolly Lollipop, Jamila, Lisa, Freakwan, JV125, Broken Arrow, Nick Robinson, The Deuterino, Sherry Herman, Strange Reverend, Baby Blue Sky. Thank you for all the members on YouTube. Thank you, Mediocritish, for subscribing as well. Mediocritish says, even if people are behaving like animals, decent people don't treat them like animals. That's what our viewer, Mediocritish, says. Just saw another rocket alert. Hey, more rocket alerts happening right now. More rocket alerts happening right now. I am getting them on my phone. More rockets being fired from Gaza into Israel. I just got a couple right here. Zikim, Ashkelon, Bir Ganim, Ashkelon. I think these are probably closer to Gaza. Yeah, Zikim here. Where's Ashkelon? Here. It's to the north of Gaza. Thanks so much, by the way, to Nathan Smith. Much appreciated, Nathan. Thanks for your support, Nathan Smith. More rocket alerts. Bat Hadar, Gan Yavni, Karmia, Yad Mordecai. Yad Mordecai is here. Where else? So a bunch of them in the north, to the north of Gaza. Gan Yavni, Karmia. Karmia is right there. Karmia, Zikim, Yad Mordecai, Ashkelon. Some of them are there. Hey, Reuters is showing rockets. On the Reuters feed, you can see the rockets being launched on Reuters. Wow. On the Reuters feed, you could see the rockets being launched from Gaza. Crazy. I just saw them on the Reuters feed. You could actually see them being launched. Just nuts. I'll show you a screen grab. Man, that was crazy. Check this out. Right there. That's a rocket. That's a rocket right there. They just showed them. It's okay. I was dealing with the alerts. More rocket alerts right now. Man, that's crazy. Guys, more rocket alerts. More rocket alerts coming in. Renewed rocket fire on southern and central Israel. There you go, from Manny Fabian. There is your rocket alert map. See Gaza at the bottom? Renewed rocket fire. Anon says all those places will be exploded now. Well, I'm sure they're going to be pursued. I mean, I would think Israel has surveillance on that, but wow. Mr. Clam says one of them fell just after launch. Wow. Nub Bud says it looked like there was a misfire. Haaretz says heavy barrage fired again at central Israel, Jerusalem. Manny Fabian says rocket impact, I think this was a few minutes ago, in an open area near the Ben Gurion airport, no injuries.
הנה בנתב"ג נפילה. נפילה פה בנתב"ג. שימו לב. עכשיו אזעקה.
It's pretty close to the airport.
נפילה בתוך שטח נתב"ג, שטח פתוח זה נראה. הנה זה נפילה. הנה בנתב"ג נפילה.
There's more rocket alerts coming right now. I'm looking at my phone. More rocket alerts coming out. Rishon LeZion. That is up there, near Tel Aviv. Yeah, more rocket alerts. My phone is blowing up with rocket alerts. Blowing up. No reports of injuries from this latest outburst of rocket fire yet. Oh, what's going on the Reuters stream, guys? What's that? Why are they showing the water on the Reuters stream? Anyone tell me that? They're showing the water on some rockets hit the water. I don't know what happened. They're showing the water on the Reuters stream. Don't really know what's going on there. Something fell in the water, says Mr. Showtime. Shots from the water, small explosions in the water. I'm not saying anything at the moment. The Hamas's military wing, Al-Qassam Brigades, says, we have renewed our bombardment of Tel Aviv with rockets in response to the bombing of civilian homes, they say, by Israel in Gaza. That's from Quds N. So again, Hamas is saying that we are launching more rockets towards Israel and because of Israeli airstrikes on civilian homes in Gaza. Israel has destroyed a number of homes belonging to Hamas and other Palestinian militant group officials in the last couple days, reportedly. Al Jazeera says, Hamas's military wing says, we directed a major rocket strike against Ashdod and Ashkelon with 120 rockets. I can show you. I got the Hamas telegram. I have it right. I have it myself. Hamas on Telegram. In response to the bombing of civilian homes, we direct a major missile strike, a major rocket strike against Ashdod and Ashkelon with 120 rockets. There you go. So this is in the last 5 minutes. This is from the Hamas military telegram. In response to the bombing of civilian homes, we direct a major rocket strike towards Ashdod and Ashkelon with 120 rockets. In response to the bombing of civilian homes, we renewed our bombardment of Tel Aviv. In response to the, and also we are directing a rocket salvo toward Sderot in support of the elite forces operating there, claiming there's still, I guess, terrorists operating there. So that was all posted in the last 5 minutes on Telegram by the military wing of Hamas. Oh, guys, look at this. Look. There's been a rocket that has fallen in Ashdod, according to News from the Field on Telegram. Check this out, guys. We have a rocket impact in Ashdod. That is News from the Field, a rocket impact in Ashdod. Yeah, Faytux found the same video. Same one we were just looking at. I don't know if anybody's been hurt from that rocket, but that is in Ashdod, Israel. Yeah, that just got reported. Ashdod is north of Ashkelon, north of the Gaza Strip, about 10 miles away. Some more rocket alerts just came out. In Telenews on Telegram says, in the latest barrage, a number of falls in the cities of southern Israel, reports of casualties in Israel from this latest rocket barrage. Thanks very much, Lolly Lollipop. I appreciate that, Lolly Lollipop. So again, reports of possible casualties from the latest burst of rocket fire, barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Gaza. 3 wounded. MDA, the Civilian Health Emergency Organization, says, MDA says 3 wounded in Ashkelon from rocket impacts. 75-year-old man in serious condition, 2 others in light condition. That is from Manny Fabian. So that might be from that one we just saw a video of. They are the National Emergency Medical Organization, MDA. Benya Githouse says, what happened to the Iron Dome? I guess they didn't get all of these incoming rockets. I'm not sure. Fair question, but impacts reported. Look, this is multiple impacts reported in Ashdod. Here's another one. That's from N12 News. That's a rocket in a civilian area. Our viewer, Sheridan, says they will continue to take rocket pot shots until that ground force gets in there. Lots of booms on Reuters stream, someone said. Mark Tutek said, no system is 100% effective. Oh, here's one from, look, here's a close-up video from I-24 News English. Rocket impact in southern city of Ashdod. It's a close-up of the one we saw before. A warship is targeting them? Rounds hitting the sea again? I'm looking at Reuters, I'm just seeing some, like the water. Israeli ships have been launching strikes on Gaza. That has been happening during the last couple days. I don't know what's going on right this second. Oh, here's another angle of the rocket hit in Ashdod. Look at this, guys. Rocket hits reported in Ashdod from Clash Report. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know what's going on that Reuters stream. Hey, thanks, Josh Shakalaka. I appreciate it, Josh Shakalaka. Thank you. Ooh. There are loud booms on the Reuters stream. Loud booms on the Reuters stream. They're showing the water and the coast. I don't know if one of the Israeli ships are firing at the coast or what. Lippy says saw water splashes. Oh, I'm seeing some smoke coming from a building. I am seeing some smoke coming from a building now. On the coast there. This is on the Reuters news stream. Wow. I'll keep an eye on that. It is 12:49 p.m. Israel and Gaza time. Okay, 2 serious injuries in that latest rocket barrage. Khan News says rocket falls in Ashdod and Ashkelon, north of Gaza Strip. In Israel, north of Gaza. A 75-year-old man was seriously injured, and 2 others in minor condition in Ashkelon. And in Ashdod, a 50-year-old woman was seriously injured. Thanks so much to Aileen Reed for your support. Thank you, Aileen Reed. This not behaving. Checking for some updates here, guys. I am just checking for some updates. Nico's Kitchen says Trey Yink said he was almost hit. He said, we just took cover under a huge rocket barrage. Multiple hits in Ashdod. Trey Yingst.
A huge rocket barrage just targeted the city of Ashdod. We saw multiple impacts across this heavily populated area. We took cover next to a building, but you could see the rockets coming off the Gaza Strip and slamming into buildings in this community.
Trey Yingst. Hope he stays safe. In case you didn't see it, we showed you this before. This is being widely reported. This is an I-24 news reporter who posted this, but it's being reported widely. Hamda Salhut reported it. Defense Minister of Israel said, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. So I know that Israel supplies like half of Gaza's electricity. I don't know how much of their fuel and food they supply. I'm guessing it's a lot. Or because they're, there's basically a block. Israel has blockaded Gaza, and they let certain stuff get through. So maybe Israel is hoping to put pressure on the Hamas who runs Gaza by making things miserable for the people there. I mean, it's pretty bad there anyway. Economy is terrible there. But I don't know in terms of the no food, no fuel. How big a difference is that? Like in 2 days, and 5 days, and 7 days? I just don't know. Israel announces total blockade on Gaza. Al Jazeera. So, yeah, I don't have analysis of what, like how big an impact that'll make in like the next couple days or something. Here's a story from Times of Israel. Egypt intelligence official says Israel ignored repeated warnings of something big. Former top Israeli officers say failure to heed alerts only one aspect of massive intelligence and political blunders. Ooh, hold on. Where's that from? Where am I hearing that from? Oh, that was on was that on Reuters? Sorry. I think I heard that from Reuters. Some explosions. Yeah, some booms. Probably more airstrikes. Sorry. An Egyptian official told Times of Israel Jerusalem had ignored repeated warnings that the Gaza-based terror group was planning something big. The Egyptian official claimed that Egypt had spoken repeatedly with the Israelis about something big without elaborating. He said Israeli officials were focused on the West Bank and played down the threat from Gaza. I don't really know what they were told. Israel's intelligence agencies have gained an aura of invincibility over the decades because of a string of achievements. But the weekend's assault, which caught Israel off guard on a major Jewish holiday, plunges that reputation into doubt and raises questions about the country's readiness in the face of a weaker but determined foe. This is a major failure, said the former national security advisor to Netanyahu. This operation actually proves the intelligence abilities in Gaza were no good. This retired Israeli general said the other side learned to deal with our technological dominance. Hold on. Oh, they're showing a ship. Hey, they're showing, I think, a warship on the Reuters stream. Maybe an Israeli warship? You can see it on the Reuters stream. Now there's a close-up on it now. There's 2 Reuters streams, by the way. Anyways, in the Times of Israel article, it echoes another article we read, which said that the... let me show you this again. It says... this former intelligence professional in Israel, former military commander, I guess, or military, high-ranking intelligence military person, said they've gone back to the Stone Age in Gaza. Terrorists weren't using their phones or computers and were conducting their sensitive business in rooms specially guarded from technological espionage or going underground. He also said the failure extends beyond just intelligence gathering, and Israel security services failed to put together an accurate picture from the intelligence they were receiving. Israel's security establishment has in recent years increasingly seen Hamas as an actor interested in governing, seeking to develop Gaza's economy and improving the standard of living in Gaza's 2.3 million people. But Avivi and others say the truth is that Hamas, which openly calls for Israel's destruction, sees that aim as its priority. If you want to read the rest of the article, go to Times of Israel. Oh, new explosion on the Reuters stream. Reuters stream showing a new explosion. So many airstrikes going on in Gaza. So many attacks. Remember, Israel says it has killed over 400 terrorists in these airstrikes in Gaza. In the Ashkelon rocket fire, remember rockets were some rockets apparently landed in Ashkelon, north of Gaza Strip in Israel, in the last hour or so. A hospital says 1 in critical condition, 1 in serious condition, and 2 in light condition. That is from Khan News. Illume says this is getting real scary real fast. Hey, thanks so much, Margaret Riley. I really appreciate the Facebook stars. Our moderator, Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks also, RT Koterba. I appreciate that, RT, thank you. By the way, Paul Anderson, I missed Paul before when I was saying the moderators. Thanks, Paul, for moderating too. Hey guys, I just saw something here. Hang on a second. I just saw something. Oh. Where is it here? News from the field in Telegram. Why can't I find this myself? Oh, I got it. This is Hamas military wing. This is a post on Telegram by the Hamas military wing 7 minutes ago. It says, Israel's bombing tonight and today of the Gaza Strip led to the killing of 4 enemy prisoners and the martyrdom of their captors. So that's this claim being made by Hamas's military wing. Okay? Hamas military wing on Telegram. Israel's airstrikes on Gaza last night and today led to the deaths of 4 Israeli hostages and their captors. Oops, what happened here? Wow. Is that true? I have no idea if it's true. They said it. Oops, sorry, you can't even see it. Here it is again. So this is what they're claiming. This is what they're claiming. This is the Hamas military wing, Al-Qassam brigades. They say Israel's bombing Sunday night and Monday on the Gaza Strip led to the killing of 4 Israeli prisoners and the deaths of their captors. I don't know if that's true. That's what they're saying. Yes, the last part of that statement says the martyrdom of their captors among the Al-Qassam Mujahideen. So the Al-Qassam is military wing of Hamas. I think Mujahideen is fighters. Yeah, fighters. So that's what the last part means. They're captors among the Hamas military fighters. So again, I don't know if that's true, but that's what they posted. Belle True, who is a reporter with The Independent, she says Israel's defense minister has ordered a complete siege on Gaza. They will cut power, block food and fuel. This will be catastrophic for the 2 million inhabitants. Gaza medics told me it'll be a disaster for civilians. Supplies, power, water already low from existing blockade. Oh, explosions on Reuters? Oh, hey, explosions on Reuters. Yeah, a bunch of explosions on Reuters, guys. A bunch of explosions on the Reuters stream. I'm rewinding it to watch. A bunch of them. Wow. Explosions on the Reuters stream. Bunch of columns of smoke. That was a little while ago. Oops, sorry. Oh, another one. I think there was just another one. More. I don't know if the boat is doing this or if these are like airstrikes, but there's more of them on the Reuters stream. Heavy airstrikes going on. Wow. So on the Reuters streams, there's just lots of smoke coming from multiple areas. Oopsie. What just happened? Oops, I didn't want to do that. Hang on. There we go. I'm seeing reports of a new wave of attacks. Aurora Intel says Israeli Defense Force announces a new wave of widespread strikes across Gaza. Give me one moment here. One moment here. What? Yeah, here, guys, here is the new report from the Israeli Defense Force. Right here. They just posted this on their Telegram. The IDF is currently conducting wide-scale strikes on several strategic centers belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. Details to follow. That is their new announcement. They posted 6 minutes ago. They are conducting widespread strikes on several strategic centers belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. Details to follow. Thank you to the Bacon from Hell for your support, who says, I heard Israel is going all out now, can't believe it. Thanks also to Keystone News Now, that's very kind of you. Keystone News Now, thank you. We are bringing you live coverage of the latest developments. Here's what I need to do. We're going to keep going with the stream, but I need to take a couple minutes break. I'm just going to grab a little snack. So let me just say that, let me just post this. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm going to have a quick snack. Probably going to put my glasses in, take my contacts out. So give me a few minutes. I'll leave the stream on. You guys can chat in the chat room. Thanks so much to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. So give me a few minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience. If you are watching I've been watching the Reuters live stream. There are a lot of explosions going on. A lot of airstrikes going on in Gaza. A lot. A lot going on there. A lot of explosions. A lot of airstrikes going on. Hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Hang on here. One moment. I saw some videos while I was taking my break. There are some really gruesome videos floating around, purportedly of a recent airstrike in Jabalia, which is here, Jabalia. And I saw a couple videos where I think I saw more than a dozen dead bodies and some very, very seriously injured people. It was really gruesome. And I believe that took place in the last couple hours. So that was pretty bad. And then also, I just saw this report before coming on the air. This is from I-24 News' Hamda Salhout. The Gaza Ministry of Interior spokesperson says the area is now entirely without electricity and water. The Israeli defense minister said there's going to be a total blockade on Gaza. So Israel's not going to send any electricity or food in there. What else did they say they're not going to send them there? Hang on a second. Let's see here. Israel announces total blockade on Gaza. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says blockade will include ban on admission of food, electricity, and fuel. That's from Al Jazeera. It's being reported elsewhere too. By the way, a quick thanks to Harper Ann and Donna Smith for your support. Thank you also Angus McTavish and Conflict Live. I very much appreciate your support. And a big thanks to all of our moderators for being with us as we continue our live coverage. We have, hang on a second here, really appreciate it, moderators, thank you. Kay Lowry Body, thanks Kay. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you so much. And Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Sarah's, thank you so much. Also, a big thanks to S. Nappy for your support over there on Twitch. And Bob Types Too Slow for subscribing. But yeah, there's been a lot of airstrikes over the last several hours in Gaza. And I saw some really... Aurora Intel says, heavy and intense airstrikes reported across Gaza currently. Video from northern Gaza. An airstrike earlier today has reportedly killed at least 50 in Jabalia, according to local reports. Oh, another one on, man, it's crazy there now. Another one on the Reuters stream. I got to go back and rewind it. Another big one on the Reuters stream. It's getting pretty, it's crazy there now. Wow. Yeah. Jim says, I've never seen so many airstrikes. It's really crazy. It's a lot. And the thing about if you watch some of the videos of the aftermath, I'll show you one non-gruesome one of the aftermath, but it's really different when you see the aftermath up close. I'm not going to show you a gruesome video, but I reposted this one. N12 posted a video from Jabalia, but this isn't a gruesome one. There are gruesome ones. Let's see if you can see this here. This is from Jabalia. But you can just see the scale of destruction. I mean, there's a building in the back that's partially destroyed. It's just like chaos and rubble. But there's a couple other videos from there that just show... Again, I saw one video with over a dozen dead bodies and some really seriously injured people. Old Mordim says, we will see a lot more of this over the coming weeks. It's intense. So. And I don't know, the video I saw, I don't know if those people who were killed, were they Hamas fighters? Were they innocent people? I have no idea. I just don't know. But it was really bad. And then, so every time you see one of these loud explosions and the big smoke go up on, on the Reuters stream, it might be something like that. Let me check for some updates here. Hang on a moment, guys. Give me a shout on Twitter, @Lookner on Twitter, if you have comments, questions. Twitter/X. But let me just do a check here. Okay, guys, look at this. Al Jazeera reports... let me show you the Al Jazeera report. Khan News says, Al Jazeera says 50 people were killed in Gaza in Air Force strikes on the market in the Jabalia refugee camp north of Gaza. Al Jazeera channel report 50 Palestinians were killed in Air Force strikes on the market in Jabalia refugee camp north of Gaza. Hang on, I'm just checking something else. Yeah, I'm watching. I just saw a new video from Jabalia. I can't show it on the air, but it's really bad. It's horrible. It's like devastation. By the way, Al Gad TV, an Arabic language news site, said a few minutes ago Israeli raids target the Karama and Sudanese areas northwest of Gaza Strip. It is now being subjected to intense bombardment by Israeli aircraft and gunboats. Non-stop explosions on Reuters stream, one of our viewers says. Yeah, it's crazy. Let me actually just pull this up so I can listen to it. Hang on one moment. Oh, there's a new one? Oh no, the Reuters stream switched. There's two Reuters streams. You know. There's two Reuters streams. Sorry, I'm just catching up here, guys. Looking at a bunch of sources, trying to get you the latest developments. Oh, here's a report, guys. Guys, check this out. Here's a report. New update. New update here. Hang on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Channel 13 reporter Almog Boker says, and then Faytux translates it here. Israel minister says he has ordered the immediate cutoff of Israel's water supply to Gaza. So Almog Boker posted this. Minister Israel Katz ordered to cut off water to Gaza. I don't know how much of Gaza's water they get from Israel. Middle East Eye talks about this. Hold on a second. Middle East Eye, March 2023. What does it say? The Gaza Strip is home to 2.3 million people, 70% of whom are stateless refugees and their descendants living in 8 refugee camps. Pushed out of what became the State of Israel in 1948, many are now caged just miles from their former homes. Okay. When Hamas took over in Gaza, Israel cut the Gaza Strip off from the world, imposing a blockade that has lasted until today. The blockade has destroyed Gaza's economy and led Human Rights Watch to refer to the Gaza Strip as an open-air prison. But the unemployment rate is roughly half in Gaza. Gaza's water shortage. Gaza has only one source of renewable fresh water, the coastal aquifer stretching from northern Israel to the northern Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. The coastal aquifer has been under total Israeli control since the occupation began. That suggests that most of their water comes from Israeli control, I would think. I don't know. I'm not clear on this. Yeah, so I am not clear. You can read this article in Middle East Eye. I'm not going to go through the whole article. When it says that when we get this report that Israel is cutting off water to Gaza, do they have other sources of water or not? I just don't know. I don't know enough about it. So what kind of effect is that going to have? Oh, is it true that the death toll went up? I just saw a report the death toll went up. Guys, I just saw a report that the death toll went up. Yes, here it is, guys. Breaking news, death toll from Hamas's attack on Israel rises to 800 according to Khan News, 2,400 wounded. So the Israeli death toll is now 800. The last figure Hamas gave for deaths in Gaza during the Israeli response is 493, which I'm sure will go up. but the death toll in Israel from the attack has gone up to 800. That's Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. I'm seeing more rocket alerts on my phone, by the way. By the way, guys, I just want to show you this. I've seen a couple reports about how we talked about this earlier, but there was like a rumor floating around that an older woman who was taken hostage has been returned to Israel. From what I can gather, that is false. That's not true. So I've seen a couple of reports about this. This is a Israeli news Telegram account called News from the Field. They say, please note, in the last hour, a document has been circulating allegedly containing one of the captives after she was returned to Israel. Please note this is fake news. It's, I don't know if you can see this here. Right there, that woman in the blue. It's not, so it is, from what I saw another report, I've seen two reports saying it's not true that this is a hostage who has been returned to Israel. So until otherwise, I'm not going to believe that until I hear some kind of very reliable information otherwise. What is this? Okay, checking some different sources here, trying to get you some more updates. Yeah, there's some more rocket alerts right now. Tim Vob sent me this. Yeah, I saw this earlier. 40 minutes ago, the IDF warned residents in another part of Gaza that they should leave where they are. It says, to the residents of Al Rimal neighborhood, for your safety, you must evacuate your places of residence and go to shelters or the area south of Gaza City immediately. So they're telling, sometimes Israel Defense Force tells people in Gaza, like, if you're in this neighborhood, we're going to conduct attacks there, so get out. That was 40 minutes ago. Kyle Glenn, who I follow, posted this. He said, there are horrifying photos and videos of civilians killed and wounded in Gaza during Israel's retaliation for the events over the weekend. The human cost of this war is going to be unimaginable. Yeah, we're not even in the ground campaign yet, but we've been seeing during this live stream for hours many airstrikes in Gaza by Israel. And I mean, Israel said hours ago they'd killed over 400, they call them terrorists, just with the airstrikes in Gaza. But as I mentioned, there's reporting suggesting dozens of people have died in an Israeli airstrike in Jabalia. I have seen videos purportedly from there. They are horrific. They are really bad. I was trying to find that report of where the 50 dead in Jabalia came from originally. But if you look up Jabalia, there are some very graphic videos from there. Jabalia. Oh, Al Jazeera, I think, reported. Let me see if I can find something. Oh, by the way, in Gaza, Gaza officials say that 510 people have now died in Gaza due to the Israeli strikes. So that number is up to 510. I'll have to fix that. Okay. I mean, this is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. There's not even a ground attack yet. But Israel, I mean, they said, I showed you what the Israeli Defense Forces said last night, and they said that they were going to launch a long, difficult, and gruesome campaign, war, and they said the war is going to eliminate any capability that Hamas has to militarily threaten Israelis, and they said that it's going to make it so that Hamas won't be able to rule in Gaza anymore, which are very certainly ambitious claims, ambitious goals. So it just seems like this is going to be an enormous campaign. Israel has called up 300,000 reservists into their forces. So I think, I mean, I don't know if they're going to try to find everybody in Hamas and take custody of them and kill them, or occupy Gaza, or what's going to happen. But I mean, this looks like it's going to be a huge, huge thing. I'm seeing reports that rockets were launched from southern Lebanon. Is that true? I'm seeing unconfirmed reports about projectiles being fired from southern Lebanon. Hang on, let me see what I can find out about that. Yeah, let me look around for a second and see what I can find out. This Telegram account I follow called News Before Everyone says Arab report, 12 rockets were fired from southern Lebanon. I haven't heard any real reliable sourcing of that yet. Yeah, I haven't seen reliable sourcing on that rockets from Lebanon report, so let me look around and see. Yeah, all I know is that there were definitely some rocket alarms in northern Israel. Rocket alarms on the northern border, says N12 News. That was 15 minutes ago. But I haven't seen any confirmation of what triggered those alarms. I'm looking at a lot of different news outlets. Alarm, Upper Galilee. So this is about this. This is from Ynet News. It says an alarm was sounded in northern Israel. An IDF spokesman said the details are under review. Yeah, so I am not seeing in the Israeli news outlets I'm looking at any kind of report of like, oh, this is definitely what caused the alarm in the north. Just not seeing it yet. Walla News, alarms in the northern region. Doesn't say why. Navarre Rissa Times of Israel posted about it. Rocket alerts are sounding in the north. This is from like 10 minutes ago. Doesn't say why. Where did IDF say one rocket? Did they say it on their Telegram? I'll go to the Israeli Defense Force on Telegram and I'll look. If I can find it here. IDF on Telegram. Doesn't say anything about what was fired. News from the field on Telegram, an Israeli news Telegram site, they say in their post about this, and I haven't seen this. Oops, what am I doing? What am I doing? Let's try this again. They say on their site, on the Israel side, it is currently being reported on a single launch from Lebanese territory without an Iron Dome interception. So I heard that. I'll let you know if I hear more. Thanks to our new member, L. Thank you, L. Appreciate it. Elint News, who I follow, is talking about some stuff about Hezbollah. They say there's going to be some major worries for the Israeli Defense Forces if Hezbollah, which is this powerful military group which operates out of Lebanon to the north of Israel. Gaza is down here. Lebanon is up here. That's where Hezbollah is. They could, in theory, intervene on the side of the Gaza Palestinians. Elint News says there's going to be some major worries for Israel if Hezbollah intervenes. Are they waiting until Israel is halfway through a ground campaign before attacking northern Israel? Are they waiting until most of the Iron Dome interceptors have been used up? This is why you see significant amounts of Israeli armor also pooling in the Galilee, in northern Israel, in order to push back any Hezbollah assault that will be 10 times worse than the Hamas operation 3 days ago. The IAF will prioritize the northern theater immediately in this event. Taking out Hezbollah's precision-guided munitions, such as its hundreds of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and thousands of drones, will be the key to success here. That's from Elint News. I also want to add this. In case you missed it, it's important news, I think, and we'll tell you again. It's being reported widely, but Alex Marquardt posted this. A complete siege of Gaza has been ordered, says Israel's defense minister. No electricity, no food, no fuel, everything closed. We are fighting barbaric terrorists and will respond accordingly. No water will be delivered either. A bunch of people are leaving the city on Reuters. On Reuters feed is showing some people walking with their stuff. Maybe they're leaving the city, or maybe they're just leaving their neighborhood. Remember, Israel told a bunch of people, told a neighborhood they had to get out of their neighborhood and go somewhere else. So that maybe those are people who are evacuating their neighborhood. I mean, they're not going to leave Gaza. Not going to be able to leave the territory, but I don't know if they're leaving because of the Israeli warning or something else. Diesel Mechanic sent me this. Sky News, Fatux News found this. Sky News Arabia reported, Israeli forces order the evacuation of the building that houses the Sky News Arabia office in Gaza. I mean, I'm sure it houses other things too, besides Sky News Arabia. IntelliNews on Telegram says Reuters is reporting that Hamas is holding talks. Oh, this is an old report. It says Reuters, Hamas is holding talks to release women and children for captivity in exchange for 36 female prisoners and children from Israeli prison. That's sort of an old report. We heard something similar hours ago. Yeah, I don't know how serious what kind of chances some negotiation like that has of working. Here it is. Amakai Stein. Reuters, Hamas in talks to free Israeli women, children hostages in exchange for release of 36 Palestinian women and children from Israeli jails. Qatar holding talks with Hamas in coordination with U.S. talks moving positively, but no signs of breakthrough. Amakai Stein found that. I haven't seen the original Reuters report. He is with Khan News. I don't know where that original report is. Hang on one moment here. One moment here. By the way, it is 2:26 p.m. 2:26 p.m. Israel and Gaza time. Look at the new headline on Wall Street Journal. Israel launches barrage of attacks on Gaza. The Israeli military launched a powerful wave of attacks on Gaza after retaking control of towns in the country south from Hamas. Large plumes of gray smoke from residential areas in multiple cities and refugee camps across Gaza, where 2 million people are densely packed. Residents pulled the charred bodies of bottoming victims from the debris and rushed them through streets lined with burnout cars and raging fires. The Israeli defense minister ordered a full siege of Gaza, which has already faced years of restrictions on the movement of goods and people. There will be no electricity, food, or fuel delivered there, he said. Also, no water. And it certainly looks like there's going to be a major Israeli ground operation soon, targeting Hamas. The death toll in Israel has risen to 800. Here is this report from another outlet is reporting this. Khan News. A report: Hamas in talks to release Israeli women, children hostage in exchange for release of 36 Palestinian women and children from Israeli prisons. Again, I don't know what the chances of that negotiation being successful are. Oh, big explosion, someone said on Reuters. New explosion? Couple new ones on Reuters, right? Yeah, Reuters is showing a couple more airstrikes, it looks like. James Rothwell, some of you guys were talking about this. James Rothwell, who's with Telegraph, says Hamburg airport suspends flights after threat of attack on plane flying from Tehran. My guess is that this is going to turn out to be a false alarm. This sounds like one of these things will turn out to be a false alarm. But I will keep an eye on it. Thanks so much to Michael Blackwell. Michael says, pray for peace. Thank you, Michael. Thank you also, Anne Irvine Andre. I appreciate it. Anne Irvine Andre. Thanks, Patty Whack, for moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you to K Body, K Larry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Thank you so much. Thanks also for our subscribers, Eve Richards, Alicia Rivera, K Body, Duster Singer. They subscribe over there on Facebook. Also, thank you so much to our Twitch mods, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Serrero, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Sarah. Thanks to our subscribers like Necrosynthetic over there on Twitch. Mancubus. Thank you. DPA News Agency. This is from Germany. German press agency. All flights at Germany's Hamburg airport are suspended due to threat of an attack on an aircraft from the Iranian capital, Tehran. My assumption is that this is a false alarm. It feels like when all is said and done, they'll say, this is a false alarm, somebody called in this threat, it's fine. I don't know that that's the case. It feels like it to me, but I hope that's the case. Let me check something here. Hamburger Abendblatt. This is a German newspaper. At Hamburg Airport, everything stands still because of an attack threat to an Iranian aircraft. Currently, there are no takeoffs or landings. There have been no takeoffs or landings since 1240. The federal police had received an email in the morning with the threat of attacks against the plane. Okay? There you go. That's what it is. The plane landed around 12:20 p.m. and is now in a special area. And the people have gotten off the plane. More details on threat to Iranian plane at Hamburg Airport. Threat was made in an email to police this morning. in the morning. Plane landed at 12:20 p.m. Passengers and crew have left airplane.